Good morning and welcome once again to the Royal Cornwall Show. This is day 2 of the Royal Cornwall Show 2015. As you join us, the Rodders Area Final is in progress, so let's go straight to the action with your commentator Nick Brooks-Ward.
It's 6 clears. And a very fast time, 70.86 in the Rodders Clotted Cream Area Trial. So that'll go last in the jump off. Just in front of Andrew Davis. 1 left to go. Could there be 7 clears in this Rodders Clotted Cream Area Trial? Emma Slater, Nigel Tabor's Fabio.
When I come to me in vision, just don't want to mess my hair up, you know. Thank you.
She takes 2 through. 73.70, 73.70. So the clears. Emma Slater, Mark Edwards, Sammy Joe Coffin has 2. Andrew Davis has 1. Emma Slater has 2 and Alexandra Coates. Jump off order coming up.
Well, while they reset the ring for the jump off, we have a story for you. Natalie went out yesterday and had a chat with a beekeeper.
Okay, thanks. We're down here at the Bees and Honey tent and I'm joined now by Colin Rees, who is president of the Cornwall Bee Association. Thanks for talking to us, Colin. Tell us about your presence here at the show.
Well, this year we have got a new presence. The last, 43 years I think, we were further down the hill next to the rabbits and the poultry. And we have a new committee organising the show, so it's a totally different approach to the bees and honey section. What we're trying to do now is promote beekeeping to the public, as opposed to just displaying jars and jars of honey and tables of cakes and what have you, which it has been for a while. We're trying to show the different aspects of beekeeping through hive construction, through apiary layouts, through beekeeping supplies, and every aspect of beekeeping is covered on one or other of these tables. We've even got a display of flowers over here, which is showing the kind of forage that the bees find useful for their nectar and pollen needs, especially during June, which is generally a fairly quiet month in terms of the plants that are available for bees.
Right.
Bees generally like to forage efficiently, so they're looking for large fields of crops rather than what you and I have in our back gardens. But when the crops are over and waiting for the autumn crops to come through, they are quite glad and appreciative of what we put in our garden. So that's becoming ever more important because of habitat loss.
Exactly. I was just going to come on to that. Obviously, it's
Beat
been
you to
big news that
Yes.
bee numbers are in dangerous decline.
Yeah.
What are you seeing? What's the picture as far as you're concerned?
Well, I teach beekeeping courses, and I see every year, I run 2 courses in the spring and 2 courses in the autumn, and there are always students wanting to become beekeepers. So we're not seeing any loss in terms of beekeepers. I think in Cornwall we're very lucky. We have got good climate, we have got good forage, and if you've got the right kind of bees, they will come out in all weathers. And I think that's the secret, is to have local bees as opposed to imported or crossbred bees from abroad.
And in terms of numbers, I mean, is that a worry for you at the moment?
I don't think it's a worry, no. No, I think we're doing all right. As I say, I think it's other parts of the country, of the UK, which are having a problem, because if you go up to the east coast or even going through Herefordshire, going north, you will see acres and acres and acres of monoculture, of rape, and nothing else. And like us, spinach is good for us, but if we had spinach for breakfast, lunch and dinner, then we wouldn't be very healthy. And that's a problem, I think, with the bees. They're losing the diversity of crops that they need for their range of pollen to give them the different minerals and vitamins that keep them going.
Right, well, I mean, it's great to hear it's such a positive picture down here in Cornwall.
Oh,
thank
we're very
you.
lucky.
Yes,
Yeah.
well, thank you very much for taking time to talk to us.
Not at all.
Thank
Nice
you,
to talk
Colin.
to you.
Lovely.
Well, welcome back. As you can see, they're relaying the course for the jump off for the Rodders area trial. If the air cadets here who worked tirelessly resetting the jumps yesterday and today, and they'll doubtless be busy again tomorrow. We were broadcasting yesterday online, and we're here again today. And hopefully, if you have relatives who are living abroad or can't make it to the show, you can see this on Cornish Living TV. If you get into your web browser and just pop in Cornish Living TV, and it will show you a link to YouTube, and there you will find us the rest of today and all day tomorrow. We seem all set now for the jump off. The ring is set, the scene is set for the Rodders area trial. So without any further delay, let's hand back to our favourite commentator, Nick Brooks-Ward.
So the jump off course over the red and silver at 12, new fence on course. Then down the hill over the famous Cornish tin mine fence, Mr. John Denny's design fence, the Cornish tin mines. Then on to 9, the butterfly fence. Round the corner to the sunflowers in the bottom corner. Then the triple bar, the sloping poles of the triple bar, the black and white. Then the planks, fence 11. After 11, then it is over to the middle for A and for B, the vertical going in, the double coming out, and then the sharp turn right-handed, and the last fence right in front of the raw box, fence number 6. So the 7 come forward. Emma Slater will join us in a moment. Our very grateful thanks indeed to Rodders for their tremendous support of this area trial. The first to go, all clears from the first round. Emma Slater, the Ruxton Studs, Art du Sens. Jumps the last with the one down the butterflies, 47.13. 47.13. Emma Slater, the first of her two rides, Art du Sens. So the first gone in the Rodders Clotted Cream area trial. Now the first of this lady's two rides. She really is riding at the crest of a wave at the moment. Sammy Jo Coffin, the first of her two rides, Ace Pilot. Well, 12 jumping, uncharacteristic. 65.02 and 10 for time, so they finish on a total score of 22 in the Rodders Clotted Cream area trial, celebrating 125 years of the best in the world. This course designed by Cornwall's finest, Clive Phillips. Assisted by the trainee novice course designer from Wales, Mr. Steve Williams. So we're just waiting now for Fabio, Emma Slater. There's Emma Slater and Fabio. Then Sammy Jo Coffin, Willem Deluxe. That'll be one to watch out for. Then Mark Edwards, Unbelievable Eddie, Andrew Davis, Necker Platier, and last to go Alex Coates and Kisto van der Hel Z. And up following this is the Francis Clark driving competitions with the local classes, the exercise vehicles, the modern, the traditional. And then we've got the Birds of Prey. You really won't want to miss that. Ben Potter, the Eagles and the Vultures. Weather permitting and the cloud base is good. They will drop at the moment. The best free fall team anywhere in the world, the Royal Air Force Falcons, will be with us at 1:10 as John Doney so puts up. He tells us that there's blue sky coming up in a moment. 1:40, Jason Smythe, the Adrenaline Tour Stunt Show, and at 2:10, the Devon and Cornwall Police Dog Displays. Our Grand Parade at 2:25, featuring this year not only the Devon National Show, the famous Rubies, the Ruby Reds, 639 stalls booked in the cattle stalls, but it is the Burke Trophy, the most famous cattle trophy in the world, both for the dairies and for the beef. And the Burke will be decided this afternoon. Then our parade of our second day prize winning horses, our grand parade of hounds. 8 packs in here today, all from the West Country, all from Cornwall. Jason Smythe's Adrenaline Tour, Devon and Cornwall Police Dogs, the Birds of Prey, and then round number 2 of the Roger Young Land Rover Interhunt Team Relay. 9 teams tonight. And then to round off a tremendous second day of the Royal Cornwall, it is the NSR Communications, the big one, the NSR Accumulator. So Emma Slater will be with us any moment. Then it'll be Sammy Joe, Mark Edwards, Andrew Davis and Alex Coates. So much to see and do here with the steam fair, the fun fair, the cattle, the sheep, the pigs. Over 240 pigs here, over 1,300 sheep. The flower show, the dog show, the countryside area, the bandstands, 2 bandstands. And the weather, I promise you, will improve by midday. Emma Slater, Nigel Tabor's Fabio. She just been with Ardusance 4:47.13. Looking for the first clear in the Rodders Clotted Cream area trial.
And the next to go was Sammy Joe, followed by Mark Edwards, Andrew Davis, Alexander Coates. Sammy Joe next.
$49.40, but it is 4 fences down, total of 16 there. Is anybody going to jump a clear over this Clive Phillips design track? It is the area trial. They should be able to jump this height, there's no doubt about that. Now Sammy Joe, her own wonderful horse, this superstar for Sammy Joe, Willem Deluxe. Great round, Sammy Joe. 43.64. Come on, give her a round of applause. 43.64, Sammy Joe. Sets the standard. She won here yesterday, and she won in style. Could she win again today? Sammy Joe Coffin, Willem Deluxe, clear. 43.64, and there are 3 left to go in the Rodders Clotted Cream area trial. Mark Edwards now. St Austell's in front. Mark Edwards, Sam Thomas's Unbelievable Eddie. Time to beat, 43.64. The fences have to stay up. Really good time, 43.44, but came inside to the vertical and it didn't pay off. So goes second, Mark Edwards, 43.44, 43.44 in the Rodders Clotted Cream Area Trial, celebrating 125 years of Cornish greatness. 43.44, Sammy Joe still the only clear, 2 left to go. Andrew Davis now, the new Priory Studs, Necker Platier. A jumping 2 times, so they finish on a score of 10. At the moment, they're into 4th in the Rodders Clotted Cream Area Trial. 1 left to go. She won last night. Can she win this afternoon in the Rodders Clotted Cream? But Sammy Joe got her hands on the trophy in the Southwest Lewes Cornish Open. Can she take the Rodders Clotted Cream Area Trial? Last to go, Alex Coates, Kisto van der Helzed, time to beat 43.64. Time to beat 43.64. Time on the clock, 38 seconds. It's going to be very close. It's going to be very close. Jumps over the last. What's the time? 43.45. Alex Coates wins it. 43.45. The double winner. Alex Coates wins the Rodders Clotted Cream Area Trial. Second, Sammy Joe, Willem Deluxe. In third, Mark Edwards and Unbelievable Eddie. In fourth, Emma Slater, Art Dusance. In fifth, Andrew Davis, Necker Platier. Sixth, Emma Slater again, and Fabio. And seventh, Sammy Joe Coffin, ace pilot Mark Edwards, was eighth with Tinker's Tail from the first round. Delighted to welcome Nick Rodder, Managing Director of Rodder's Clotted Cream, who'll be making the presentation in a moment's time. Very well done. She won great style last night, and there's a tremendous victory. Very well done indeed to Alex Coates and Kisto van der Helzet. So a tremendous win. Certainly one of her biggest win in the area trial here at Royal Cornwall. Alex Coates takes the honours. Second, Sammy Joe Coffin. All three in the big one yesterday. Second here today. Sammy Joe and Willem Deluxe. Mark Edwards. So nearing it so far for this very talented young man from Wales. Mark Edwards, an unbelievable Eddie. In fourth, she certainly is building up super string of horses, this lady. Emma Slater. Fourth with the Ruxton Studs, R.C.Show. And Andrew Davis. And the new prize studs, Necker Platier. Our very grateful thanks indeed to Nick Rodder. Your product is known throughout the world. The wonderful taste of Rodder's Clotted Cream from Cornwall. Lap of honour time. Alex Coates, Kisto van der Helzet.
Well done, Alex. That was a terrific winning round. Well, yesterday, Natalie went out and found herself a genuine Cornish withy maker. I think they make pots, you know, catch a lobster in. I could go some lobster tonight.
By Richard Eade, who is was once a fisherman and is now a master weaver. So, Richard, just tell us what you're making here.
This one is a little small one for ornament.
Right.
See that? Little baby one.
So these are lobster pots, are they?
These ones here are the real ones.
Right.
There's one there.
Yeah. And these are what they actually use?
These are.
Right.
If I get another one, this one has actually been in the sea.
Ah.
Caught fish with that one.
Right.
There.
Wow. Wow. And how long have you been making these?
I was originally taught to make them in 1964, 51 years ago.
And how long does it take to make
Now,
a larger one like that?
The real ones, 6.5 hours.
Right.
And these small ones, between 3.5 and 4.
So you say this is
Probably
more,
nearer 4.
and this is more of a decorative one.
That's, see, it's impossible for you to get your hand in
Ah, right,
there.
okay.
It's just for decoration, although I have made 2 slightly different to this and much more difficult to make.
Yeah.
With half the amount of binding, the bars much closer together, more like that there,
Yep.
with at least half the amount of binding, as I said just now. Now, when you finish it, you then cut 4 or 5 bars there and there and make a door.
Right.
Now, that was somebody that lives in Hampshire.
Right.
Now, in Hampshire, particularly there are an awful lot of freshwater crayfish. That was what he wanted them for, to catch freshwater crayfish.
Right.
And he's recently ordered 2 more.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So you're really sort of casting the net, excuse the
Yeah,
pun.
yeah. He has caught thousands in them, literally.
Really great.
Puts them in the water, puts a bit of bait in there, pulls them up the next morning. Apparently, he tells me, full up.
There you go, magic, magic. Now you were a fisherman, but
Indeed.
you've changed tack and you're now doing this. So
I've always made these anyway.
right,
Now, as I said earlier, I was taught in '64. Another person called Robert George, who lives in Penberth. We were both taught there by 2 fishermen in the same year. We are almost certainly the last 2 to be taught properly how to make these.
wow.
I know of nobody since that's ever been taught.
Well, there we
no
go.
one.
There's a gap in the market,
Gone.
isn't there? You need to get yourself an apprentice, don't you?
Nobody wants to know.
Oh, well, they might do
Just
after this.
not interested. I doubt it. I've
Well,
been
they
on
are-
the television and it makes no difference. Been on Inside Out doing it.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, they're truly stunning, and obviously they do the trick
Yeah.
as well. So thank you very much for talking
They
to
catch. I once had 11 in one pot, caught and kept them all way above minimum landing size. No fights and a single night shot.
us. Not bad, not bad.
That's a huge amount
That
of
is
fish.
brilliant. That is brilliant. Well,
Till-
listen, thank you very much for talking to us.
My pleasure.
And good luck with it all. Thank
And
you.
you.
Cheers.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Will you rejoin us for the Francis Clark LLP driving competition? We'll go straight over to Nick Brooks Ward to tell us about these beautifully turned out carriages.
That's a lovely sight with the traditional, the Shetlands as well in the tandem, one in front, two behind, the Dartmoors, the Frisians, the Cobs and the little Welsh ponies with the traditional vehicles and the non-traditional vehicles, the exercise vehicles and these lovely breaks. You see the dog cart there, Evelyn Boscan just going past, the roll box with the Frisians. And these days, well, the vehicles made with disc brakes. In those days, very few brakes, just on the bridle and on the reins. So just ask them to push them into the trot. This will be Derek's first look. Two classes with the traditional and the non-traditional. Lovely little Shetlands come past us, pound for pound. The strongest of the native breed, but undoubtedly the smallest. 33, 34 inches at the shoulder, the Shetlands. Then the Cobs come past, and the Hackney type of Angela Honeywell with her Lawton gig. A lovely Lawton gig made in 1900. So you can see the exercise vehicles, the modern type vehicles. These days, you can go to the former Eastern Bloc and have an original vehicle, well, a modern vehicle made to look like an original vehicle. But these are traditional type and non-traditional type. Now, our judge will see them on the other rein. Come across him on the other rein. The whip goes up, turning right. For the Hackney type, the Lawton gig, 1900 that was made, 1909. Then the rally car, the exercise vehicle of the Welsh Cob coming past. Down in front. Little Welsh Cob, very much our native breeds, from the Shetlands to the Highlands to the Dales and the Fells up in the northeast. Down into the south, into the New Forest, across the River Severn, into the Welsh Mounted Ponies, the Section A's, the Section B's, then the Cobs, the C's and the D's, then down into the West Country with the Dartmoors and the Exmoors, and then across the Irish Sea to the Connemara's. The Frisians now coming past, the Flemish Blacks as they always used to be known as, from the Boscan estate. Literally transformed that estate and now very much used. The horse is used on the Tregothnan estate. Little break going past there. And then the Dartmoors towards the bottom end. The Dartmoors and the Alexander dog cart. With the Bennington and Belcran exercise vehicle with the Shetlands. Might not look as flashy with the old traditional types against the modern vehicles, but the work that the British Driving Society do encourages all to partake in this wonderful pastime. So they'll help you, they'll get the tack, they'll get the pony, they'll get the vehicle, and they will certainly help you under the patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Philip. British Driving Society, formed in the 50s to preserve and protect and maintain the sport and the pastime of carriage driving. So they'll come into line in a moment, once we've seen them all go on both reins, and they'll be separated into the two classes, I would imagine. They'll go out to their individual stand shows, and that's when our judge will have a look at the suitability of the pony or the horse to the vehicle. We'll have a look at the harness, have a look at the vehicle and the overall picture, and to make sure, above all, that our carriage drivers are very much in control. You want to see the ponies move freely. You want to see the horses really push on through the collars, from the hocks. Traditional towards the top end, the modern vehicles towards the southern end. So the first of the vehicles to be examined. It is the four-wheeled dog cart. Now, the four-wheeled dog cart underneath the seat would be where the dog baskets would sit and carry 4 people. But this is a vehicle that you would see on the estates, just like the Tregothnan estate. This would be a vehicle used by the staff to take the picnics out, to collect the luggage from the railway station, to take the produce to market, to do absolutely anything. Could be a beater's wagon for shooting, could have been absolutely anything. This is very much a multi-purpose vehicle. The four-wheel dog cart in the brown harness, the country harness. And so the Frisians, the Frisian horses, the wonderful flowing manes, the feathers, the tails, 1890s, 1900s, very much the Dutch horse, the Dutch carriage horse, who pulled the barges down the canals, down the dikes of the Netherlands, and also the carriages. Then, turn of the finish of the Second World War, the Dutch breeds really did come to fruition, the Dutch warmbloods, the KWPNs, and the Gelderlanders, the real flashy, high-striding Gelderlanders, and they came to the fore. And the Frisians, a bit like the Shire horses, started their decline, but now very much used for all forms of carriage driving. You go to the Royal Mews in the Netherlands, and they still have over 20 Frisians that pull the state coaches for the Netherlands, for the Dutch royal family. So wonderful to see the Boscaans, Derek Wooden just getting up onto the box seat, getting the overall picture, enjoying the moment, and offering wise words of advice. So that's the four-wheel dog cart. And now we go to Angela Honeywell with the Lawton gig. Lawton, one of the famous names. Shanks, Holland and Holland, Lawton, 3 premier names. You can associate those with the likes of Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and perhaps not Aston Martin, but a premier mark of carriage makers. This 1890 gig, flatback gig, Lawton Liverpool gig. The yellow wheels possibly came from the Yellow Earls estate of Lord Lonsdale. With the Hackney type, the Hackney horse, just like the Frisians were in the Netherlands, very much part of England's heritage. The Hackney carriage, very much the workhorse of the towns to pull the taxis, for want of a better word. 1064, that's the Hackney type, now 1064. It is Lynn Downs, her rally car, seats 4. Just wanted to put it back, 1064. Denwyn Flyer, interview Denwyn Flyer. The rally car would have seated 4, with the back coming down as the foot brake, as the foot plate for the passengers on the rear. Slightly precarious in those days. Look on the wheels, I'll tell you who made it. Brown & Sons from Windsor. 1890s that was made. 1068 the grey. 1066. The stickback gig drives for riding for the disabled. Driving for the disabled. Made in Chard in Somerset by Champions. This is the traditional type, made in the 60s, but very much on the old. You see the wonderful stickbacks on the rear. Spindlebacks give them their name. Drives for driving for the disabled. Lovely sight, just pulling them forward. Now the Dartmoors. Maureen Ryder Gordon with her Dartmoors. Another of our native breeds, great native breeds. First ridden pony, driving pony, you name it. The Dartmoors can do it. Can be willful at times, but at other times real softies. This an 1890s Alexander dogcart. The flap would have been lifted, the basket would have gone underneath the rear step. An original vehicle. You think about the damp start that we've had to the second day of the Royal Cornwall. Well, these wonderful patent leather harnesses, they get really wet and they get really muddy, then it's strip down time. You've got to strip it right back to the leather, and then you've got to start buffing, and then you've got to start going again. And each individual harness can take up to 8 hours to strip down, put back, and bring it back to its wonderful original patent leather harness. So many trades, the wheelwrights, the candle makers, the glovers, the hatters, the harness makers, the carriage builders, the farriers, all with their livery companies in London, and all very much preserving this form of history. So those are the traditional vehicles, and then we turn our attention to our modern vehicles. As we said earlier, British Driving Society do so much, they really do, to promote the work of the driving And it might be wonderful to have a traditional vehicle, but they do change hands for an awful lot of money. If you want to get involved in driving, then this is the start with the work of the exercise vehicles and the traditional vehicles. 1069 is the Siddons and Douglas's Ashridge Sweet Susanna. It's a little rally car, step on the back. Not the patent leather harness, but you want to see that it all fits and all works correctly. These days, in the world of the international four-in-hand driving, led by the world champion Boyd Excel, Australia, based over here in the UK, well, these days, think about the sport of international carriage driving that started back in 1969 with His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, the driving force behind it, when he gave up polo and he decided that perhaps it was time to convert three-day eventing into the world of carriage driving. Well, he came up with the idea, with the Crown Equerry Colonel Sir John Miller, of international carriage driving. And in those days, he competed in a Sandringham dog cart. Well, these days, just like we see with these modern vehicles, the marathon vehicle, the cross-country phase of the international four-in-hand, marathon vehicles, turntables, disc brakes, spinners, and they cost about £60,000. One vehicle, the modern vehicles. 1074 now, being looked at on the close inspection. The four-wheeler, the Bell Crown four-wheeler, one of the modern makers of carriage driving, with the Shetlands, the little Shetlands, the willful but fun Shetlands. So two young horses in their first occasion. It's a busy old ring this at Royal Cornwall. The flag's flying, lots of people watching. Just very valuable experience. Another of the rally cars coming in with the cob. Jumped around Picton last week, this cob did. In the tetrathlon. Now Derek Wootton just going for their close inspection. $10.70. The Bennington, another of the modern vehicle manufacturers. The Bennington, the two-seater. Jo Sincock with her four-wheeled exercise vehicle. As they come round, you'll notice the difference. You'll notice the discs on the rears to give them the brakes, to give them the control. None of that on the traditional vehicles. So the 5 of the traditional vehicles will come out first, each one individually, and they'll complete what is a stand show. Might ask for a rein back. Certainly we'll want to see them on both reins, and we'll want to see that the horses and ponies totally together, working hand in hand, and listening to the driver. That's so very important. It's all about the voice. It's all about the control. So the pair of Frisians go out first. The wonderful Frisians. Change of rein. And a rein back. Back into reverse gear. Evelyn Boscan, Tregothnan Estates, four-wheeled rally car goes out. Four-wheeled dog cart goes out, rather, to the country-style harness. Look at them coming up the hill, straight and balanced and working together. Into the rein back. Steps forward, stand halt, stand square. Stand show completed, Evelyn Boscan, Tregothnan Estate. And now the Hackney type comes out, Antelope Springs Good Friday, Angela Honeywell, with the Lawton Liverpool gig. 1900 Lawton Liverpool gig. All on the voice, all on the reins. And Honeywell, Atlow Springs, Good Friday. $10.64. Lindans, the rally car. Parkbred Welsh Section C. The Section C's, very much the driving ponies, the pullers. And then the bigger variety, the Section D's, with the bone and the muscle. But the Section C's make a wonderful driving pony. The deep shoulders, the good cannon bone, and the overall conformation to make them fabulous driving ponies. Parkbred Section C this. Rangeview Denwyn Flyer. So now the Driving for the Disabled, such a wonderful charity that. Chiverton Group, dancer. This is the stickback gig, made in Chard in Somerset, 1960s. Driving for the Disabled, just like the Riding for the Disabled. All the groups up and down the country do so much for disadvantaged children, disadvantaged adults. Believe you me, the smiles that they get, the affinity that they have with their horses and their ponies is quite amazing. I was fortunate enough to commentate in London 2012 for both the Olympics and the Paralympics. People say to me, what was the greatest memory of London 2012? There were so many, with the gold medals of show jumping and eventing, and dressage, and silver in eventing, the individual gold from Charlotte in the dressage. The best was Sophie Christensen winning her 8th Paralympic gold medal. The smile that that young lady in the Paralympics gave was quite incredible, and she came through the riding for the disabled ranks. And she's a double first in pure mathematics as well. Unbelievable that day was. So well done to the riding for the disabled and the driving for the disabled. Into the rein back, so obedient. And the empathy between the ponies and the children and adults is quite wonderful. Well done for the riding for the disabled and for the driving for the disabled. Now it is Maureen Ryder-Gordon with her Dartmoors, the 1890 Alexander dog cart. So the last of the traditionals out, and the second of the pairs in the traditionals from the Frisians to now the Dartmoors. So very well driven to Maureen Ryder-Gordon and her Dartmoors. So now we turn from the traditionals to the modern vehicles. non-traditional as they're called. 1069 comes out. It is the Siddons Ashridge Sweet Susanna. There's a rally car, exercise vehicle, the groom standing on the back step, just like you would have seen, just like you see these days, in the international four-in-hand vehicles. Down they come, much lighter, easier to drive. The disc brakes on the rear. Shetlands with the Bell Crown exercise vehicle, the little brake, the Bell Crown exercise vehicle with the tandem of the Shetlands. Flora, Lisa and Bart, the Bell Crown four-wheeler, 1074.
Originally there was just a little gate on here, but when we put this in, the sticks couldn't get on it. So we took that off and put it under there, and then pulled that across.
Difficult to reverse a tandem of Shetlands. Now then, Flora, Lisa and Bart. On they go. Don't they look magnificent? Well driven to the Bell Crown four-wheeler. Two left to go in the world of the modern vehicles. Back come the Shetlands, and out goes the Cob. $10.70. 1070 it is Shannon Fahey. It's a Bennington vehicle, Howie Mystery. Section C, purebred Section C. And you see what we talk about. The front end, the rear end, the cannon bones, and all the power coming from behind and from in front. That is the magic of the Section Cs and the Section Ds. They make very good jumping ponies, very good driving ponies, and their bone and their quality is sought after through the crossbreeding as well. So all the stand shows completed, the individual stand shows. I'll just go out on the rein and then we'll pull them in. Birds of Prey, 12:40. The RAF Falcons, 1:10. The Jason Smiles Adrenaline Tour, Devon and Cornwall Police Dog Team. Our Grand Parade of Cattle, the presence of Her Royal Highness the Princess Alexandra, and then our Parade of Horses, prize-winning horses, presentation of the Cuddy, the supreme in-hand of the show, and also a mass parade of hounds. fabulous afternoon. Perhaps during the Grand Parade, the most famous trophy in the world of cattle judging will be presented for the beef and for the dairy, the Burke. So they're being asked to trot on. And on they go. Evelyn Boscan is pulled in top with the Frisians. The Tregothnan Estate and Honeywell, Atlow Springs Good Friday pulled in second. The Dartmoors of Maureen Ryder Gordon. And then it is the Parkbred Section C, Denwyn Flower and the Dances, and then the Driving for the Disabled from the Chiverton Group Dancer. So give them all a round of applause. That's the lineup for the traditionals. So we now ask our modern vehicles and their drivers to go out. The Cobbs and the Shetlands are on their way. Shannon Fahey pulled in first. They were competing in Tetrathlon. This is their very first show. Tremendous achievement. Congratulations to the Sincocks Whisper, pulled into second. Joe Sincock. Then the Unicorn comes in from the Shetlands. .1069 into third. Siddons and the Douglases, Ashridge, Sweet Susanna, and then the Unicorn. The Unicorn of Those lovely Shetlands. Flora, Lisa and Bart. So what we've seen here this morning is the fact that driving in the West Country and in Cornwall in particular is in good heart, is in great heart. We've seen the traditional and the modern vehicles. So, all presented in the traditionals. Suns come out, birds of prey in a few moments' time. .1065, Bob. The cob, the driving for the disabled now receiving their coveted rosette. And now the modern vehicles. Well, many congratulations in the modern vehicles to Shannon Fain and Huey Minstrel. Second was Jason Cox Whisper. And in third, 1069, Ashridge, Sweet Susanna. And in fourth, 1074, the lovely Shetlands of Flora, Lisa and Bart of the Kearneys. Well, I'm very grateful, thanks indeed to Francis Clark. Yet again, tremendous supporters of the driving. Well done to all our exhibitors for taking the time, the care, and the effort for preserving and promoting this wonderful sport and pastime. Thank you so much to Derek Wood for making the trip down here. And many, many congratulations. They will go off on their lap of honour. led off by the traditional winner. Congratulations.
To intro dog and duck.
Evelyn Boscan's wonderful Frisians.
Tell me, I had to go and get the script. Is that all right without the? Is that okay without Phil? No. First time I say dog and duck. Yeah, but
just when you stand on
the key to running team is the first time I say dog and duck. It's going to be, now I always dog and duck. It's one of the adrenaline bolts. No, he's just parking you up.
Well, our thanks to Derek Wood. Our thanks to all our exhibitors. And it is congratulations, led off by the traditional, led off by Evelyn Boscan. Give them all a round of applause. The winners of the Francis Clark Driving, Evelyn Boscan with Rita van Baminia, Wonke van de Kudazai from the Trinagothan Estate in the traditionals, and Shannon Fay, Hawaiian Minstrel for the modern vehicles.
Hello again. Well, I always thought the Dog and Duck was a public house, but as Matthew Clark found out yesterday, here at the show it means something else entirely.
This is the countryside area, and there's so much stuff along here to see. So do come down here. The great show, the Dog and Duck Show, and I've got Stuart Barnes who runs. Just tell me what you're showing, what skills you're showing.
Well, hello again. Sorry about that. We have a technical problem, so I'm still not entirely sure what a dog and duck means when it's here at the show. Coming up next here in the main arena will be the bird of prey display. I may move quickly because they're awfully big birds. We were very impressed yesterday and we saw the size of these birds, which look hugely ungainly on the ground. And when they take to the sky, they really are most graceful. Much bigger when you see them up close than I would ever have expected. Very glad to say the weather seems to be getting very much better now. Bits of blue sky, and we're assured about 1:10 the RAF Falcons parachute display team will be going up and will be dropping in on us here in the main arena. Well, I hope the cloud goes away enough that they can actually find us here. They'll jump out at about 4,000 feet and they will hit 2 crosses here in the ring. On the way down they'll be spraying coloured smoke everywhere and very, very nearly standing on top of each other's canopies. It's pretty impressive stuff. We do hope that actually one of them might be wearing a helmet camera for us, so we get some pretty unusual shots from up there as well as from down here. Tell you what, let's see if we can join the dog and duck video again. As you recall, it means something different here at the Royal Cornwall Show.
Okay, this is the countryside area, and there's so much great stuff along here to see. So do come down here. One of the great shows is the Dog and Duck Show, and I've got Stuart Barnes who runs that. Just tell me about what you're showing, what skills you're showing here.
Well, we've developed through many years of doing this, entertaining and educating the public, trying to a 3-part show. So what I do is, my dogs are a little bit different from the ones you might see on TV. They're all ex-pet dogs gone wrong, so some of them are even on death row. So I rescue those dogs because I've been doing this for a long time, so I'm quite confident in doing that. Rehabilitate them and rehome them. So what I have in my show, my first part's about the dog psychology, a little bit why our dogs sometimes go wrong, how sometimes we send them the mixed messages, and we can actually develop our dog problems in our own dogs, and unfortunately. The other part of the show is untrained dogs on the ducks, which the ducks aren't very keen on, but it shows them their raw instincts, and so people get an idea what our dogs actually have built into them. Their natural instincts. They've got 2 instincts, pack instinct, and then they've got a breed instinct. And then the last part, we get the kids out and we do the one man and his dog trial with my trained dogs.
Where you herd kids?
We usually ends up that way too. I've had kids going through the Maltese crosses and tunnels of doom and all that with the ducks, so sometimes the kids get involved as well.
Because normally you expect the dogs to herd sheep.
That's correct, yes, but sometimes when you've got kids out there and you've got some big old sheep running around, you usually get a few kids knocked over, run over or stampeded. So I go with a safe bet, Indian running ducks, which are always a bit of a laugh anyway, watching them run around. And with my untrained and trained dogs, it's always chaos, organised chaos.
Okay, so we're going to have a little demonstration. So what are we going to be watching? Just tell me what you're going to be doing.
What we're going to do is release the quackers, and we're going to use a partly trained dog on body language and a trained dog, and we're going to try and do just a simple object really, the tunnel of doom. 10 ducks go in, only 9 come out.
Okay, we'll let you go for it then.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, release strike, go first. So these are the Indian runners, yeah, there they go. Perfectly shot left, good girl. Then we try the 2 dogs, let the other dog go. We'll see if we can put them back in the house. So this is the part trained dog here and the trained dog. So sit, sit straight, lay down, come by. So use body language with him, come by. Because he hasn't learned all his word commands yet. Lay down, right. And I can use the other dog I'm teaching them not to move, I just hold them with my body language. Sit. Sit. Okay, we'll try and put them back in the house. We. Come by. Right. Perfectly done. Good shot. Dogs did it themselves. There we go. A little taste tester for you.
Back in the main arena, let's immediately join Ben Potter and his Birds of Prey display.
Get out the way and do it quick. They do make the odd mistake. We work and train very hard to ensure things go well, but they are animals, and have your wits about you and be ready. If any of you are eating today, we expect a big part of a show is people will be eating food, but be sensible with your food. Don't stand there waving your beef burger at your wife, signaling for another one from the shop, while a hungry vulture circles overhead. If you have an animal or a child with you today, please keep these out the arena at all times for obvious reasons. And apart from that, it's pretty simple. We're going to let them out, work them one at a time, and see what we can get from them. I begin every single show that I do with a beautiful white-headed vulture. His name is Arthur. He's been with me now for the last 9 years nearly, and he's actually 13 years old. He's quite a big lad. He weighs 12 pounds and has a wingspan of 6 feet. And I start every single show with him because he's a great one for setting the mood. The wind is great today. There's a bit of open space, and he should have a good old play around the area. As he does this, guys, keep your eyes on him. He's never really flown in arenas this big for a while, and it takes a moment or two to get his bearings, come and join us, and arrive in the middle just here. Give him a nice big round of applause to get him in a good mood today for me. We do a 10:30 display in a little small countryside area at the top of the showground there, and it's a tiny arena, and we try our best to keep things up close and personal, and this vulture this morning was all over the showground flying about. They're big things, and I want you to see them at their best, so we'll try we can and have a good bit of fun with them today. I'll bring him over, land him on my hand, and we'll see what we can do with him. A white-headed vulture gets the name from that beautiful white head you see him sporting. He's also got bright pink cheeks and a blue and orange beak. That's the dangerous business end and the bits you've got to keep your fingers away from. For the bite from one of these things, as you can imagine, is really quite powerful. Designed to crack open the carcass of rhino and zebra in the wild, he's an incredibly beautiful but very clever creature. To watch him at his best, we need loads of space, a bit of breeze, and a glimmer of sunshine, and we're blessed with that today. The story behind him is quite unusual. This red list endangered vulture arrived with me in North Yorkshire because unfortunately he failed in the breeding project he was brought across to join. He failed in the breeding project for one simple reason. Arthur here doesn't like girls. This is somewhat difficult to explain to a crowd of people, so as you can imagine, I skirt down the subject and talk about the good work conservation does worldwide with falconry. But now and again you'll be heckled while doing the arena display, and a lady shouted out to me, "How do you know he doesn't like girls?" To which I replied, "I was there at the start, madam. I was involved with the project. But how do you know? I want to know." I thought, you're not going to shut up. I'll have to tell you. I know Arthur here does not like female vultures because he unfortunately ate the first one. 6 months later, tried to eat the second, and 18 months later tried to eat the third. If you're eating your breeding partner, madam, it is no longer a conservation project. So instead, this is his job. He will not do a roly-poly, a somersault, ride a small bike or anything silly like that. He will just behave like a great big vulture, best he can in the space we give him. Right now, you've all seen this walk before, the walk of a 15-year-old boy. That walk down on ground level from vultures, come on sunshine, is because the floor is a dangerous place to be. Out there in the wild, jackal and hyena will prey upon vulture on the ground, and to look confident and scary while he's down on the floor, he puffs his chest out, holds his wings to the side, and makes sure that he looks menacing. In a moment or two's time, we'll try and get a bit more flying from him. The wind has completely changed direction today. It's turned 180. It is coming now towards us from the roadside and going down a hill. It is no longer a lifting breeze, it's a pushing wind. Yesterday it was coming up the hill and there was absolutely no pressure at all. We could leave things to fly and they would come back towards us. But now, as you can see, things are being carried away. To get back towards me now, he must turn over his right shoulder and work like mad. As he comes back towards me, though, it's a beautiful controlled flight. And as he makes his way in right now, we'll call this one his last flight for the show and finish with an emergency stop. Give him a great big round of applause. What a lovely start today. I was asked this morning while talking to somebody at the stand, did he ever get any freedom? You won't dare let them go. I said, they're absolutely exhausted and still because they're flying 4 times a day at the moment. They get loads of freedom and we really need to work on that one. The more we can give them, the better they always are. It's tricky with some. Some love the flying and some are a bit of a nightmare. And speaking of nightmares, we're going to have a look at the beautiful bald eagle. Our bald eagle is not a wild taken bird. He's actually captive bred. He was bred on the outskirts of London and sold to a guy in Lincolnshire. The guy in Lincolnshire bought this bald eagle because he liked all things American. Not really the reason to buy a bald eagle, but anyway. He kept him for nearly 5 years. And 5 years this eagle was flying and behaving himself quite well. Right now he's gone for a cruise about. The photographer there, guys, you'll have to get that guy out the arena, please, because I cannot have that guy there. Excuse me, no, sir. It is too dangerous for you, my friend. The eagle is flying to you and not to me, thank you. Great entertainment, but not really ideal. This bald eagle needs direction, he needs to pay attention and watch us. So right now, as you can see, he's watching over his shoulder, left and right. I need to get him to look at me. Hello. So he spent 5 years living in a back garden in Lincolnshire. And I said to the guy when he came to sell him, how does he fly? What does he do? Is he well behaved, aggressive, etc.? He went, oh, we don't fly him. We thought we might lose him, so he just lives in that aviary there. So when I bought him and took him back into Yorkshire and started working with him, I'll be really honest with you, I wasn't remotely concerned about losing him because I could genuinely tell you now, I can outrun that eagle. He just had no clue what to do. And he still now makes the odd mistake or two. You saw then he watches everything, but he doesn't really focus. We've got to really keep him on track. Even a few years on now, to get him to work consistently in arenas, I use Rebecca as a bit of a perch. We fly him backwards and forwards like this and it gives him a job. He's never going to be a superstar in an arena, but he's good. But the job goes further than just doing displays like you see today. A lot of the work happens behind the scenes, and this bald eagle's job is a little bit different. At the end of this season, for the first time ever, he gets to meet his future wife. Then we can fly them all summertime, breed them in the springtime, and back out in the summer. A little bit of rest in the winter is good when an animal works so much, and we do about 50,000 miles a year driving to events. So it seems to be quite a nice balance. So as long as he works all right in the arena, whoa, and just about gets it there, were you nervous then? I was a bit nervous then, right? We're happy with that, and he's a great one to watch. When I collected him and put him in the van, I said to the guy, oh, one last thing. I says, what do you call him? What's his name? He says, I call him Conan, after the famous barbarian. And I changed his name to Barry. He's just more Barry than barbarian for me, this eagle. He's a brilliant thing. Fantastic, good fun to fly. Careful! But a little bit daydreamy, as you can see. I think we'll just stop on that one, Ted, don't you, yeah? Give him a great big clap, guys. We're going to try and fly as many as we can for you today. So we're going to keep working our way through. It's not about the fitness and the exercise today. That happens at home. Today it's about showing you the birds we've got, a nice bit of flying, and hopefully getting them to behave themselves. If we're lucky, we can get a great display from everything. A few are trickier than others, though. Yet the next one might be quite forgiving to me. The bigger they are, the trickier they usually are, because the bigger ones require more space, more breeze, etc. to get the best from them. This one, however, is a bit of a sweetheart. This little vulture here is called Thelma. Oh, you're going to have to join in, all right? I'll get you all on board in a minute. No matter how rough and tough you are, you'll be joining in with this, I promise you. Thelma is the smallest member of the team, weighing only 4 pounds. A wingspan of 4.5 feet. She's a brilliant little flying machine. To watch her at her best, we'll try and get her up on the breeze today and see what she can do. And while she does that, we'll tell you a little bit about her. Little Thelma here, also wild taken like Arthur, was brought into the UK to join 5 other vultures to make 3 potential breeding pairs. It never worked out. That thing there does not mix well with others. It eliminates other vultures anywhere near it. The zoo has a dilemma now. You have an unbalance. You have a vulture that will not get on with a group, and for this reason, things have to change. They tried and tried, but in the end the decision was made to rehome the trouble-causing Thelma, and she arrived with me in Yorkshire. Arriving with me though, we discovered there was a slight problem. 2 of Thelma's toes on her right foot were badly bruised and pink in colour, and nobody seemed to know what had really gone on. Backwards and forwards to the vets revealed that in fact it was not bruising, but instead the start of frostbite. For 6 weeks we medicated this vulture to get it on track and get it through that frostbite, but in the end it wasn't successful, and the decision was made for an operation. Oh, come on, have a heart, you guys. Thank you. Slightly better. The operation lasted 45 long minutes, resulted in Thelma having 2 toes chopped off. This will get you. And cost £1,700. Should not be the reaction, should it? I felt terrible. I work with these birds every single day. I have a wonderful affinity with them, and they're a big part of my life, I'm sure you can appreciate. And right now, in my eyes, every single day, this little vulture would look at its foot and look at me as if to say, that's your fault, Ben. Now, because of that, I put hours and hours into training Thelma, and she's turned into a brilliant little display bird. In fact, one of the most reliable ones that we've got. Vultures are quite often seen just running around the floor, but yet they're fantastic to watch on the wing. And some of the highest flying birds in the world are vulture. We have to be slightly sensible at agricultural events. We don't want the eagles or vultures venturing too far afield. Because when I walk around the event, I see things like National Chihuahua Club, you know, the World Hamster Grooming Championships, you know, and stuff like that. And these big vultures and eagles know what those animals are. Right, Thelma, can we please have you back on this perch across here? Look at her now going, no, I'm going back to the van. What I do generally reflects on what the birds do. If I walk towards the perch very politely, she'll join me, right then? The world is your oyster, you can go and do whatever you want. The breeze is fantastic today, although slightly tricky, so it's up to you how you do this. I'll stand nice and still with no glove on my hand, in a second or two's time, she should take to the wing. It's a very reliable little vulture. But 18 months ago, we had the incident. Halfway through a show similar to this today, Thelma takes to the wing. Thank you. A beautiful big circuit, but on the return flight, drops out the sky, having spied the medieval barbecue catering for the event. Knocks the grid off the barbecue and begins to consume the half-cooked food at a rate like you and I have never seen. Now, I've had all sorts happen in arenas. I've done this for a lot of years now. I've had escaped cows, ferrets, children run astray, the whole works. I was not ready for this. I've ran out the arena, grabbed the very angry vulture now, took it back to the van and put it in its box. I thought, never again will I be able to fly that at a show. It has just worked out the one thing I never want them to work out. There are other options but me. Because don't think for 1 minute that we're best friends. I've bought this love with the food today, look. Once this food has gone, she will leave me quicker than a stab rat. You can't get near it, look. Open the bag, and it comes creeping back. They're a very forgiving thing, though. The eagles we have to be really careful with. Eagles are incredibly switched on. They're always looking for reasons for things to go wrong. They're a bit like naughty children or kids with behavioural problems. You can't take your eye off them. The vultures you can turn your back on, as you can see. And if we're lucky, she'll come and join us on this perch just here. We've got to keep things moving, Thelma, so a little bit quicker will be good, my friend. Good girl, keep coming. Right, good girl. All the way up there. Quick as you can. Look at her. Open the bag, I'll get lost. Good girl. Right, last one for you, Thelma, and then you're back in the van. We're going to get on some pretty big, tasty things in a minute or two. The wind is what I've got to work towards. So stand nice and still, give Thelma a bit of pressure by being behind her, and count down from 3. We should see her in the air. 3, 2, 1, go! And look at it, burst into action. Desperate for freedom. Off we go. We're going to try and get her to go towards the right-hand side and left-hand side of the arenas and use that breeze to the best. By holding my arms out, I am signaling there is nothing to eat here. I know what you're going to do. Look at it. With nothing to eat there, I'm going back to the van. Give Thelma a little clap, guys, and a lovely bit of flying from our smallest bird. This next one will be a bit interesting. This next one, we've got to get it absolutely on the money, because at the moment we've had a few problems with it, so let's see how we can get this to work. We're going to fly for you a white-tailed sea eagle. Real important bird in the UK. These are the ones that were reintroduced onto the Western Isles of Scotland after, unfortunately, the last true wild one was shot in the 70s. The programme was successful, and now there are over 45 pairs producing youngsters yearly, and a few others knocking about on their own. My white-tailed sea eagle was captive bred in Kazakhstan State Zoo and brought into the UK many years ago. She weighs 14 pounds with an 8-foot wingspan. But the unusual statistic to go with this eagle, it is the only eagle in 18 years of working with them that has successfully grabbed me around my head with both of its feet. I said that recently, and a guy in the audience said to me, "She won't have meant it, Ben. It will have been an accident." I was there. It grabbed me like a 14-stone salmon, shook me violently by the head, let go, and walked off very pleased with itself. This is an honourable eagle. And to get the best from her, you have to be really switched on. Having said all that, 2 weeks ago, we had a slightly unplanned turn of events. We were flying this bird up in the north of England, and while flying her on an outside event, she was leaving the arena, turning round behind some trees and coming back in blind, but doing it very well. On the second to last flight she was intended to do, she never came back into the arena, and we were all a bit shocked. Rebecca went to find her as usual, and you could recover the bird in most cases, but still no Rebecca and no eagle. We finished the display and went out searching. For over 8 hours we looked for this eagle and could not find it anywhere. And just as we were beginning to get really quite concerned, that's a big old thing to be flying around free on its own unattended, we got a phone call. "My brother has got your eagle, and he says you can have it back." So that's good of him, but he wants a reward. I had to buy this white-tailed sea eagle back from a gang of youths who had cunningly caught it up and held it at ransom. How on earth they managed to catch it up, I have no idea, because it's an absolute loony, but they'd managed to. That one incident, though, has completely changed the personality of this eagle this year, and it is incredibly timid, where once over, it was very, very confident. So what we thought we'd do, we've got a lovely big arena, we're not going to push it, but we want to see it do some work. We're going to fly it backwards and forwards to myself and Beck, and just let it know that the arena's okay and things are going well. Then we're going to move Beck out of the way, and then we're going to stand like I do with a vulture. What's been happening is, though, she will take off and she will not cross over you guys. The scary general public is what caused the problem a few weeks ago. I've got to try and get her back on track with this, and the only way I can correct that thing is to train her and fly her while doing the show with her. I daren't have her keen and hungry. I've got to work on appetite alone, and if I'm lucky, we can start to push her out. If I get it right, she looks beautiful. Look at that. But it will not cross you guys. But give her a big clap. Let's get her confidence back on track. The last one that we show you today should be the one that really nails it. This one is doing very well, and with a bit of luck we can get her back on track quickly. I call her Roxy. What an unusual choice of name for a big eagle, Ben. I call her Roxy after the horrible girl I went to secondary school with who I did not like very much. I kept out of that girl's way through my brief education and managed to get through. And with this eagle, you'll see I do not do the hands-on thing. I don't like her on my arm, I don't like it next to my head, she's not too comfortable with it. And even many years on from when she arrived, we still maintain that sort of distance. And it seems to work quite well. She can go and do whatever she wants, but right now she's staying within the realms of the arena. If she wants to venture further away, brilliant. But I've got to let her make the decisions. So a little bit done well is good while we get her back on track. And what's really important is that big round of applause, guys. Go on, give her it. A surprising turn of events, that one, but looks like we might be able to repair it. She was originally brought in from the wilds of Kazakhstan. She was captive bred there at the zoo, fetched into the UK, and destined to join the bird display team at Warwick Castle. Things never worked out, maybe too much too soon, all the trebuchet and medieval knights and so on. This eagle just didn't settle. The lads at the castle know myself very well and said, "Why don't you take her and try her, Ben, and just see how things work out. Have her on a 6-week trial." It takes about 6 weeks to work out the personality of an eagle, so yes, I agreed. And for 6 weeks, it was flawless. It never put a wing or foot out of place. It was a pleasure to work with. I wrote the check, paid for the great big beautiful eagle. 3 days later, it grabbed my head, as though it knew it was in the safe. And they are a nightmare, but great fun. I do feel a bit for her. She is a little bit clingy today and staying tight to me, but at least we've got her working and back on track nearly. We're going to go for one more. I've got to try and get the best I can get from every single bird, and I've got to also watch and keep an eye on what that bird is prepared to do. We need to set it off, this time from the ground, turn around if we can do, get it across to that perch just over there. That perch across there, I think, might work quite well, because I've got to land her for the last flight on my arm. Once on my arm, I have to then open that bottom middle box with my right hand, holding the eagle on my left hand, jumping over that right arm, and into the box. When this goes well, no problems at all. When this goes wrong, me and the eagle usually end up in the box. This is the difficultest bit for me when I fly this bird, so I've got to get this correct. So one more like that would be brilliant. You can use the perch, you can use the floor, it's entirely up to you. Taking off from the floor is not easy, it requires a lot of effort and pushing, and you have to travel right into the breeze. The wind is there though, look. We can then hopefully get her to stop like that. Give her a clap, well done. Tricky bit coming up now. With the wind behind it, it's kind of hard to jump things over your arm. There we go, we've just got away with it. I'm just going to grab a little bit extra food for this next one. We're going to go a lot bigger now. And with a lot bigger eagle, we have to be very sensible. When I turned 30 a few years ago, to get through that difficult time in my life, I needed to have a Stellar's Sea Eagle. I had the opportunity to buy a male one from a guy in Estonia, and Stellars are the world's largest species of eagle. They're fantastic. I managed to get the money raked together and we brought the male in. And what a fantastic bird, but a nightmare to train. We use him in our last display of the day, and those that are around at 10 to 5 will see him fly then. A couple of years later, I got opportunity to buy a female to join that male bird. And the idea of the company is the summertime shows fund the breeding that we do back at home. And that hopefully can really build a great working collection. So the female arrived. Not in great condition, I'll be honest with you. So the decision was made not to use it in displays, but instead what we would do with a female eagle is we'd train her at home and just keep her for ourselves and eventually work her to getting used to being with a male and so on and so on. 11 days after arriving, this enormous female eagle was already chomping at the bit to get flying. So I plucked up the courage, untied it, let it off, and with virtually no training, she was doing it. I've never had anything quite as biddable as this bird, and it is a spectacular thing to watch. When I let it out of the vehicle in a minute or two's time, we should see what we can get from her. This is the tricky bit. It's sat behind the bottom door here now, desperate to come and join us. I'm going to jump her out to the floor just there if we can, and she's going to bring half the vehicle with her as well. Thank you, good girl. As she walks across and eats this little bit of food just here, quick as we can, please, young lady, we need to get you moving in the middle. We'll then get her out, if we can, onto the grass and a little bit of flying from her. The boxes work well. They keep things out of sight. Thank you, good girl. And they keep things patient to the moment they're coming through. But clever eagles work out the routine. And she hears the boxes opening and shutting and knows when it is her turn. Thus the reason she's brought the internal of the box with her. Right, the world is your oyster. You can go and do what you want. These are called Stellar's Sea Eagle. These are from Russia. They're a fantastic bird designed to endure weather like you and I can't imagine. And they do it all with the same clothes on. There's no winter coat, summer coat. It's always that same plumage. Minus 40 and 50, huge, powerful winds. And yet they just get on with it. This is an incredibly powerful bird. Right now, it looks like a T-Rex. Look at this. Those behind won't see it. Don't worry, guys. You'll see it in a minute. It's a huge, great big thing. I want to bring her, I can do, up here. We can just pop her down in the middle there. I've had a few issues with her lately. As it's getting more and more relaxed in the arena, it's getting a little bit difficult to handle. When I work her from perches, she's sat above me, and it tends to try it on a little bit. At some point in this display today, you will see this eagle try to attack me. I'm pretty confident of that. I've got to avoid it, keep it nice and calm, and get the flying that we're after. If we carefully watch the balloon come overhead, might be a little bit concerning, but we'll see. We're going to face it into the breeze and send it off. A 9-foot wingspan carries 18 pound of eagle pretty well. She must now turn into wind, and when she turns into the wind, make her way back up the arena. Look at the size of this thing, guys. It's huge. Designed to fly in all sorts of winds and weather that wonderful part of the world can offer. A beak like you've never seen before. Massive like a glove puppet, designed to chomp its way through frozen fish. Give her a great big clap, guys. Let's let her know she's doing well. They are the largest eagle in the world for beak, skeleton and wingspan. The harpy eagle of South America sometimes carries slightly more weight and is a little bit more powerful because of the way it lives. But this is pretty much as big as you're ever going to get. The poshest name I could think of for her was Camilla. So we named her that, and she's now in her 3rd year. Still too young yet to put with the male. We're looking at least 7 or 8 years of age. We thought we'd fly her daily and build a bit of a love story up. The male would see her through the summertime, fly and work and interact gently around her, but they would never yet get to each other. That's kind of handy because she's about 4 pounds heavier than that male bird, and if she doesn't like him, she'll probably eat him. So we need to be really quite switched on. A little bit of breeze coming through the back just there. In a minute or two's time, though, she'll have to turn to work it out how to get back in. Keep looking. All at the bottom of the area now should see our great big eagle ranging away from me down the shore. And as she does this, she's in search of the breeze. I've found her now. Look at that. It will now track back towards us. And as she comes over the grandstand, should be at quite a decent-ish height if she's got it right. There we go. She must now get herself out of the sky and dangle her legs and wiggle them from side to side to slow herself down. There. Give it a clap. Well done. It's a big old thing, isn't it? It looks great when you see it flying. Imagine being me right now. Every small person with a West Highland Terrier is hiding in fear amongst the cars. It is a lovely laid-back eagle, and it's a brilliant bird to watch work and fly. It's at this point in the display we've been getting the problems. At this point now, after the couple of flights, she sort of looks at me and goes, "That'll do, I think, today, Ben. What I'm going to do now is try and attack you and steal that large bag of tasty chicken from you." In the wild, should she stumble across another eagle with food, she would not politely fly past and say, "Well done, you've caught a fish." If she's bigger than that eagle or fancies to go, she will beat it up and steal its fish from it. So I have to be very careful that I don't become that other eagle with the fish. And this is where it's been happening. So now I must remain very still. Stand and be calm, and hopefully she will do the same. In a moment or two's time then, we should get one more flight on the glove in the van, job done. This is the bit I've been really struggling with. At the Bath and West last week, she spent 22 minutes attacking me in the arena before we got the first flight. Today we've been lucky, we've had a couple of nice ones. One more would be good. With a pushing breeze, we ask a lot of these big eagles, and she must work incredibly hard. We've got to send her straight into breeze to bring her back safely into this area. If she meets downdraft, it's not the sort of bird that can pull through it well. So I never rush them to take off. I'd like her to make her own decisions with this one, and this is the one we have to be patient on. If I get this right, though, we should see her take off. Nice, beautiful circuit. Maybe with a bit of luck turning to the right so you guys there can see it as well. But it's entirely up to her how she works this out. Salivating like a leaky tap right now, she knows food is on the cards and we're off. That's the tricky bit, look. Just getting that weight moving there is really hard work. And she has to try and turn, and if she can't turn, we'll land. Like a great big floppy thing on the ground, it just can't get moving. She has to get that takeoff right. But unfortunately now, there is just enough distance for that eagle to fly directly at me. And this is the conflicting bit for her. It's young, quite cheeky and feeling quite fit in itself. Right now, she'll not be able to resist this. In an ideal world, she'll power off into breeze, catch the wind and come back gently. I have a funny feeling that's going to straight line fly me in a minute or two and be really quite horrible. When I work and flying, you'll see I stand directly downwind and directly behind the birds. As I'm doing this right now, though, I don't think this is going to go in my favour. We try and do a little bit with her in the afternoon show, and then at the tea time event, I know what's coming here. Look at it prepping itself. We'll try and do a bit more. Are you going to go past me? He says, "Get lost, here I come." We'll finish on that one, ladies and gents. Thank you very much for your time, and hopefully we'll see you later on. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Fabulous birds and an amazing trainer. Well, next here on Cornwall Living TV, we bring you recorded coverage from yesterday's show of the Jason Smythe Adrenaline Stunt Show. See him, there he is, in the crowd helmet. I think he's spacing out these very, very carefully. Rather him than me, and the ramp on the back of that truck, absolutely enormous. can probably just see him. Yeah, there he is, in the crash helmet. I think he's spacing out these ramps very, very carefully. Rather him than me. I mean, the ramp on the back of that truck is absolutely enormous. Now, I don't know which one he goes up and which one he comes down. And there he is in the white van. I think he's leaving now to get on his bike. Or maybe he's decided he's not going to do it today. Wind getting up a little bit here at the showground. Don't know what that actually portends for the RAF Falcons parachute display team. I've seen one of their chaps around with his little wind meter. They're due on at 420, but I guess the wind for them could be fairly marginal, and the wind speed here on the ground will very much influence whether or not this display goes ahead. And what else is happening this afternoon? I think we get to see the birds of prey display again later on. That was really impressive. Those birds were enormous, absolutely gigantic. I found it fascinating that they could land so gracefully on somebody's arm. They look far too big to do that. Later on again, about 5:20, if everything's running to schedule, we'll have the Devon and Cornwall dog display team. Oh, and I can hear, yes, here we go. It looks like the start. We'll hand over to the commentators in the main ring now.
The bikes are revved, the adrenaline tour's nearly ready, the ramps are nearly set. Jason Smith!
Welcome to the Adrenaline Tour and myself, Jason Smythe. I'm a commentator for the show this afternoon, and I'm the person riding the white bike in front of you right now. I've got a small microphone inside my helmet, so going to be doing all the tricks and stunts for you, as well as a little bit of commentary. My old gran said, men can't multitask. Well, let's see what we can do for you today. Now, the Adrenaline Tour is predominantly a quad bike stunt show, so while we're out on a motorcycle, well, it's just to give you a little bit of variety, really, show you something different. I'm going to do that by kicking off with something called rolling stoppies. Now, for those of you that don't know what a rolling stoppie is, I'm going to ride along at quite a high pace, put the front brake of the bike on nice and hard, try and kick the rear end of the bike up into the air, and then roll along on our front wheel, trying to use our front brake to control things. Now, got to tell you, stoppies are fantastic for getting photographs. So anybody who has a camera in the hand, just let me know about it. Put your hand up in the air if you want a great shot of one of the stunts. Stoppies come nice and close to the barrier, so if you have a camera in your hand and you want a great shot, just put your hand up in the air, get my attention. I guarantee you'll get a fantastic shot of one of the first tricks that we're going to do. Okay, one more time up and down the arena then. Just get a little bit of heat in this bike and the front brake. Okay folks, here we go then. First trick of the session for you. Here comes a rolling stoppie. There you go, right up to the edge of the arena. And again down the hex side. Who's got a... See if we get a great one for somebody down this end. Over to the grandstand this time. Who's got a camera? Nice and slow. Up to the edge of the arena. We've got somebody down there. We'll come back to you in just a second. Who's got a camera over that side? Let's see if we can get you a great shot. Little variation this time. We're going to go down to the bottom side of the arena. There we go, bottom corner. Feet off the foot pegs this time. And again up to the far corner. Okay, now finally on the stopping front then, we're going to do something a little different. We're going to sit up here on the handlebars. And I've got to tell you, this isn't the most comfortable way of riding a motorcycle. Probably looks a little bit silly as well, but let's see if we can do a couple of stoppies for you like this. Don't forget, folks, if you have a camera, just let me know about it. Who wants a great shot at the bottom? Here we come. And again, up the far side. Who are we looking for? Somebody who wants a nice shot. There we go, far corner. Great shot for you guys. Okay, this time we're going to go down to the bottom corner. I want a nice big wave back from everybody in the crowd. Okay, and last but not least, we're going to do one more going into the grandstand. Big wave back from everybody in the grandstand. Oh, front brake's just gone. We can't do any more of those. That's overheated, so we'll forget that. Okay, right, I'm going to pull up next to Richard here for a second. He's going to make a little modification to the rear fender of the bike. Now you're going to see what we're doing in just a second. Now, I've got to hold the bike dead still because what Richard's doing is just putting on a small number plate onto the rear fender of the bike. That'll be done in just a second. Vibration of the bike actually makes it pretty difficult to do this. Okay, now you can see, check out the rear fender. We have a small number plate fixed to the rear fender. Now what we're going to try and do in this trick for you is the opposite of what we've just done. We're going to pop the bike up into a wheelie, go right the way back over, and the idea is I want to touch this piece of plastic on the ground. I'm sure with a little bit of help from you guys, I want to try and snap this plastic off altogether. Let's see if we can get anywhere near it over here. First attempt down this side of the arena. And that wasn't very good, folks, was it? Whoa! Front brake's gone completely. Is that anywhere near? Oh, maybe a little bit of encouragement might help. What do you reckon, folks? Do you want to see it on this side? I'm not too sure. Maybe at the top end of the arena. What do you think, folks? Over here. Close, but not close enough. I'll tell you what, I'm going to give it one last chance down the center. Do you want to see it this time? Okay, here we go. There you go. Finally. Now, before we came out, somebody said it might be a nice touch if we gave this piece of plastic away as a souvenir to a young person in the crowd. Well, I'll tell you what, it's only an old piece of plastic. Not much of a gift. Whoever I give this to, though, can come by the Adrenaline Tour stand and get some free posters at the end of the show. So who wants a little souvenir and some posters? A little bit of memorabilia from the show. Here you go, buddy. It's going to be all yours. Don't forget to come and see us after the show, okay? Right, now I'm going to go and exchange 2 wheels for 4. Now we're going to lay this bike back down to rest. Hand this one over back to Richard because that one's done for the session. Get on to a completely different beast. Okay, what have we swung our leg over here? Well, this is a Yamaha YFZ 450. Now, let's get that into neutral. Just got to put on the lanyard. This is a very, very important piece of kit. What this does is cuts the bike out if we part company with it, so very important that I put this on my wrist. Keeps Mr. Health and Safety happy. They can be wound up a little bit tight. Okay, now, as I said, this bike's got a 450cc engine inside it, quite an awesome machine to be fair. A bike that's commonly used in motocross nowadays. Like, I'll probably go out and spend, well, a new one of these is about £8,000, and you probably go and spend at least half of that again modifying it. But what I'm going to do with this bike is show you the very beginning of doing stunt riding on quad bikes. A lot of people ask me, how do you start off? Well, get yourself a bike, it's probably a good starting point, and then try the simplest trick, which is to put a quad bike up on the two wheels. It's just a little twist of the handlebar and a little change in body lean, and the bike should go up on a two wheel. I'll show you over this corner first. You're just going to see a little change in body lean, there you go. And up on the two wheel she goes. Now it's not a very difficult trick to do, but nonetheless it's a great fun trick, and as you get a little bit better at it, you can take your hand off and wave to the crowd. A lot of fun to be had. We'll show you down the other side of the arena. Pretty easy, just a little change in steering wheel direction and a little bit of body lean, and there you go, up on two wheels she goes. As we said down the bottom, as you get a little bit better at it, you can learn to wave to the crowd. A nice little fun trick to do to start off with. And I guess a natural progression to putting a quad bike up on the two wheels on its side is to put it onto two wheels on the back. A lot easier to wheelie a quad bike. You haven't got to worry about the balance from side to side. And as you get better at it as well, you can learn to wave to the crowd. Do one more back down past the grandstand area. Great fun to be had, and relatively basic stuff really. Doesn't take a lot of effort to do wheelies on a quad bike, but even so, as much fun as it is. Okay, right, now I think that's pretty basic stuff. I know a lot of you are here to see something a little bit more interesting. Who's ready to see some jumping? I thought you might. Okay, well this bike's not the one we're going to get airborne for you. We're going to lay this one to rest here for a second. Get onto a different beast altogether. Now you're going to see in just a minute what exactly we're hopping onto. Okay, what are we on here? Well, funnily enough, this is a Yamaha YFZ 450, same bike, but very, very different to me. Now, what's the difference? Well, if you know this bike when we ride past you, look at the wheels and the tyres on it. You've got very low-profile wheels and tyres, or low-profile tyres rather. And the reason behind that is you don't want big fat tyres like on the previous bike we just rode, swinging you about up in the air. You want to try and keep all that rolling or mass as low as you possibly can. So that's why this bike's got small tiny wheels on it and also a different suspension setup. But other than that, pretty much the same. Okay, right, we're just going to take a little look at the big ramp. Now these ramps were built initially for motocross bikes, so just a tad narrow for the quad bikes, but it's got around about a foot either side of the front wheel, so it's got to be pretty accurate when we hit that takeoff ramp. This one's about 175 kilos, this bike, so fair lump of metal to get it up into the air. We want to land on the downside of that big ramp, don't want to be at the top. That's going to spit me right over the handlebars, and that won't be pretty. And down the bottom, way too heavy as well. So the sweet spot is just on the first flap you can see on the downside there. That's where we want to be landing this bike. Okay, folks, first jump of the session for you. First one at the Cornwall show, and actually it's the first one on this bike. These bikes are brand new this week, or new bikes to us anyway. Just changed from Polaris to Yamaha, so a little bit stressful, I've got to be honest. Let's see if we can safely get this job done. Okay, folks, here at the Royal Cornwall Show, first jump of the session for you. Let's get into it around the arena. Let me hear you. Are you ready? Okay, you want to see one more? Okay, well, that didn't seem to go too bad, folks. What do you reckon? Shall we make that jump a little bit bigger? I thought you might want that. All right, we're going to gap it out a little ways for you. Now, Rich Pryor here, just getting up in the big Renault Magnum. We've had this bike for, well, this truck rather, for I don't know how long it is now. I think 2003 this unit was built, so it's been with us all over Europe. So quite a ways, done us pretty proud. Okay, back her up a little. Ground's still pretty soft, so just got to go gently back if we can. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Hold on right there. What do you reckon, folks? Is that enough? You want to see us go bigger? Okay, back it up a little bit more. They're a hungry bunch. Just go back it out just 1 more meter. Keep it going. Keep it going, keep it going. That's it. Hold it right there. Let's see how that looks. Okay, that's taken out to around about, I would say 60 feet. Take off the landing, just a bit less, probably around about 58 to the landing spot where we want to land. Okay, folks, second gap of the session. We're going to put up the bike, get it in a nice solid second gear. Here goes. Okay, you want to see one more? All right, well, dare I ask, should we make that jump even bigger? Funny enough, no one's ever declined that question. Okay, let's make it, we'll gap it out one more time for you. I'm just going to pull it up here. Now this is a little bit of the land of unknown for me because I have 1 practice session on this bike, so hardly enough really. I'm going to take it back a little bit more, make it a bit more interesting. Keep it going, hold it right there. What do you reckon, is that enough? You want to see us go more? Okay, just a little bit more, tad more. About another half meter, I reckon. Keep it going, keep it going. Keep it going. Hold it right about there. Let's see how that feels. Okay. Now this bike, I noticed earlier, was just a tad under-geared, so we're going to see. I think this time we're going to have to hit that flat out on second gear, I would say on the takeoff ramp, to get us up and over and safely onto the downside. So last gap of the session, folks. Don't forget this bike's around about 175 kilos. It's a fair lump of metal to get up and on the downside of that ramp. But one more time, around the arena, let me hear you. Are you ready? That was a little bit disconcerting. I'm not sure what happened then. For some reason, the bike just nipped up, so I'm not really sure. We're just going to quickly check that out. Okay, just going to try this bike around the field once, because that was a little bit unusual. Not exactly sure what happened then. Unfortunately, it seems like we probably have a problem with this bike, so yeah, we definitely have a problem with that bike. Sorry folks, we're going to have to cut the show just slightly short. We just had a couple more jumps to show you. I'm sorry about that. There appears to be an issue with this bike. I'm not sure what it is. We're going to have to go and check that out. We're going to be back on at 5:30, I think it is, later this afternoon. Please come back and see us. We've got a great stunt at the end which we can show you.
Well, as I said, that was recorded coverage from yesterday's show. The good news is, although he finished early yesterday, Jason's still in the arena. There's a few more jumps left, so enjoy.
Yeah, we had a breakdown of the jump bike. Okay, just a tad more. Stop it there. Is that enough? Just a tiny bit more? I've had that said to me before. Okay, just a little bit back. Just a tiny bit more. Just hold it around about there. I reckon we're going to have to call it there, because I don't think this bike's geared high enough to go much further. Okay, folks, right, going to get this bike in a nice solid second gear. Here we go then, third and final gap. I'm going to hit this flat out in second gear. It's going to be around about 41 or 2 miles an hour, something like that, to get onto the downside of that big landing ramp. So one more time, Royal Cornwall around the arena. Let's get in the swing of things. You're going to see why I'm asking you to do all this cheering in the next stunt we do after this. So one more time around the arena. Let me hear you. Are you ready? There you go, high above the sky. Do you want to see one more? Okay, make some noise. We can keep it going if you want to. Okay. Right, now, I think I've got just enough time before we prep up for the parachutists to come in to show you one more trick. And bear with me, because I think you're going to like this one. I'm just going to pull the bike up here for a second. Get that one into neutral. Hopefully Rich is close to me. Right, now, you're going to see in just a moment what we're going to set up for. Now, let's explain to you why I was trying to get you to holler, make a bit of noise, get in the swing of things, because as you can see, we've got a couple of t-shirts hanging on the pole system there. Now what I'm going to try and do, when I fly by, I'm going to try and catch hold of one of those t-shirts if I can. Now, if I can do that, I'm going to give it away to the loudest cheering person around the arena, okay? So if you want one of our giveaways, it's our own branded tees in America. Not bad quality. You can put them in the wash, take them out. They're not going to fit your little sister. And I'm sure, folks, you know the drill by now. If you want the giveaway, you got to make some. Come on, folks. I know you can do better than that for me down here. It's an awesome show. You're great people. If you want the giveaway, you're going to make some. That's more like it. That's what we're looking for. Okay, I'm going to back the bike off the ramp. Just do a little bit of lining up, and I'll be straight back with you. Okay, right, this is party time. What we're going to try and do is get hold of one of those t-shirts if we can. And one thing for sure, I'm going to be giving it away to a very loud, wild person who's getting my attention. Somebody who's not shy to make a little bit of noise, because that's what we're going to do. If we're successful in getting hold of a t-shirt, we're going to land the bike one-handed. This kind of makes us a victim of our own success, but we'll just have to deal with that if we get hold of one of those tees. Okay, folks, final stunt of the session for you. One more time around the arena, Royal Cornwall. Let me hear you. Are you ready? Okay. Jer's going to make a very small adjustment quickly to the ramp because just a tad too high. We had the ramp facing the opposite way yesterday. Today, the trailer is obviously a little bit lower, so just going to make a tad. Try out that, see how that feels. You can see the wind blowing the t-shirts out and away from the truck, so it does make it a little bit more lower for us. Okay, folks, here we go. All right, a tad too low, so we get a little bit more height this time. One more time, we're going to have a go. Okay, I think we're going to have to make it lower again. How long have we got? I could take all day doing this. We're going to go one more time, see if we get that ramp a little bit lower. Unfortunately, the wind is playing havoc with us. That's up there in the sky. All right, last time, see if we can get those down to where we want to be. Okay, that's as low as it's going to go, so if we can't get it now, we've got no chance at all. Somebody said to me once, all the good things are worth waiting for. Okay, folks, last attempt. Surely, I hope that we're going to get this done for you. Okay, Royal Cornwall, last attempt. Let me hear you. Are you ready? We got one on the ground. Rich is going to get that last one. We're going to try and catch hold of the last t-shirt if we can. One last chance. Here goes. There you go, finally in the wind. That was dogging me. I had to get at least one t-shirt. Okay, I'm going to hand this back to Rich. The wind there was just giving a bit of havoc. We got one t-shirt now. Who are we going to give it to? It's going to be somebody over this side. This side's definitely looking favourite at the moment. Or is it going to be down this side? It could well be. Rich, give us one t-shirt if you can. We're going to have one t-shirt off of Rich. We're going to do a whole lap of the arena. Okay, folks, I'm going to do a lap of the arena. When I come by, you've got to get my attention by making as much noise as you can. So go on, give me attention. Royal Cornwall, let me hear you. All right, I'm pretty sure I know exactly where it's going to go to, and it's going to go to difficult choice. It's got to be somewhere in this area right now. Who's it going to be? There you go, buddy. It's all yours. Well done. Give him a big round of applause. Well done. We've got one more T-shirt to go. And to me. Okay, I think we're going to have to come over to the bottom.
And our grateful thanks there to Jason Smythe. Well, we'll leave it there for the moment. Next up, Rich's. Natalie has been over to the Rich's stand to see some amazing new products being brought to market in the animal handling area.
Okay, thanks. I'm here at the Ritchie stand, number 592, and I'm joined by Business Development and Marketing Manager Andrew Edwards. Hello. Right, you've been around quite a while. Just give us a brief bit of your history.
Yeah, Ritchie's is a company that's been around for over 145 years now. It's a family business and it's been in the family for all those years. It started off as a blacksmith shop up in Angus, and actually 100 years ago this year it moved into Forfar. We now have manufacturing facilities in Scotland and in England, down in Birmingham, and we've got joint ventures over in China as well. So quite a widespread company, focused not just on the agricultural market but other market sectors too. But certainly there's a passion within the business for the agricultural sector and making things safer and more efficient for farmers.
Now, I know you're keen to talk us through some of the amazing equipment that you've got on offer. So is it the Stock Cube we're starting with?
Yes, first of all I wanted to talk to you about the Stock Cube and show you this piece of equipment here. We started building this a year ago now, manufactured really as a mobile cattle forcing pen to allow farmers to safely handle cattle. We know, we recognise that there's fewer and fewer farmers and stockmen working on farms these days, and that they need to do things very safely and very efficiently, and that's why we came up with this concept here.
Okay, can you talk us through it?
Yeah, of course. The item, as I say, is mobile, so the main cage of the Stock Cube over there, the gates to the right and left of the unit fold in flat against the face of it. Here we have a gated hurdle which sits above the lugs there on the top of the unit, and then when it's all folded up nicely you can fit up to 22.5 metre hurdles in it. When you like that you can then use your teleporter or telehandler, or you can fit the unit up nicely on the back of a flatbed trailer and you can move it to whereabouts you want to go and do whatever you want to do with your cattle. So it's ideal for moving around the farm, using in the yard or using in the field. If I can show you the operation of it. First of all, you would open this gate here. You can step back through the manual there. So the gate would start here. On the gate on the right here at the front of the cube, you would bring in about 3 cattle, 3 beasts into that area there. And then you're going to be working from behind the cattle all the time, so you're in a safe position. So you would start by pushing this forcing gate this way and moving the cattle round to the race and the crush that's there. If the beasts do decide to come back at you, you can just step back here without having to climb over anything or open anything. So you continue to push this round, forcing the cattle round the race. I'll put it into this ratchet mechanism down here. You get to hear the pin clicks, and then if the beasts do decide to come back to you when they're in that bank shut and they can't get at you, so you're in a safe position. You continue to push this around the race, and this inner gate here ensures that the corner there is closed off from the cattle, so they are directed down the race.
Okay, so now we've got an ever important piece of kit. This is the crush?
Yeah, this is our new 311G, it's our new squeeze crush. It's a manual squeeze crush. So when the cattle will run through the race and through the crush, they come to an automatic yoke. So the head will get trapped in there, the neck will get trapped in there, so it can't move. So now once the beast's in there, the farmer or the vet's free to do what it needs to do to the beast. It's a 12-door unit, it's got 6 doors either side. Starting from the back here, we've got a sliding gate which goes in and out, and it will go through, so it'll go right through to the other side as well if you need to operate it from the other side. So once that's in, the vet can then use the veterinary access cubicle at the back without any fear of any more cattle coming at him in there. So these doors open, they'll either open outside or they'll open internally to allow you to get to the back of the beast. And then the clever part of the unit is the squeeze mechanism. This handle here, you pull down and the unit will crush, will squeeze it, so it'll squeeze the beast. You can either use it to squeeze the beast once it's in, or if you're using young cattle or calves and they've got a chance of turning around in the crush, you can set it to be narrower to start with, so they'll go through it easily as well. So that's the squeeze mechanism. The orange handle here, if you pull it back, that releases the mechanism and now sets it open. Once the cow's in there, or the beast's in there, you can then open any of the doors to do any of the operations that you need to do with the cattle once it's there. And then finally, once it's finished, you just open the yoke at the front like that and the cattle will just run out.
Okay, Andrew, right now we've got a really popular piece of kit here. Just talk us through, this is the combi clamp, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. This is our combi clamp here. It's we've probably been selling it now for 8 years at Ritchie. It's originally a New Zealand design product, and we got into contact with the manufacturer over in New Zealand and now have the rights for manufacture and distribution across Europe. So this is our combi clamp, and just to give you a demonstration of it, most of the work you're going to do with the combi clamp, you're going to be stood on this foot pedal here, operating at a height that's comfortable for you to work with. One of the benefits of the combi clamp is it takes all the back braking work out of handling sheep. So most of the animal husbandry jobs that you need to do with the animals, you're going to do from stood up here. So really you have a race here. The sheep will come up this race here. They'll enter the clamp mechanism here, and as you can see, it's on a hinged pedal. So when I put my foot on the pedal here, this cushioned unit here folds across and securely holds the sheep in position there. Then once it's in there, you can see I can stand on this pedal and it'll stay there. You can do open this gate here, so you can get back to the rear of the animal, and you can dag it, you can dose it, you can do any injections, you can check the ear tags in the beast. You can also, by lifting its legs up at the back and across your knee, you can start clipping its hooves at the back. At the front here as well, you can take this panel out and you can reach forward and pull its legs out at the front to clip the front hooves. The unit also benefits from, this one has got extras on it. It's got an EID panel reader on the side here, so you can read the tags as they're running through the race. You can also have it set up so it's on a weighing platform, so again you can do all your weighing, you can do everything that you need to do on with this piece of kit. So it's very versatile, and it saves a lot of time and a lot of energy from the farmer who's got a very busy day ahead of him when he's dealing with 500 sheep.
We've spoken about the history of Ritchie being over 145 years old, and I've actually managed to find one of the directors of the company, Bob Ritchie, who is actually from the original family, and he's just going to tell us a little bit about how important the show is. Hello, Bob.
Hi, good afternoon. Show is vital. Cornwall Show is vital for us in our presentation and promotion in the southwest, as is other agricultural shows up and down the length and breadth of the country. And the best analogy I can give you is I always reflect on it being like us doing our farming. We're here, we're doing our ploughing, our cultivating, our sowing of seeds. Hopefully we get some kind of germination going whilst we're here, and like a farmer we have to wait on harvest coming at some point in the future. Occasionally we're lucky and we can harvest at the same time. Normally we wait on harvest coming.
Well, we've just been seeing some of the fantastic equipment that you've got here, mainly the stock cube and the crush. Mm-hmm. You must be quite proud of your portfolio.
Yeah, we do make an investment into product development. We see that as being vital to the success of the organisation. We do see a number of our competitors, they tend to take as much as they can get out of the industry without putting back in. We, I think, tend to be a little bit different, and it's not just what we can get out, but it's also what we put back in that counts.
And I've heard this isn't a mere job for you. This is a way of life. This is a passion.
It's definitely a way of life. It's you eat, sleep, and breathe it, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
Well, we wish you a very good show, Bob. All the very best. Thanks for talking to us.
No, been a pleasure. Thanks for coming by.
Okay, so competition time again now. This is sponsored by Profi, the Farm Machinery magazine. I have a couple of lovely prizes here. First of all, this very tasteful rugby shirt with their logo on the back. It says driven, tested, rated. I also have this delightful DVD set, which is Farm Machinery Worldwide. And if you want to win one of these prizes, you have to answer one of these questions. So if you want the rugby shirt, the question you must answer is, when was the first issue of Profi magazine? When was the first issue of Profi magazine? If you like the DVD, then you simply have to tell us which 3 countries Profi visit in that new DVD. All of that info is on the website, and the website is www.profi.com. Now, if you think you know the answers, you tweet your answers to @CornishLivingTV with the hashtag Profi. That's @CornishLivingTV with the hashtag Profi. Now, we have been told that the RAF Falcons display team will not jump at their scheduled time, but instead will jump at 1600. That's 4 o'clock today. We recorded this spectacular piece yesterday.
So the Royal Air Force Falcons were dressed up in red, white and blue. Not only do we sell the Royal Air Force, but of course, very importantly, it is a training mechanism for these young parachute jump instructors to go on to be those advanced parachute instructors. Now, what's happening aboard the aircraft at the moment? What would you be doing if you're up there, the door was about to open, you're about to fling yourself out? I can see it on your face. That lady over there, you've just said it, haven't you? That's exactly what they are doing. No, really. What they've done since getting on board the aircraft at RAF Bryce Norton in Oxfordshire, they have been checking out their parachute equipment. They've been checking it to make sure that it's all going to work. Because a malfunctioning parachute is useless to everybody. So to make sure that this display all goes well, they will check out each other's equipment to make sure it's a good display. The pilot that's flying the aircraft is Nigel Jackson, and he was previously a British Airways A330 Airbus captain. But he's retired now, and he flies our Cessna Caravan. No, madam, it's not a Cessna towing a caravan. It's called a Cessna Caravan. Anyway, so they're up there, all checking out their parachute equipment to make sure it all works. Now I'm just going to go across to Paul, who's going to give me a little bit more information about the height that they're going to jump from. So they've travelled down here from Bryce Norton. They've been about an hour aboard that aircraft. So where's Paul? Oh, he's just talking to them actually at the moment, and he's just told them exactly what the wind strength and everything is on the ground. But Paul, can you tell me what height are we jumping from today? We're jumping from 4,000 feet today. We can't go any higher because we're held back by Plymouth Airport. So we're 4,000 feet, which is quite a good height. So you get a little bit of free fall. So they'll jump out, go into free fall at 120 miles an hour before pulling their parachutes. Now, when did it all begin? Where is he? Running in for a live drop. So looking for the aircraft at the moment. Can anybody see the aircraft? I can't hear you. Point where it is. What, that way? Is it up there? No? Oh, I see, yeah. Okay. Right, now imagine, ladies and gentlemen, they're running in for a live drop. Now, how do you get 8 parachutists out of a small door all at the same time? Well, you can't. So what we've got to do is get at least 3 of them out onto a step, and they'll be walking along the outside of the aircraft, holding on for dear life because they all want to fall together. So any moment now, if you've got some binoculars, look up and you'll see them clinging to the outside of the aircraft. Next time you go on holiday, imagine getting on your aircraft at Gatwick, going up to 4,000 feet, you getting out, walking along a ledge and looking at all the passengers all back inside the aircraft. That's exactly what they're doing to their colleagues. So they're now out of the aircraft, holding on for dear life, and then running on. They'll be running about 500 to 600 yards further on than the drop zone, so they're right overhead at the moment. You'll see a small puff of smoke coming away from the aircraft. It'll look like it's on fire, but I'll assure you it isn't. What they've done is they've pulled some smokes on their ankles, and any time then they'll be leaving the aircraft and into free fall at 120 miles an hour. So there's the smoke. So any moment now, they're going to leave the aircraft. And I will got my little radio here, and you've got the team coach will be talking. The next thing you'll hear, once they're under canopy, is the team coach talking to the team. And he will be the very bottom man with the white smoke. So any moment now, you'll hear him shout, and they will leave the aircraft. So any moment, just getting in, just making a few adjustments. And they're out of the aircraft. It's an hour, straight down, all looking at each other, all looking at the team.
Turning right.
Now this is Terry Marshman, the team coach, Flight Sergeant Terry Marshman.
Now. Turning left. 90 degrees, turning left. Now.
Look at that stack, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that absolutely marvellous? And the wind, 35 knots, very hard indeed to keep one on top of each other. Right at the very top of the stack are the first years, their first year with the team. Halfway down are the second years, and the very bottom are the third years. Now, right at the very top, the hardest position of all, are all of our new members, our 3 new members of the team. So it is really a steep learning curve for them. So back over to Sherry.
Coming up my turn. Now, now's your chance to rise her. Next turn will be slightly quicker. Turning left. 180.
So all the team have got radios and they're hearing what the team coach is saying. So turning now, so they all turn together.
There's 90. Coming up my
Again, look at that stack. Isn't that marvellous? You know, this is why they're regarded as the best parachute team in the world.
180.
And they're British.
Turning right. Now, try and keep it nice and steady. 90. Coming up my turn. Now.
Flight Sergeant Sherry Marshman is from South Wales. It's second tour of duty with the team. He was on the team from 2006 to 2009 and now returned to us as the team coach. So ladies and gentlemen, they can hear you. So let's put your hands together. Let's give them an absolutely marvellous welcome here at the Royal Cornwall Show. This from 4,000 feet up, landing precisely here in this small arena. But remember, they are training as advanced parachute instructors. So come on, let's keep this applause going. Right to the top man till he lands. Absolutely marvellous, isn't it? The precision they have. And of course, this demonstrates the excellence and the professionalism of the Royal Air Force, its personnel and equipment. Come on, that was wonderful, wasn't it? Absolutely. And this is the first first of 3 jumps that we're going to do here at the Royal Cornwall Show. Are you wondering now whether Eddie landed? No. We'll soon know about it. So what they're doing now is they're making sure, taking off their parachutes, they're making sure they're all stowed away so that the wind doesn't pick up and their parachute disappears over the road. And then they'll be running forward to give the salute. And ladies and gentlemen, we have somebody taking the salute, but of course, this is for every single person that's here today for watching us and giving us such a wonderful reception as we always have had here at the Royal Cornwall Show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my 20th year. Rather, sorry, it's my 21st year of commentating for the Falcons here at the Royal Cornwall Show. So any moment now, Warrant Officer Paul Floyd will call them forward, line them up for the salute. Once they've been brought to attention and the salute given, then I want you to show your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen, again. Now, the motto of the #1 parachute training school is knowledge dispels fear. Think about that. Knowledge dispels fear. And what a true example of that motto has been shown here today at the Royal Cornwall Show. So just coming along just to meet all the team. Do you know, I like to embarrass them at this point. And I use an old American pun, and that is, ladies and gentlemen, these truly are the top guns of their trade. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the best of the best. These will go on, as I said, to train those very, very special people to jump from 25,000 feet at night, up to 50 kilometers away from their target, and landing covertly at night behind the lines. And it takes very, very special people indeed to be chosen for this task. As the station commander finishes, as the group captain finishes. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Royal Air Force Falcons of 2015. Keep it going. Do you want to see them again? Do you want to see them again tomorrow? So come back again tomorrow. And thank you so much for such a wonderful welcome here at the magnificent Royal Cornwall Show. Thank you.
Tremendous work. Thank you very much, Graham. As always, inspiring. And thank you to the Royal Air Force, the RAF Falcons. And as Graham says, they are back with us tomorrow at 1:10 in the afternoon. So, lots more to see and do here. They'll pack the chutes, pick up the crosses, head off to their transit accommodation in Newquay, and then they'll be taking off from RAF's Morgan. Plymouth. And we're just about to welcome the Birds of Prey for a second visit. Ben Potter with his Eagles and Vultures. Generously sponsored by Danco, the Devon and Cornwall Police Dog Display Team, Jason Spires, Adrenaline Tour Stunt Show, Inter-Hunt Team Relay, the first of the 2 rounds of the Inter-Hunt Team Relay, thanks to Roger Young Land Rover, and then show jumping the 135 Open. So the Birds of Prey up next.
Congratulations, that was wonderful. So thank you very much. Could I be the really with your history with yes, that's fabulous historical connections.
Beautiful pictures of Cornwall there. Where else could you ever possibly go for your holidays? Now then, one of the most important parts about surviving an accident in this part of the world where it's a long way to hospital is having a viable air ambulance service. We're very fortunate in Cornwall to have Cornwall Air Ambulance, and Natalie and Matt went to find out all about it and find out what makes our air ambulance so special.
Ambulance. Saving time, saving lives. Okay, so we're at the Cornwall Air Ambulance stand, and Natalie and myself are going. Well, we wanted to go up in the helicopter, but we've been told we can't. Never mind. But it looks brilliant here. We've got Tom Matthews, a PR officer, and Paula Martin, the CEO. It's great to have the helicopter back here, isn't it?
It's fantastic. We've had a couple of years break of bringing the helicopter in, And we're back now, obviously, with the new Cornwall Air Ambulance helicopter, one of the 2 new aircraft. The other one is obviously still on duty, could get called at any time. And this one's in the showgrounds for people to have a look at.
You said earlier it was quite impressive to see it land here.
I didn't actually see it. You did, I think, Paul.
Well, I saw it while watching it online because somebody filmed it and very quickly put it out there on the internet. I think it's had over 5,000 views so far. So, but yeah, pretty neat work by the pilot to get it in here. But we did bring it in several days ago before all of this infrastructure around us arrived. So at that time it was an empty field.
Now, also, you've been running a campaign since the last Royal Cornwall show about nighttime landings. Just tell me about that.
Yeah, well, this time last year, on the morning of the very first day of the show, we launched an appeal with BBC Radio Cornwall to ask the community to help us for new community landing sites that the pilot could have in his little black book in the door pocket of the helicopter. And these are really important sites for us, especially as we move into next winter and we start flying at night. And it was really Tom who has been instrumental over the last year in getting the response from the community and dealing with the landing sites.
It was just an incredible response. You know, we sort of thought we might get a handful of people coming over to the stand on the first day of Royal Cornwall Show offering fields or, you know, village greens or whatever. We had about 100 inquiries within the first week of the campaign. We had some fantastic coverage from the media and loads of people coming over to the stand. So it really, you know, what a perfect place to launch it at Royal Cornwall Show.
Okay, so I'll just hand over to Natalie now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Paul, look, really, I'm just interested in plans for the future.
Yes, lots of plans for the future. I mean, we've got this nice new helicopter. We've got it for 5 years, and by 2019 we'll need to have a plan about what comes next. There are some really exciting new helicopters emerging into the HEMS or air ambulance marketplace, and we hope to be in a position as a charity to bring one of those to Cornwall in future years. So at the moment we're raising about £3.5 million a year. We're able to save in our savings kitty towards that target in 2019. We've also got plans to try and increase the number of times that we have doctors flying with us. They fly with us at the moment on a voluntary basis, but we haven't got every shift every day covered, and we'd really like to be able to achieve that over the next 2.5 years. I'm sure if anyone watches these rescue programmes and programmes on the television about the work of the major trauma hospitals and things like that, they'll realise that many very seriously injured people arrive in hospital by air ambulance, treated by critical care paramedics and treated by doctors. So that's certainly, you know, something that we need to be looking at. And you know, we've got lots of other exciting things in the pipeline as well, and that's why we're here at Royal Cornwall Show.
Brilliant. Brilliant, thank you very much.
I've just got to say, well done, Tom Matthews, for being Young Business Person of the Year. Where's your medal?
But it's actually sat in the helicopter with the other two, which you know, was fantastic. The whole team, we won Best Employer and then Winner of Winners, which was fantastic. So really great for the whole team.
Oh yeah, but he's a rising star. He is a rising star. We're really proud of him. It's just my problem now is how do we hang on to him?
I hope you didn't partake in some bevies too much on that night.
We were very sensible. We were back in the office next morning. In fact, I was recording a voiceover the next morning. So yeah, I had to be sensible.
Well done, and thank you for talking about Cornwall Air Ambulance at the Royal Cornwall Show this year.
Great. Can I just add on that, you know, we are on stand 449, and the reason that we come here to Royal Cornwall Show with the helicopter is because it allows us to really connect with the community. On a good show, you can have up to 130,000 people passing through the show gates. That's a massive shop window on Cornwall for us as a charity. And you know, we get to meet farmers, people from the agriculture sector, horse riders from the equestrian sector, and ordinary families with children. These are all people who may have need of this. And in fact, some patients that we've airlifted from the past come and say hi to us and stuff like that. So it's absolutely great. And I would estimate that of the almost £3.5–4 million that we raise every year, about £1 million of it originates here at Royal Cornwall Show. It's all about those connections that we make with people and businesses, and you know, that's why we're here. It's really important to us.
Have a great time engaging with live people. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Well, the next item on our agenda here is the Grand Parade of goats, cattle and sheep And today we'll be very honoured that Her Royal Highness Princess Alexandra will be in the royal box on the grandstand viewing that. Now, there are the trophies that will be presented very shortly. Everybody's waiting in anticipation of the royal party. The weather's rather nicer than it was this morning. There's some blue sky and a whole lot nicer for the royal party to arrive in. Her Royal Highness will be escorted by Colonel Edward Belitho, the Lord Lieutenant of Cornwall, and Chris Riddle, Secretary of the Royal Cornwall Agricultural Society. Bevy of photographers there, all looking to cover this event. Yes, all eagerly awaiting her arrival. When that will be, we are not sure. We believe that is scheduled for within the next few minutes. Yep, any time now actually. So we're waiting for that, and I think we're not the only people. Quite a large crowd there. These are our Air Cadet volunteers who build the course and do all the other heavy work around the arena during this show.
All right, folks, well, I think I'm going to be back on a little bit later. I think it's around 4:05, so...
Great honour for them if they're to be inspected by royalty. This could well be the high point of their show.
Special coming to see you next.
Yes, let's have you all lined up, tallest on the right and the shortest on the left. Thank you very much. Very smart.
And we hope to see you later on this afternoon.
Oh yes, forming up in open order there. Looks as though they are to be inspected. There you go. In open order. Eyes. Front. There you go. And stand easy. Let's hand over now to the main ring commentator, Nick Brooksford.
Commissioned the trophies not only for agricultural excellence in machinery and innovation, but also in the livestock industry. And it is the Burke Trophy that every single breeder of pedigree animals wishes to win. And this afternoon we'll find out who has won the beef and the dairy from the Burke Trophy. The Burke Trophy presented at rotational agricultural associations since the demise of the Royal Show back in 2009, and we're delighted to host the Burke Trophy here at the Royal Cornwall a little bit later on this afternoon. I've just been told that we've got another form of motorbikes coming up in a moment. Jason Smiley is going to bring his two-wheel trial bike in just to keep us entertained.
Can you hear me? Okay, then. I bet you thought you all got rid of me, didn't you? But I'm back. Okay, we've been asked to just fill in a few more minutes for you in the arena before our guest arrives. So we've got time to bring the big ramps in. So we're out on the motorcycle now. Now, what can I show you? Well, those of you who weren't here earlier, we're going to do some stoppies for you. Now, these are usually a good old crowd favourite. Now, stoppies, in case you have never seen a stoppie before, we're going to ride along at quite a high pace, put the front brake of the bike on nice and sharp, kick the rear end up into the air, and then roll along on our front wheel. Using our front brake to control things. Now, they are great for getting photographs. Anybody who wasn't here earlier in our first show, if you have a camera in your hand, just put your hand up in the air, get our attention, because come right up close to the arena. They're great stoppies. Gives you a chance to get a nice photo within range of a lot of these iPhones or anything like that. Now we're going to warm up the bike, go across the arena a couple of times. Sipping wheelie the length of the arena. Not quite there that time, let's see if we can do it next time up. Okay, here we go then, first trick of this little session on this bike. Here comes a rolling stoppie for you. There you go, all the way down to the fence. And again, back up to the top side of the arena. There you go, and another one down the bottom side. Little variation this time. We're going to take feet up off the foot pegs. Who's got a camera over the other side there? Let's get somebody a great shot. There we go, person in the grey. Oh, that brake sounded a little bit squeaky. We've got a lady here. Let's get you a great shot. We're going to come straight back to you now. Okay, put your hand up. Where are you? There you go. Okay, last then on the stoppie front, let's have a little bit of fun. We're going to sit up here on the handlebars. Now when you do it like this, for starters, not the most comfortable way to ride a bike, I can tell you. Probably looks a little bit daft as well, but we're going to try and do a couple of stoppies like this. Got to be a lot more on the button when you do a stoppie this way. Haven't got your legs down either side of the bike, so can't really steer it. There you go. And another one down the bottom side. Who's got a camera down the bottom side? Who wants a great shot? Hands in the air. There we go. We've got somebody, I think, in a grey t-shirt. Okay, we're going to come towards you right now. All right, one last one of these then. We got some people down here. Okay, we're going to come down to you guys. This time we want a nice big wave back from everybody behind the kids there with their hands up. Where are you? Show me your hands. Okay, here we come. There you go. Okay, right, I'm going to get back on the right side of the bike. Let's ride back to Rich. We're going to put up next to Rich here for a minute. We've got the number plate. Yep. Just see how much longer we need to fill for you. I think we've got enough time just to show you one more trick, so I'm going to quickly ride back. I'll pull up here for a second. You're going to see in just a moment Rich is going to make a little modification to the rear fender of the bike. Now when we come out, so you'll see exactly what Rich is doing. He's got to try and get these on. It's actually a lot harder for Rich to get the nuts and bolts together when the bike's going. Surprising how much vibration there is there. Okay, now check out the rear fender. We have a small piece of plastic fixed to the rear fender of the bike. Now what we're going to try and do for you next is the opposite really of what we just done. We're going to try and pop the bike up into a wheelie, go right the way back over past the vertical point, and try and touch this little piece of plastic on the ground. Now, if you remember when I was showing you the wheelies earlier on the quad bike, you watch the right foot, you're going to see my right foot playing all the time. Sit there, just touching that rear brake, making sure that we don't go over backwards. Oh, that almost touched it, didn't it? Let's see if we can get a little bit closer across the top end here. Oh, that was close too. Not close enough though, I think. What do you reckon? Do you want to see it in the grandstand area? Should we see if we can snap this off in front of you guys? Oh, that was almost there, wasn't it? I think we're going to do one last chance. See if we can get a tad closer this time. Do you know what? I think a little bit of encouragement might be needed. What do you reckon, folks? Do you want to see it this time? All right. I'm just filling time, really, but I could have done it the first time. Only joking. Right, let's only see if we can get it all the way back over. There you go, finally. Okie dokie, right now, before we come out, we thought it might be a nice touch, just as before, to give this bit of plastic away as a little souvenir to a person in the crowd, somebody young. I'll tell you what, it's not much of a gift. Whoever we give this away to can come by and get some free posters after the show. So who wants a little souvenir of the Adrenaline Tour? We're looking for somebody who just wants a little memento. Who's going to be down this side? We're not too sure. I'll tell you what, I'll big it up. I'll pick this right up. Whoever I give this to gets a free t-shirt as well. So who wants a free t-shirt as well as the number plate? I'm looking for somebody who's not shy to make a little bit of noise. It's not a bad gift. So they come down this end. Oh, not too sure. It could be up this side. Is it going to be down this end of the arena? Come on, I know you can do better, folks, than that. Is it going to be down the far end of the arena? I reckon we got one young dude here who's going to have to go to. There you go, buddy. It's all yours. Don't forget to come and see us. You got a free t-shirt for that. Okay, folks. Well, I think I've probably strung this out on as much as I possibly can. So this time I really am going to say goodbye to you. And hopefully our important guests will be very, very near the arena somewhere. So for now, myself, Jason Smilov, we'll see you, I hope, at 4 o'clock this afternoon for some more aerial action on the quad bike. But for now, thanks for hanging around to watch us. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Jason Smythe. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much to Jason Smythe. Wonderful stuff, as always, from the most incredible man behind the microphone. Brad, a little bit more volume. So we're just waiting for our cattle and our parade of livestock to join us up from the stock lines. Very, very shortly, they will be with us.
B5, done.
Delighted to welcome to the main ring. Delighted to welcome to the main ring on the second day of the Royal Cornwall Show, Her Royal Highness Princess Alexandra. Your Royal Highness, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, it is the culmination of two tremendous days showing that we see awaiting us now. It is our grand parade of stock that shows that the Southwest is championing the world of the dairy, the beef, the sheep, the pigs and the goats. And to take us through our grand parade of prize-winning livestock, James Morris.
Thank you, Nick, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've spent the last 2 days down in the cattle lines, and my colleagues have been on the sheep lines and the pig lines, and we have never seen such a quality lineup of animals as we have this year. If you're walking around the ring and you're thinking about what you're going to do, just stop for 5 minutes and have a little look in the main ring, because you will see something that I don't think you've ever seen before. The highest standard of cattle, sheep, pigs, goats and horses are about to parade in front of you. And they are led in by the supreme interbreed champion of the dairy world on behalf of Mr. Miller & Son of Bridgewater, and with that wonderful, wonderful animal there leading the proceedings in. We then look at the interbreed beef champion, the Limousin from Messrs. Alford, Mike and Mel Alford of Columpton. They not only won the Supreme Championship, but as you will hear later, they have another little award, namely of the Burke Trophy. Then we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to our breeds. And we start the lineup, just starting the lineup there now, of our wonderful red rubies, ever so popular, and down in the cattle lines today and yesterday, the red rubies and the South Devons, we had to extend the judging ring because there wasn't enough room in the ring for the amount of animals that were here. A real tribute to everything good about Southwest farming. The Devon Championship, the female champions were won by Messrs. Stonegrove Livestock. They also won the male championship, and of course they won the breed and reserve championship of the Devons. So congratulations to them. Next in behind them are those beautiful golden animals, the gentle giants, indeed they are. And they are the South Devons, and their female champion this year, won by the Rundle family here, and the male champion by Messrs. Leahy, who also went on to take the breed championship. And what a tremendous lineup of South Devon cattle we have here for you today. They are always popular wherever they go, but very, very special here in the Royal Cornwall Show 2015. Then, of course, those wonderful coloured animals with those super white faces and those white blazed, led in by their champion. And that was exhibited by Messrs. Mitchell, with that animal not only taking the breed champion, also the male champion as well. And then the female in the Herefords from the Eyre family. We move on then from the Herefords to the Aberdeen Anguses. And what a challenge we had here. These beautiful black animals just entering the centre of the ring in now. And their breed champion this year, exhibited by Messrs. Melview Farming, and their male champion from the Hutchins family, well known and respected name in the farming community in the Southwest. And we sort of go from one extreme to the other with those beautiful black animals of the Anguses to the beautiful black animals, but not quite so big to be fair, of the Dexters. And the Dexters are real friends, they are indeed. And their breed champion this year, exhibited by Mrs. C. King. And they had a wonderful day yesterday in there in ring number 3 with a breed champion, the male champion, and indeed the female champion. We go from black to white because those wonderful, wonderful Charolais just entering the ring now. They are huge, aren't they? And they start off our second row of cattle, and they were won their breed champion by that outstanding animal from Paddy Greed. And that also won the male champion, and their female come from the White family. We've heard about the Limousin, and their champion stood right in front of me with the NatWest sash on, exhibited by the Alford family. But their breed too, well represented yesterday. But the Alford family not only won the breed champion, not only the reserve breed champion, but also the male and female champion. And I can't remember seeing 1, 2, and 3 in the classes taken by the Alford family. I can't remember that ever happening here for a long, long time anyway. We then move on to the Simmentals and their champion, their breed champion from Boddington Estates, and their male champion this year from Mr. and Mrs. Cummo, and their female champion indeed from the Boddington Estates again. The British Blues. If you were with me yesterday down in the cattle lines, you would have seen a wonderful lineup of British Blues. And again, breed champion, reserve champion, male champion, and females all going to one man. That is the Haste family up there in North Devon. The Any Other Purebred dairy cattle this year were won by their champion was from the Millers, and the reserve champion from Messrs. Osborne. Any Other Purebred beef cattle, their champion was the Austin family, and the reserve, and the overall Any Other Purebred champion once again from Messrs. Miller. We also have coming into our ring the commercial cattle. Commercial cattle are very important to us because that is where you get your expensive steaks and your expensive chops from, joints of beef from. And indeed, we are delighted to see the commercial cattle here. It is a very, very important part of our industry. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the lineup of your cattle, and I'm sure you will agree with me. There is no finer sight anywhere in Great Britain, and if anybody is in any doubt that our farmers don't do a wonderful job in looking after their animals and producing wonderful quality livestock, then perhaps those people need to stop and have a little look in the main ring at this moment. May you show your appreciation for our prize-winning cattle. We move on to the sheep, ladies and gentlemen. The sheep are entering the ring, but our supreme champion this year, and he just stands to attention, and what an animal that is. Our supreme champion of all breeds, and what a lineup of sheep we did have this year. Congratulations to the Jordan family with their Scotch Blackface. Absolutely wonderful. The Diamond Jubilee Cup for the Purebred Ram Lamb Championship to Messrs. Irwin. The Foot Anstey Perpetual Challenge Cup for the best pair of sheep breed to Messrs. Derriman, and the President's Trophy to be won outright. The person gaining the most points in the sheep section is the Renfrey family. I now move on to the sheep different breeds, and we're led in by the Beltecs, and their breed champion this year from Miss Lapthorne, their male champion from the Gregory family. And we move then to the Blue Texels. Wonderful, wonderful sheep they are, the Blue Texels, and their breed champion from Mrs. J. Holman, their male champion from the Renfrey family. The Border Leicesters, those lovely white face sheep with those very super long white ears that you see, and their breed champion from NF Dalgarno, and their female champion from Messrs Pyle up there at the top of Exmoor. The British Charolais, always popular wherever they go, and their breed champion from Messrs Watson Pedrick, and that same stable won the male champion, the female champion, their breed champion, and indeed their reserve breed champion. One of the most traditional breeds here in the Cornwall Show today is the Devon and Cornwall Longwool, and I'm delighted to see that their breed champion this year exhibited by J.A. Dark of Kingsbridge, their male champion from the Tancocks, and their females again from the Darks. The early breeding sheep, the Bull Dorset and Dorset Horns, their breed champion this year, VP and A Care, and they took a clean sweep in the Bull Dorset, so a male champion and female. The Exmoor Horns, those wonderful white-faced sheep that live on the top of Exmoor, originated from the top of Exmoor, their breed champion, Messrs Atkins and Son, and their male champion this year to Mrs Westwood. The white-faced, the grey-faced Dartmoors this year, their breed champion, Mrs Rickson, and the female champion, once again, to those sheep experts, to the Jordan family. The Hampshire Downs, their breed champion, those super dark-headed sheep, the Hampshire Downs, and their breed champion this year from EB and S.A. Jones, and their male champion, and the male champion from Henry Derriman and Son. The Jacobs, one of the oldest breeds of sheep anywhere in the world, and they're always very, very popular in the sheep lines. Their breed champion this year from Mr. Strong Henley, and they also took a male champion with C.C. Slee as their females. The Thlins, ever popular Thlin sheep, and the breed champion from G.C. Adams, who also took the male champion, and the reserve breed champion and female come from Mrs. Sayers. The Rusins, their breed champion from the Nance Kibbles, the males from the Rent-Friesen family here in Cornwall, and the female champion again from Messrs Nance Kibble. The Shetlands, well, a clean sweep for Richard Weir up there at Bristol, taking not only breed champion, but male champion and female as well. The Scotch Blackface, well, we've heard about them. The Scotch Blackface, they're in front of us, and their championship, their breed champion from Mrs. W.J. Jordan, their female champion from Miss Kay Cornelius, and great to see that too. The South Downs, one of our smallest type of sheep here this year, and a clean sweep from Mrs. Wakeham, Dawson and Harmer. Congratulations to them, winning breed champion and all the main prizes there. The Suffolks, those jet black faces of the Suffolk sheep. Well, their breed champion this year was Ross Lawrence, who also took the female championship, and the male champions taken from Messrs Ellsworthy, just up there outside of Biddeford in North Devon. The Texels, it was a clean sweep for the Quick family up there at Lapford in Mid-Devon. Messrs E.W. Quick and Son taking all the principal prizes to include the breed championship. The Swarballs, the breed champion Mrs. Holman, and the female champion from Mrs. M.J. Cornish. We're nearly there. Any other purebred, the British native origin, and the champion this year with their North Country Cheviot. They have had a tremendous Cornwall show. Congratulations to the Jordan family, and the male champion going to Mr. J. Hockridge with his Shropshires. Overall, any other purebred, and the champion goes to the Rouge from A.J. Carter, and the reserve champion with the North Country Cheviot from Mrs. W.J. Jordan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just seen a marvellous display of quality sheep. The champions in the front, the other champions at the back. Can you show your appreciation for our sheep farmers and our sheep exhibitors? last but by no means least are the goats. And I know that there are some people here with us in our presence that are very, very keen on the goats. So I will tell you now, stick with me because I don't know too much about goats, but I will do the very best that I can. Our best in the show, the British Shannon, owned by Colcroft and Day of Exeter. The reserve best in show, the British Tokenberg, owned by Colcroft and Day. The breeds, and ladies and gentlemen, the British Alpine, the striking black and white goats, a Swiss origin, and the best of breed, owned by Sue and Brian Head of Wiltshire. So we will tell you more about the goats in a little while, and I pass back now to my fellow commentator.
Thank you very much, James. And now, delighted to welcome Her Royal Highness Princess Alexandra, accompanied by the Chairman of the Royal Cornwall Agricultural Association, Mr. Michael Williams, to make the presentations. And we come now to our first trophy. It is for the Supreme Champion Beef Animal, the Charles Chudley Perpetual Challenge Trophy. And many congratulations to the British Limousines, Fox Hill Farm Jasper, the Alfords of Cullompton. And it is a very special presentation. So Raymond Burke Trophy, founded back in the 1890s, to the best of beef and dairy. And the Royal Cornwall Agricultural Association thrilled to be able to present the Burke Trophy here on behalf of the Royal Agricultural Society of England. For the best pair of beef animals, congratulations to Fox Hill Farm Jasper, Fox Hill Farm Ivy, the Alfords of Cullompton. The Burke is undoubtedly the one that everybody wants to win. And they get plates as well. A tremendous moment, not only for the Alfords, but for Royal Cornwall, to be able to present the most famous of them all, the Burke Trophy. Very well done to the Alfords. Very well done, the recipients of the Burke Trophy. And now we come to the dairies. The King George VI Perpetual Challenge Cup for the Supreme Champion Dairy Animal. And it does go to Messrs. R.K. and S.G. Miller and Sons of Bridgewater and Somerset, Sahara Sanchez Raven, the Holstein. And the Bibby Perpetual Challenge Trophy, the Supreme Champion Dairy Animal, exhibited in either the Jersey, the Guernsey, the Holsteins or the Ayrshires. Very well done indeed to R.K. and S.G. Miller and Sons of Bridgewater and Somerset, Sahara Sanchez Raven, the Holstein. And now we come to the dairy. The pairs, the Burke Trophy for the best pair of dairy animals. And it goes to the same herd, to the Millers. Well done to Holsteins, Sahara Sanchez Raven and Morshard Damien Shah. Very well done to R.K. and S.G. Miller and Sons for the Burke Trophy. and also receiving plates as well. The millers receiving their plates. And now a trophy given by the President, Major Charles Edward Collins, to be won outright to the exhibitor gaining the most points for prizes won in the cattle section. Many congratulations. To J.G. Lee and Sons of Holsworthy and Devon with their Holsteins. J.G. Lay and Sons, J.G. Lay of Holsworthy with their Holsteins. President's Trophy. Delighted to welcome our President. Gerald Lay receiving the President's Trophy from Her Royal Highness Princess Alexandra. And now to the sheep. It is the Cooper's Animal Health Trophy for the Supreme Championship of all breeds. And it goes to the Scotch black-faced flock of W.J. Jordan. Supreme Championship, the Jordans, Scotch black-faced sheep. Very much a father and son. John Jordan receiving the Cooper's Animal Health Trophy for the Supreme Champion of Sheep. And the And the Diamond Jubilee Cup for the purebred Ramland Championship is to Mrs. Irwin, who wins the Diamond Jubilee Cup. With the Charlotte. The foot Anstey Perpetual Trophy for the best pair of sheep of a breed, one male, one female. And it is to the Dairyman and Sons with the Hampshire Downs. And now, the President's Trophy. The President. And now the trophy from the President, H. Charles Edward Collins, for the exhibitor for the most points in the sheep section. And it is Gwen Renfrey with her blue-faced Texels. Very many congratulations. Very popular win for Cornwall with the blue-faced Texels. And now the fleece competitions. It is the Arthur Daniel Perpetual Challenge Cup for the champion fleece. This is Francis of Launceston with the Shetland.
Thank you.
And now to our goats. It is the Rosevere Perpetual Trophy for the champion dairy goat. Many congratulations to Calcraft and Day of Exeter with their British Salon. And now the Solomon Rose Bowl for the champion pygmy goat. Sharon Davis of Bradbury with Come now to the Otter Trophy from the Farming and Wildlife Advisory Group, Southwest, now in its 30th year. It is to those that have shown long-term commitment to developing sustainable farming techniques and protecting wildlife on their land. The 2015 finalists were Rona Amos from Tregellis Farm, The Lizard, Robin Haddy from St Juliet, Peter Sobey from Unseden in Lisgard, Toby Roskilly from St Keverne and Helston. The winners are the winners of Tregellis Farm. Under the management of Toby's father, Tregellis Farm has previously won the Otter Trophy in the 1980s. Proud to be very much following on in his father's footsteps. Toby is delighted to see the trophy return to the farm. It consists of 100 acres of grassland and 5 hectares of woodland, supporting 125 Jersey cows, 24 Angus crofts, as well as pigs, poultry and goats. Managed under the high-level entry scheme and the OELS, and has many interesting features such as several low-zero input grassland arenas with good floral diversity. Strong focus on the soil health, which includes regular analysis and fine-tuning and inputs with the crop needs. So many, many congratulations. The winners of the Otter Trophy, Toby Roskilly, Tregellis Barton, St Keverne and Helston. The judges' comments. Farm is a small-scale operation and has added value in commercial, economic and environmental grounds. It has also contributed to the local economy from an employment point of view. Very well managed by Toby Roskilly and always looking to the future. A remarkably diverse business with well-run organic farm at its heart, much loved by the locals and visitors alike. The high environmental and ethical standards are met throughout. So very, very well done indeed to Toby Roskilly, the winners of this year's Otter Trophy.
Stay where you are. Stay where you are.
And our very grateful thanks indeed to Her Royal Highness Princess Alexandra for making the presentations in our Grand Parade. And to take us through what can only be described as the best of British, James Morris.
Well, thank you, Nick. And that's our prize-winning stock begin the journey back to their cattle lines, their sheep lines, the goat pens, and wherever else they go around the showground. You will not have seen an example of what is the finest in British agriculture any better than what is in front of you today, ladies and gentlemen. All of these competitors and the competitors that sadly didn't win put a tremendous amount of effort into producing wonderful livestock at the best possible animal welfare way that they can. They lead out, ladies and gentlemen, with your champion dairy as they pass in front of the royal box. Look at those wonderful animals as they pass. That is where your milk comes from. Do not believe that your milk comes from a bottle out of a machine. They are the animals that give you all your milk in the morning. The Limousin cattle follow them, our supreme beef animals. And tremendous, tremendous animals take lifetimes and generations to breed animals such as this. So as our dairy and our beef interbreed champion make their way on their lap of honor for you, it won't matter if you're stood over the far end of the ring. They will come right up beside you, and you will then perhaps understand the size and the shape of these wonderful animals. Following our two champions are our ruby red Devons, the ever popular Northern Devons, as they're called, or North Devon cattle. Red rubies is their, I guess, their more popular name. Super, super animals, and this year's show of Red Devons was absolutely outstanding. As the South Devons make their way on the lap of honor, they're the Devons make their way on the lap of honour. We then move on to the South Devons. Look at the size and shape of that champion South Devon bull that's just making his way there now. An absolutely outstanding animal, and the gentle giants indeed they are called, and the gentle giants they are. The South Devon classes this year were so popular that we had to make a bigger show ring for them, and at one stage we had 30 animals competing just for one class. Our judge yesterday, who's here today, told me that it was one of the finest lineup of South Devon animals you've ever seen, and I could understand why. Just on the move now, we have the Herefords, and aren't they so special? Those wonderful brown bodies with those lovely white blaze faces. A real example of what is good about British agriculture. The Hereford cattle, ladies and gentlemen, are something very special, and big numbers here again this year. The Aberdeen Anguses, look at that, those wonderful Aberdeen Anguses. This year, their breed champion was the cow that leads them away. And we had a fair old tussle in their breed classes yesterday, and the judge had a real challenge on their hands yesterday, but eventually put the Aberdeen Angus cow up as their breed champion. Look at the size, the shape, and the stance of those Aberdeen Angus animals, and yes, aren't they very special? That is your Anguses. And then, of course, we have the Dexters, perhaps a little smaller than the Anguses. Perhaps a little smaller than the Anguses, but just as popular and real characters. You may not know, but the Dexters, we have long-legged Dexters and we have short-legged Dexters, and most of our Dexters, I think, here at the Cornwall Show were short legs. But aren't they wonderful little characters? And look at that little calf, about third or fourth back. Isn't he special? Ladies and gentlemen, your Dexter cattle. As the Dexter cattle take a turn, probably our smallest cattle by a long way here this year, they are joined probably by the biggest cattle. Let's just make sure that nobody stands on anybody there then. The British Charolais, those wonderful white animals, you can pick them out in the show ring, can't you? Led off by their champion bull, and what a strong chap he is, isn't he? He is huge, and the Charolais are ever popular, and the Charolais, like every other breed, if you're here with us tomorrow, why not come down into the show ring tomorrow, down into the cattle lines, and you'll be given a demonstration of what every breed's best bits and worst bits are tomorrow down in the cattle lines. Then we are followed by the British Limousin, and we saw their interbreed champion from the Alford, and they've making their way around the ring now, but their breed represented by the cow there in the British Limousins. The Simmentiles, what a lineup of wonderful animals we saw yesterday in the Simmentiles, and aren't they so very special? And a real quality lineup of Simmentiles there this year. And as our champions pass in front of the royal box, I talk to you about the British Blues. And the British Blues are the animals that they are the last of our beef animals to join the lap of honour. But the British Blues had some real challenges in front of them yesterday. Our judge seemed to take a long time, but it was a real challenge for our judge to select their champion, their breed champions, and their female champions. So that's the British Blues. But perhaps if you're not here tomorrow, wave goodbye to them, because this is British agriculture walking in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. And we thank you, our exhibitors in the cattle, both the dairy and the beef, for everything you do for us. Ladies and gentlemen, our British dairy animals. We had a lovely lineup of dairy animals, and in particular, I give a shout out to some of our younger members, particularly in the dairy world, but also in the beef world. They are our future of our industry, and we thank them for their support. As I said to you earlier, our commercial cattle, our commercial business is so important to the agriculture industry, and our commercial cattle classes get more and more popular every year. Congratulations to our winners. That is where your expensive cuts of beef come from, and that is what the commercial cattle are all about. As our Herefords pass us, I would just like to make one point about our stewards, ladies and gentlemen. We have a whole army of stewards, particularly in the livestock section, that are here since Monday. They'll probably be here next Monday. But would you show your appreciation to our team of stewards who are here year in, year out. Tremendous girls and boys, and without them, we couldn't run the show. Come on, Angus's. On the way home for tea now. So the Anguses, led by our breed champion and our reserve breed champion, Colin Hutchins, one of the oldest men in Europe, they tell me, is still with us. Nice to see you, Colin. A real popular man, particularly in the herdsman's supper last night. But enough said about that in public. There we are. The Angus cattle lead before us here in front of the Royal Box. Hello. Here they are, and I know we can't have favourites, but look, 3 back in the Dexters, and there he is. Okay. There he is, look at him. He's a little booty, isn't he? And then we're followed by the ginormous Charolais and their breed champion. Look at that. The British Limousin, of course, their breed. Not quite so many here because most of them were in the Supreme Championship, and it's their show this year. The British Simmental's, they're here with their champion, that wonderful heifer. We do hope, ladies and gentlemen, that you go down and see our cattle breeders and our sheep breeders and our goat breeders and our pig men and women sometime whilst you're at the show. They would love to speak to you. They're very proud of what they produce. Just walk up and have a word with them. They'll love to talk to you. Ladies and gentlemen, the British Blues are here passing us for the final time today, led out by the House family with their breed champion, and that is the British Blues. And look at the confirmation on that breed of cattle. Any other pure dairy cattle? We've had lots of breeds of dairy cattle here today, and their champion of any other purebred, just a little nervous. She'll get going in a second. So there we are, any other purebred dairy cattle, ladies and gentlemen. And as I said to you, these animals give us all your dairy products, and tremendous to see some young exhibitors there as part of that lineup. Any other purebred beef cattle, they're here as well. I would think you could have every breed in the world just about here today. Look at them. Some popular winners here at Royal Cornwall Show 2015. And then the commercial cattle, who are the last of our beef animals to exit the ring. Then we move on to a team of jerseys. We didn't quite see them pop in the ring, so I apologise to the jersey team. And here is our jersey breed champion. Isn't she wonderful? That is a real milk pump, isn't it? Look at that lovely jersey. And the lineup of jersey cows, a supreme effort from that breed. And then look at the Guernseys coming behind. This is very, very special. Here they are, ever popular here at the Royal Cornwall Show, the Guernseys. And here they are, look at them. And then those beautiful black and white animals are Holsteins. The Holstein champs. Done so well in the ring this year. And congratulations to our Holstein dairy cows. Last, but by no means least in the cattle, are the Ayrshires. And it looks as though we got one just gone a little bit stubborn at the back, so just hang on a minute. We don't want that chap in the motorbike coming in here to have to catch that one. Mr. Stewart. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've caught up now. So now to the Ayrshires, the final of your dairy animals here today. We'll see them again tomorrow. We've got a young man here just learning the trade. And our stewards, ladies and gentlemen. And then we look at our sheep. They go in two ways, this is going to be confusing. There we are. Our Suffolks on the right, those wonderful black-headed. The Charolais to follow them. Away on our left are our Scotch Blackface, our Jacob, the Devon and Cornwall Longwool. Then we look back on the right to the Beltex, to those blue Texels. You can all find the blue Texels. We'll look on the left to the Exmoor Horns. And to the Scotch Blackface, and of course the ever popular grey-faced Dartmoor. We look to the right to the Dorset Horn, the early breeding sheep, to the Hampshire Downs. There they are, look at the lineup of Hampshire Downs. We look on the left to our Jacobs, to our Rylands, and to our any other pure breed continental origin. Last but not least on the left are the South Downs. Then we look on the right to the Thlins, closely followed by the Texels. Then the Rusins. Then the Swarbles. Look how smart they are. Look at the black bodies, the white feet, and the white faces. Ladies and gentlemen, your sheep farmers, please show your appreciation. And here we go with the goats. They were here, I couldn't see you at the back, but I see you now. Our best in show from the British Shannons from Colcraft and Day of Exeter. The reserve best in show, the British Toggenburgs, also from Colcraft and Day. Then the breeds themselves, the British Alpines. Congratulations to Sue and Brian Hurd of Wiltshire. The Toggenburgs from Bob Vickery of Launceston. The British Toggenburgs, larger than the Toggenburgs, but still in shades of brown with white face markings. Best in breed, Colcraft and Day. The British Shannons, we've heard about them. The pure white classic goat, gives a lot of milk, Colcraft and Day of Exeter. The Golden Guernseys, the small long-haired goat, shades of cream and reddish gold. A good smallholders goat, and their winner this year, a local winner from William Merrill of St. Austell. The Anglo-Nubian, their winners from Messrs. Edwards of Aberystwyth, and any other variety from Messrs. Colcraft and Day. Look at those little beauties as they leave us, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for our goat farmers. If you've enjoyed what you've seen in the last half an hour, then why not come back tomorrow for day 3 of Royal Cornwall Show.
Well done, James. Fabulous commentary, fabulous parade, and it does show that our livestock is in good fettle, in good shape, and in good heart. So we come now to our parade of our second day prize-winning horses and their presentation of their awards. Just to keep you up to date in the next 20 minutes or so, we will look to the skies. The cloud has lifted, the wind has dropped, and we'll welcome the best free-fall parachute display team, the team that trains all our special forces. They are the Royal Air Force, the RAF Falcons. So they'll be with us around about, we think, 4:10, and then we'll go on to our mass parade of hounds, then Jason Smythe, then Ben Potter, and then the Devon and Cornwall police dogs, in around about that order. So we turn our attention now to our horses, and today very much has been the Native Breed Day.
Hello again. Well, the next item we've got is recorded earlier at falconry display by Ben Potter. These vultures.
Okay, thanks. I'm joined now by Ben Potter of Birds of Prey Displays, and we're just going to have a chat with him and one of his rather large friends. Ben, you've been wowing the crowds in the arena. Just talk us through this little chap here.
Right, well, this is our largest eagle that we work in flight. It's a female Stella's sea eagle from Russia. She weighs 18 pounds with a 9-foot wingspan.
Wow. And I mean, just the collection that you've got here,
Yeah, they are, yeah. We only work eagles and vultures for demonstration purposes, and everything we've got here is linked to like a conservation breeding program that we're setting up. So this female has a male sat directly behind her with a white shoulders. That's him you can hear now. Then we have a bald eagle and white-tailed sea eagle, and then the 3 vultures that we fly.
Wow. And I mean, just how much looking after and care and training does it take to get these?
Yeah, a massive amount of time, really. There's nothing like, you know, genius about it all. You just got to put a lot of hours into them, because you don't really get lucky with them. You know, you have to have some sort of consistency and understanding between the two of you that when I let you go, you can have a wing around and here's where your food is, you know?
Yeah, so it is based around feeding?
It's based around food, but anybody can make an animal hungry. There needs to be a bit more to it than that, you know, so you've got to do a lot of trust work and that sort of thing. Because at an event like this, there's a lot of things that are interesting. As you can see, your microphone looks very tasty for this eagle right now, and it's desperate to eat that big furry microphone, so it's all right.
Brilliant. And I mean, how many shows like this do you do?
We do about 80 a year in total. For the Cornish show here, we're doing 2 a day in the main arena and 2 at the countryside arena.
Brilliant. Well, I mean, everyone's totally blown away by it. Thanks very much.
It's been good fun, thank you.
Great, thanks, Ben.
All right.
The riding horses, the elegant world of the riding horses, predominantly from the thoroughbred stock, from the racecourse, but they should be calm and the most beautiful of rides. We then turn our attention to the hack, the park hack and the hack breeding classes, the elegant world of the hack of yesteryear with the long stirrups and the elegant world. Hacks should never gallop, they should always walk, trot and canter. And also we have had the pony breeding and the pony young stock. From the thoroughbred breeding, the show ponies should really twinkle on their toes. They should look magical, but also be perfectly safe. And that is the magic that we see before us. Over 1,300 horses, entered at the Royal Cornwall Show, an increase of nearly 200. You look towards the commentary box now, you see the spotted horses and ponies of the Appaloosas. The American breed that found painted on the walls in the caves of the prehistoric Indians, and their ancestry traces all the way back. The Appaloosas, and then the Morgan horses, the tremendous close coupled gait of the Morgan horses, the American driving horse, ridden horse, and war horse. Both sides in the United States Civil War of 1865 used the Morgan horse to great effect. And we've also had tremendous driving here today, and we welcome in our driving champion. We've had our local classes for the traditional and the modern vehicles. So ladies and gentlemen, it is a fabulous sight, and not forgetting our purebred Spanish horses, the Andalusians and the Lusitanos. The Lusitanos from Portugal and the Andalusians from the Andalusian region of Spain. Used by the Garrochas, the gauchos with the garrochas to herd and to bring the flocks off the mountains of northern Spain and Portugal. So a tremendous sight awaits for a wonderful parade of our second day of prize-winning horses. I'm sure you'll all agree by seeing not only the native breeds, our hunters, our ponies, and our foreign guests, the Appaloosas, and the Morgan horses, the Lusitanos, the Andalusians, and our driving horses. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm absolutely sure that you will agree, a marvellous spectacle. The hats are off, and we turn our attention now to the Slugget Cup. Delighted to welcome our President to present the trophy, Major Charles Edward Collins, to present the trophies. And it is the Slugget Cup for the champion horse and pony. And it goes to the Connemara, Cathy Woods, and the Conroy's Condepoy Cashel. They stand champion. The Connemara's, the Irish of our native breeds, known for their rideability, both for children and for adults. And they also took that all-important qualifying spot judged by David Ingle, the man from Weatherby's. David Ingle selected this Contempoir Cashel to go forward as his Cuddy champion for the Horse of the Year show. That deserves a round of applause. Your champion, Contempoir Cashel, the Connemara. It is the Horse and Pony Breeding and Benefit Fund Challenge Cup for the hack broodmares and the young stock. The hack, the elegant world of the hack with the foal at foot, and it makes a marvellous picture. The hack should be elegant, free-flowing, and should float above the ground. And today's winners were the Cunninghams, Hotown, Mazurka. Want some milk? The Parent Challenge Cup for the pony breeding. For the pony breeding, it's where our children learn to ride. And this, handled by Steve Finn, it is Brian Rennicks's Rendine Special Charm, the pony that took the honours in the Cuddy Supreme at the Horse of the Year show 12 months ago. And it certainly does prove that the best of the very best from around the country come to the Royal Cornwall. Well done to Steve Fitt, well done to the Rennickses. Rendine Special Charm. It is the Carswell Trophy. To the smallest of the native breeds, they do make children's riding ponies, they make driving ponies and jumping ponies. And it is the Carswell Trophy for the Supreme Champion Shetland Pony. The Hodge and Walters' famous breeders of the Shetland ponies, Sharp Tor Trinity. They also take the Bingham Cup for the Standard Shetland, Sharp Tor Trinity. And also, they take the honours in the Champion Miniature Shetland. For the Hodge Perpetual Trophy for the Champion Miniature Shetland, it is Messrs. Hodge and Walters' top jock, Jonty. They take the honours in the Miniature Shetland. 4 inches shorter on the shoulder, but nonetheless, great little characters, right little pocket rockets, and such fun. The Miniature Shetlands, the champion top jock, Jonty.
Very slightly so we can see the pony.
Well done to our miniature Shetlands, well done to Hodgson Walters. And now we turn our attention to the Dartmoors. One of the oldest of our native breeds, so sure-footed, such a characteristic of our native breeds. Sound, sure at foot, and they take the honours in the Kelly Trophy for the best Dartmoor. Same owners, Hodgson Walters, and they win it with Shilstone Rock's Rain Man, the champion Dartmoor. You look at the neck, you look at the collars, and you look at the bone structure of our Dartmoors. And that is why they're just a prime example of why Britain is the envy of the world when it comes to native breeds. Sure-footed, sound, and clean-limbed, the wonderful Dartmoors. And we had a tremendous morning here, thanks to Francis Clark in the main ring for the driving. And delighted to welcome, very popular, the Honourable Evelyn Boscawen, with his Frisians, the Flemish Blacks, Aurelia van Bermelia, Montje van der Kurzai, with his lovely four-wheeled dog cart, the vehicle used for everything on the Boscawen estate. And the smile was beaming this morning when they took the championship in the Cornish Cup, thanks to Francis Clark. Very, very well done. They win the Cornish Driving Cup. Evelyn Boscawen and his Frisians.
Are there any more? Can I go for a ride?
President's going for a little trip. Hold on tight. Very well done. Tremendous to see the Tregothnan estate victorious in the private driving and the driving this morning. The Frisians, the Dutch carriage horse of the Netherlands, the Flemish Blacks. And so our parade is led off by our champion, the supreme light horse and pony champion of the Royal Cornwall. It is Cathy Woods, Contempoir Cashel. The Connemara. Then the Hack Brood mares, the Cunninghams, Hotown, Mazurka. Steve Fitt with the pony champion, the Renix's Rendine Special Charm. Our lovely Shetlands, Sharp Tor Trinity and Top Rocks Jonty. The Dartmoor, Shilstone Rocks Rainman. The Shetlands, the miniature Shetlands, proper little characters, there is no doubt about that. Can be sometimes a little bit willful, but they are wonderful characters. Fabulous to see the native breeds come before us. And then the Copse, the bone of the Copse, the Andalusians in their native costume, the Andalusians, the champion on the free reins. Our Appaloosas. From the United States of America to the Morgan horses. The champion was Mornington Showbiz, and the reserve with Cot Celestial Star. The extended gate, Summonis Valona was the champion. And then the in-hand hacks and the hacks. The hacks, the champion, the Arabs rather, was Domingo SBM in the purebred, in the young stock. The ridden classes, Rotherwood Springgrain in the yearling, and in the senior class, Angela Brown took the honours with Montgomery. The reserve was Ortonique. And then Evelyn Boscan with his wonderful pair of Frisians. The man who has done so much for the world of Frisians in this country. He has 4, he wants 5, because he wants to drive a team, driving round the president. That vehicle, an original vehicle, the 4-wheeled dog cart. The dog would sit underneath the driver in the dog boxes, and it would be used for absolutely everything, from collecting the luggage from the station to take it to the houses, to take the produce from the farms to the station to get it away on the railways, to take the beaters and the keepers out on a day's shooting, to take the estate staff from estate to estate, and above all, it was the general vehicle. You look at the way he's driving the Frisians, they are stride for stride, and that is exactly why he was selected champion this morning. Very well done, the Honourable Evelyn Boscan with his pair of Frisians. Onto the reins, onto the voice. Safely home, that's good news. And you look at this, the control on the voice, on the reins, come together, and away they go. Thank you very much to all our horse prize winners, a tremendous parade. Just a short wait before we look into the skies with the Royal Air Force parachute display team. Weather permitting, but I'm sure that they'll be absolutely fine. Then our parade of hands, and then we're into the evening's entertainment, culminating in round number 2 of the Roger Young Land Rover Interhunt Team Relay, and then the NSR Communications Accumulator. A few moments' time, we'll be handing over to Graham Liggett, who'll tell us all about the Royal Air Force Falcons, the best in the world.
Okay, thanks. I'm here at the Ritchie stand, number 592, and I'm joined by Business Development and Marketing Manager Andrew Edwards. Hello. Right, you've been around quite a while. Just give us a brief bit of your history.
Yeah, Ritchie's is a company that's been around for over 145 years now. It's a family business, and it's been in the family for all those years. It started off as a blacksmith shop up in Angus, and actually 100 years ago this year it moved into Forfar. We now have manufacturing facilities in Scotland and in England, down in Birmingham, and we've got joint ventures over in China as well. So quite a widespread company, focused not just on the agricultural market but other market sectors too. But certainly there's a passion within the business for the agricultural sector and making things safer and more efficient for farmers.
Now, I know you're keen to talk us through some of the amazing equipment that you've got on offer. So is it the Stock Cube we're starting with?
Yes, first of all I wanted to talk to you about the Stock Cube and show you this piece of equipment here. We started building this a year ago now, manufactured really as a mobile cattle forcing pen to allow farmers to safely handle cattle. We know we recognise that there's fewer and fewer farmers and stockmen working on farms these days, and that they need to do things very safely and very efficiently, and that's why we came up with this concept here.
Okay, can you talk us through it?
Yeah, of course. The item, as I say, is mobile, so the main cage of the stock cube over there, the gates to the right and left of the unit fold in flat against the face of it. Here we have a gated hurdle which sits above the lugs there on the top of the unit, and then when it's all folded up nicely, you can fit up to 22.5 metre hurdles in it. When you like that, you can then use your teleporter or telehandler, or you can fit the unit nicely on the back of a flatbed trailer, and you can move it to whereabouts you want to go and do whatever you want to do with your cattle. So it's ideal for moving around the farm, using in the yard or using in the field. If I could show you the operation of it. First of all, you would open this gate here. You can step back through the manway there. So the gate would start here. On the gate on the right here at the front of the cube, you would bring in about 3 cattle, 3 beasts into that area there. And then you're going to be working from behind the cattle all the time, so you're in a safe position. So you would start by pushing this forcing gate this way and moving the cattle round to the race and the crush that's there. If the beasts do decide to come back at you, you can just step back here without having to climb over anything or open anything. So you continue to push this round, forcing the cattle around the race. I'll put it into this ratchet mechanism down here. You get to hear the bit clicks, and then if the beasts do decide to come back to you when they're in that there, it bangs shut and they can't get at you, so you're in a safe position. You continue to push this around the race, and this inner gate here ensures that the corner there is closed off from the cattle, so they are directed down the race.
Okay, so now we've got an ever important piece of kit. This is the crush?
Yeah, this is our new 311G, it's our new squeeze crush. It's a manual squeeze crush. So when the cattle will run through the race and through the crush, they come to an automatic yoke. So the head will get trapped in there, the neck will get trapped in there, you see it can't move. So now once the beast's in there, the farmer or the vet's free to do what it needs to do to the beast. It's a 12-door unit, it's got 6 doors either side. Starting from the back here, we've got a sliding gate which goes in and out, and it will go through, so it'll go right through to the other side as well if you need to operate it from the other side. So once that's in, the vet can then use the veterinary access cubicle at the back without any fear of any more cattle coming at him in there. So these doors open, they'll either open outside or they'll open internally to allow you to get to the back of the beast. And then the clever part of the unit is the squeeze mechanism. This handle here, you pull down, and the unit will crush, will squeeze it, so it'll squeeze the beast. You can either use it to squeeze the beast once it's in, or if you're using young cattle or calves and they've got a chance of turning around in the crush, you can set it to be narrower to start with, so they'll go through easily as well. So that's the squeeze mechanism. The orange handle here, if you pull it back, that releases the mechanism and now sets it open. Once the cow's in there, or the beast's in there, you can then open any of the doors to do any of the operations that you need to do with the cattle once it's there. And then finally, once it's finished, you just open the yoke at the front like that and the cattle will just run out.
Okay, Andrew, right, now we've got a really popular piece of kit here. Just talk us through, this is the combi clamp, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. This is our combi clamp here. It's, we've probably been selling it now for 8 years at Ritchie. It's originally a New Zealand design product, and we got into contact with the manufacturer over in New Zealand and now have the rights for manufacture and distribution across Europe. So this is our combi clamp, and just to give you a demonstration of it, most of the work you're going to do with the combi clamp, you're going to be stood on this foot pedal here, operating at a height that's comfortable for you to work with. One of the benefits of the combi clamp is it takes all the back braking work out of handling sheep. So most of the animal husbandry jobs that you need to do with the animals, you're going to do from stood up here. So really you have a race here, the sheep will come up this race here, they'll enter the clamp mechanism here, and as you can see it's on a hinged pedal, so when I put my foot on the pedal here, this cushioned unit here folds across and securely holds the sheep in position there. Then once it's in there, you can see I can stand on this pedal and it'll stay there, You can do open the skates here, so you can get back to the rear of the animal, and you can dag it, you can dose it, you can do any injections, you can check the ear tags in the beast. You can also, by lifting its legs up at the back and across your knee, you can start clipping its hooves at the back. At the front here as well, you can take this panel out and you can reach forward and pull its legs out at the front to clip the front hooves. The unit also benefits from, this one has got extras on it. It's got an EID panel reader on the side here, so you can read the tags as they're running through the race. You can also have it set up so it's on a weighing platform, so again you can do all your weighing, you can do everything that you need to do on with this piece of kit. So it's very versatile, and it saves a lot of time and a lot of energy from the farmer who's got a very busy day ahead of him when he's dealing with 500 sheep.
We've spoken about the history of Richie being over 145 years old, and I've actually managed to find one of the directors of the company, Bob Ritchie, who is actually from the original family, and he's just going to tell us a little bit about how important the show is. Hello, Bob.
Hi, good afternoon. Show is vital. Cornwall Show is vital for us in our presentation and promotion in the southwest, as is other agricultural shows up and down the length and breadth of the country. And the best analogy I can give you is I always reflect on it being like us doing our farming. We're here, we're doing our ploughing, our cultivating, our sowing of seeds. Hopefully we get some kind of germination going whilst we're here, and like a farmer we have to wait on harvest coming at some point in the future. Occasionally we're lucky and we can harvest at the same time. Normally we wait on harvest coming.
Well, we've just been seeing some of the fantastic equipment that you've got here, mainly the stock cube and the crush. You must be quite proud of your portfolio.
Yeah, we do make an investment into product development. We see that as being vital to the success of the organisation. We do see a number of our competitors, they tend to take as much as they can get out of the industry without putting back in. We, I think, tend to be a little bit different, and it's not just what we can get out, but it's also what we put back in that counts.
And I've heard this isn't a mere job for you. This is a way of life. This is a passion.
It's definitely a way of life. It's you eat, sleep, and breathe it, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
Well, we wish you a very good show, Bob. All the very best. Thanks for talking to us.
No, been a pleasure. Thanks for coming by.
And while the parade of hounds goes on in the ring here, we're going to have a look at a story that we filed earlier this morning, where Matthew went to report on St John's Ambulance Brigade and Natalie became a patient.
Come to the Royal Cornwall Show and you really need to make sure that you're going to have a great day. Now, some people do end up just getting a graze on the knee, or feeling a bit faint maybe with all that hot sunshine. But you need to have that provision there to make sure that people's health and welfare, well-being are all sorted. So, St John's Ambulance are here for that. Now we've got Des Young, the Regional Events Manager for the Southwest region. Des, just tell me about the preparation and the work that goes into making sure everyone is safe, and if they do feel a bit ill, they can be helped.
Okay, well, St John Ambulance are here to provide emergency cover. St John Ambulance believe that no one should suffer from a lack of a trained first aider, and that's really our mission. But the preparation started 11 months ago with a series of meetings with Royal Cornwall Show and our partner agency, Southwest Ambulance Service. We have several meetings, tabletop exercise, and then logistics team and all the ambulance team prepares for the weekend. And then we have today 62 volunteers on site ready to treat anyone that's in need.
Okay, and what sort of events, what sort of accidents or illnesses do you have to deal with?
But it's obviously the normal trips, slips and falls, but people do come with pre-existing conditions. So we've dealt with cardiac, abdo pain, and just incidents like that really.
So you really need to have to be ready for nearly everything. Can we have a look at some of the equipment you've got to help people?
Absolutely.
That's one of your vehicles. see what equipment you've got inside here. Okay. All right, so this is obviously a general ambulance that you might find anywhere across the country for St John's Ambulance.
Yep. Yes, it's one of our brand new frontline vehicles that we use every day. Obviously, it's a standard ambulance, but it doesn't carry the more high level treatment care, but it's a basic ambulance.
Okay. Obviously, you've got a radio, so you need the radio contact across all the people across the showground to make sure that that they can communicate with you and tell you who's needs treating.
Yes, we've got a fairly intensive command and control structure which sits in the Silver Cell, and yes, we monitor all the calls. All our first aiders and ambulances have radios and instant link. We've also got a radio link with the South West Ambulance Service, so we can get more backup if we need it.
Okay, so there is that link as well. If someone really needs a higher level of first aid or more serious care, then that can be brought in.
Yes, indeed. We have got South West Ambulance Service clinicians on site, and we're working very closely with them.
Now, I do hear you've got a patient coming in, so we better prepare for your patients. Okay, I'll just move out the way. Okay. And here we got a patient. Oh my goodness, Natalie!
Natalie.
What's wrong? What's wrong with you, Natalie?
Take a seat for me.
Oh my goodness, Natalie, you've been overdoing it with all this reporting at the Royal Cornwall Show. But luckily we've got Henry Sullivan, the paramedic volunteer, to look after you.
Natalie.
So tell me what you're doing here.
I'm just checking your pulse first of all, make sure it's nice and regular and make sure there's no problems there at all. Next we'll take her oxygen levels as well. We can just check that the amount of blood and oxygen in her body is as normal. Follow that there as well. So obviously Natalie's been feeling a bit faint as well, so we'll check things like blood pressure and her blood sugars as well and temperature, make sure that everything's all okay there. Just feel for a pulse. So Natalie, how are you feeling at the moment?
Very tired.
Very tired, okay. Have you had a busy day today?
Very busy day.
Yeah, it's lots of people about, isn't there?
There are.
Lots of things to do.
We've been working so hard.
Okay, alright. Okay. So the pulse is nice and regular and our oxygen saturations are lovely. So after this as well, we just take your blood sugars and temperature, okay, see how that's all doing. Alright, okay.
Brilliant. Can I stay here for a bit longer?
You can stay here for a bit longer.
Okay, so Henry, just tell me, you've got some really important equipment in here.
Yes,
one of the most important is the defib machine. Just give us a quick rundown on that.
Absolutely. So a defibrillator is used to restart somebody's heart when they're in cardiac arrest. Obviously it's a very serious life-threatening condition. We've got one here actually.
Let's have a look, yes.
Okay. So this is an automatic one, but it's also sort of manual mode for paramedics such as myself we can use as well to shock the heart as soon as possible. Very simple piece of equipment. Turn it on. We plug our pads in here as well, attach them to the patient, and then essentially we can decide to shock and restart the heart and prevent them from sort of dying any further, really. So
connect electrodes.
Okay, well obviously really important work you're doing here. Now I know we've got to clear because there is a patient coming in.
Yeah,
okay, so thank you very much Henry Sullivan, paramedic, for talking to us.
Thank you, thanks.
Well, that was interesting. I do hope Natalie's feeling better soon. It's her turn to buy the drinks. In the meantime, back here in the arena, let's pay attention to the Parade of Hounds with our commentator, Nick Brooks-Ward.
The fifth season of the joint mastership team of Diana Stevens, Trevor Dorr and Simon Cann. Simon, who is also the kennel huntsman. A young team by most hunt standards, and the hunt staff comprised of the huntsman and kennelman Simon Cann and the whippers in Andrew Nichols and Andrew Yelden. We have with us this afternoon Claire and Lizzie Luxton and Simon Cann. The wonderful Tetcut jumped in the Interhunt team relay last night, did themselves proud, didn't qualify for the final, but nonetheless we are delighted to welcome them here to the Royal Cornwall, the Tetcut. And finally, it is the Devon and Cornwall. The Devon and Cornwall Midcants, paraded by Mark Prout, the whips John Creeber and Cliff Latham. Devon and Cornwall mink hounds were formed in 1979. The country that covers all of Cornwall and the majority of Devon. The hound type is the otter hound crossed with the foxhound, and there are 10.5 couples of hounds in the kennels. 4.5 couple with us here today. We always count the packs in the odd couple of hounds. The season, totally different to that of hunting or to that of beagling or to the harriers, is between May until the end of October. It is banned as a result of the Hunting Act that came into law on the 18th of February 2005. But they can use 2 hounds to flush a mink to a shotgun, or to use unlimited number of hounds to flush a mink to a bird of prey. The mink, who were released in the 1950s from the animal farms, the fur farms, are the most voracious predators along the riparian corridor. They are the main culprits for the decline of the water vole. They target bird life, small mammals and fish. There are 23 packs of mink hounds across the country, and Mark Prout and his team offer a free call-out for mink control across Cornwall and Devon, flushing the mink with 2 hounds to a shotgun. And do please contact Mark Prout after this. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a site of the West Country. It is a site that is synonymous with the countryside. There is no doubt, as we see before us this afternoon, that since the Hunting Act came into law on February the 18th, 2004, that the committee chairman, the hunt chairman, the masters, the hunt staff, and all involved have worked to operate within the law. And I think that that deserves a huge debt of thanks and a big round of applause. They have promoted, preserved and protected part of our heritage that has been with us for over 350 years and will continue to be with us for a further 350 years. There are over 180 packs of foxhounds registered with the MFHA, 26 packs of beagles, 28 packs of harriers, and 23 packs of mink hounds. The bloodhounds over 40, and the draghounds the same. And what it does show is that the hound and the horse, or the follower at foot, is vital to the rural economy, vital to the ecosystem, and vital to our heritage in the United Kingdom. Well done to the Curie, well done to the Forborough, to the North Cornwall, to the Tetcott, and to the Lamerton and the Devon and Cornwall mink hounds. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll ask the whippers in to go to the northern end and see the sight of the countryside. High collar. Forward on. That is the most wonderful sight. The senior of the ball, Mr. Paul Hancock, joint master of the Forborough, blows them away. Forward on. Who knows what the future may bring with the changing government. We are not going to tread on the political toes. But let me tell you that for the last 11 years, the men and women that we see before us this afternoon, and the men and women behind the scenes, from the subscribers, the hunt supporters, to the chairman, to the hunt staff, to the grooms, to the landowners, to the farmers, to the estate owners, to the tenant farmers, they are the ones that have managed to maintain and preserve and protect the greatest heritage that we have in this country. There is no doubt that hunting has undergone a huge change.
That was fun. They really are splendid, aren't they? Well, earlier today, Matt went to have a look at a new kind of affordable home. It's causing a lot of interest here at the show.
So a lot of people will go to the Royal Cornwall Show and think, well, it's about agriculture, it's about getting that food and that drink and having a look at those sort of things. But you can actually think about solving those bigger problems in life, such as getting a roof over your head. And I'm here at Pathfinder Homes. I've got Oscar Absalom with me here. Hello. Just tell me about the sort of people you get having a look around these homes.
Well, we have quite a range of people coming to have a look around. There are people who are looking to put property on their own land if they've got own land. They also come to us if they have got own land to talk about planning permission and planning permission advice, and we've got a scheme that people can join to come to seminars to talk about planning and get planning help and that sort of thing. But then we have the people who are looking to go onto a park all over the UK, and we can help them find that park. But really to see what sort of what other options that they can use instead of just the bricks and mortar house.
Because it does solve a problem in life, doesn't it? It's very expensive getting a roof over your head these days.
Yeah, no, it is, and it's another viable option if you haven't got enough money to, or possibly haven't got enough money to afford a proper bricks and mortar house, which I know the prices are skyrocketing. This is another option to use to sort of free up some equity, if you will, also to downsize, or it's a cheaper viable option to use rather than going for the bricks and mortar house.
Okay, so how much would you pay for something like this?
So this one ranges from 90,000. But you spec it out. They're all bespokely built, so they range from 90,000.
Okay, well, let's go and have a look to see what people get for that 90,000. Okay, so what can we see in this this room here?
So this is a twin unit, which is a double unit, so it's a normal sized house. They come in two halves and put together. But it's your standard sitting room with the fully glazed end, just to give all the natural light, your TVs, your fires. It's really your own home. And
I'm amazed by how much room there is.
Yes, yeah. That's one of the keys, to make it as much as a home as possible. Gone are the days of the old static caravans, really. People are looking at this as another option, like we were saying, for your own home.
Okay, let's have a look at some more facilities. Okay, so we've got the bedrooms. So how many?
Yes, so in this one there is a 2-bed. This is the twin room, so if you've got children or guests, it's quite a nice size, and if people pop down for a holiday, that sort of thing, it's quite nice, and it's refurbished quite nicely.
And you have all the things, you have PowerPoints, and it's all got the mod cons in here.
Yes, yeah.
Heated and...
Yeah, central heated. It's got your built-in wardrobes, all your electrical points, TV points, that sort of thing. They are bespokely built, so if you wanted TVs on the walls, on the ceilings if you wanted, then we can do that.
Brilliant. Oh, this is lovely. So it's really well kitted out.
Yeah. In a bathroom, you want sort of luxury, bit of personal space. So we've got the shower here and the toilets and sinks, and we want it as special as possible and as luxurious as possible, but obviously within a person's budget.
And how does the hot water work in one of these?
It can be electric, it can be mains, depending on what your budget is, what you want. Here it's electric. But yeah, it can all be bespoke to what you want, your needs, your budget, your requirements, that sort of thing.
And there is another bathroom we'll see when we go into the main bedroom.
Yes.
Well, let's go and have a look at that then.
Yeah, I like it.
And so we get to the master bedroom now.
Yes, this is the master bedroom. It's quite a compact, quite intimate bedroom. I mean, again, it can be as big as you want. I've seen ones that are huge and gives you a bit more space because you spend a lot of time in here, or maybe you don't and you like it just...
Well, I suppose actually there is plenty of room up here to put extra storage in if you wanted to build extra shelves and cupboards in.
Yes, yeah. The vaulted ceilings with the V-groove board give it a bit of a fresher feel, but also you can put ceiling cupboards up and bridging units and that sort of thing.
And it has got that other ensuite bathroom as well.
It has indeed. So you got the walk-through wardrobe, which gives you another sort of feel to the room as well, and you go through to the ensuite with the shower and toilet and sink as well. So it's quite a nice room.
Well, thank you, Oscar, for giving us a quick guided tour around Pathfinder Homes.
No worries. Thank you.
Now I'm over here with Corporal Paul Smith, and he's from Bath, and he's laying out one of these crosses. Now, Paul is normally a jumper with the team, but unfortunately he had a little accident, and he's not able to actually jump for a few months. But how is everything going now, Paul?
All good, thank you, all good. Recovery is on its way.
That's lovely. Okay, and again, we've got Sergeant Scott Garrett. He's from Auckland in New Zealand, so he's come an awfully long way to do it. Anyway, he's been in the Royal Air Force now, I think, for about 10 years, is that, sir? How long have you been in the Air Force?
11.5 years, thanks, Graham.
11.5 years. So what do you think of it here in England?
Well, I would have gone home if I didn't like it. It's pretty nice.
Right, so they're going to lay down the crosses. He too is a jumper, but unfortunately again, he had, during training in California, a little accident, and that's putting him out of jumping. So normally we'll have 2 more people up there, but they're here helping us out on the ground. Now over here, we've got 2 survival equipment fitters. Now they're very, very important indeed. They're the ones that look after all of our parachutes to make sure that they all work okay, to make sure that they all operate. And of course, that's exactly what we want to happen when we actually throw ourselves out of a perfectly serviceable aeroplane and go into free fall at 120 miles an hour. You want to make sure that your parachute is actually going to work okay. So we've got Corporal Rob Hetherington, and he's from Northallerton in Scarborough, and Corporal Richard Bremner from Wrexham in Doncaster. 2 very, very important people indeed. Right, what's happening aboard the aircraft now? Now, for everybody around this arena, what would you be doing if you're up there, 4,000 feet, the door was open, and you're about to throw yourself out of the aeroplane? What would you be doing? I can see your face over there, that lady there in the pink. Yes, that's exactly what they're, well, anyway, what they're doing is checking out their parachute equipment to make sure that it's all going to work. And of course we know it's going to work because our survival equipment fitters have looked after it to make sure it really does work. Now, but say for instance it didn't work, what will happen is they would simply pull a mechanism on their right chest, okay, which would disassemble the mechanism on their shoulders. Their first parachute would go away, they'll fall into free fall, back into free fall at 120 miles an hour, and they will calmly pull their reserve parachute. It's exactly the same size, and all they do is land here in the arena, just a little bit ahead of their colleagues. Now we've got the ground fare indicator is lit. This can be seen by an aircraft up to 30,000 feet, but in this case, it's only 4,000 feet. And you see the smoke going away, and that is the indicator of which way the wind is blowing. So the parachutists know that they must land into wind. Now, who are the Royal Air Force Falcons? Why have we got the Falcons? We've been going for 50 years now. Now you'd think that over 50 years that we would have suffered cutbacks by the government. However, the Royal Air Force Falcons are not just a parachute display team. Every single exercise these guys do is a military exercise. These are training to be advanced instructors. They join the Royal Air Force into the physical education branch. They spend about 5 years keeping the Royal Air Force fit. They then have to specialise in 3 different areas they can choose. One is remedial, looking after the sick and injured at our hospital in Headley Court in Surrey. The other could be outward bound. They teach snowboarding, skiing, all sorts of wonderful things like that. Now you'd think that would be the most favourite thing that they would choose. But no, the most of all choose to become parachute jump instructors. And if they choose this, they come to our base at RAF Bryce Norton in Oxfordshire, the home of the #1 parachute training school, where they do a 9 months intensive course before qualifying as a parachute jump instructor. Now we look at these new young parachute jump instructors at this point. We're looking for those that show the greatest flair, for those that we believe could go on to train our very special forces. And I'm talking about training them to jump from 25,000 feet at night with full equipment. They call it standoff. With full equipment, they would leave the aircraft. Their parachutes will be pulled automatically because they just cannot pull their own parachute. They've got too much equipment. They would then use a GPS system and they would track across the sky up to 50 kilometers away from their target. Remember, this is all at night. And they'd then land covertly in a landing area. They don't seen leaving the aircraft and they're not seen landing. This is the specialist knowledge that these young parachute jump instructors are training to do, to train our special forces. So every single parachute display that they do is one jump closer to getting that coveted advanced parachute instructors. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we have lasted 50 years because this is a training exercise for every jump. But yes, we dress up in red, white and blue, and yes, we promote the Royal Air Force. So I've just been told we've got 2 minutes to a live drop. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you about something that's going to happen. Well, not going to happen, it's happening at the moment. Now, we all live very near RAF St Morgan. And you've seen over the years that St Morgan has, shall we say, declined a little, you know, with the loss of the Nimrods and other things. Okay, but let me tell you, it's now going to be expanded. So for all those people that are living in the local area, you'll actually see a lot more people. There'll be interaction with them, and it'll be good for the culture of Cornwall. We're also putting together a new squadron, and it's going to be the 505 Wessex Squadron, and this is going to be a reserve squadron of which we would very much like any volunteers. Please come and see it for the RAF stand. So good news, and I'll be telling you more about that tomorrow. Let's go back to the aircraft. What's happening? The aircraft now is running in for a live drop. Now, how do we get 7 parachutists out of a little door, all at the same time, so they can leave the aircraft together? Very simple. We have to put some on the outside. So imagine you going on your holiday, and you go leave Gatwick or leave wherever, and you get up to about 5,000 feet. They open the door, you step outside, walk along a little ledge on the outside of the aircraft, clinging on for dear life, because you don't want to fall off because you've all got to go together. Well, this is what they're doing at the moment. So any moment now, if you've got binoculars, look up. They're putting 3 outside the aircraft. On the outside, they're going along the side of the aircraft, edging their way along, holding on for dear life because they do not want to fall off. They're out of there now. The next thing you'll see is a little puff of smoke, and that smoke will get more and more, okay, as all 3 are on the step. Any moment now you'll see that smoke, and that'll indicate that they're all on the step, and I can see them out now. My goodness, and I've got bad eyesight. I can actually see them on the step. So we're looking for that smoke now, and the rest of them will be getting in position, ready to leave that aircraft. You see it silhouetted against the clouds up there. And they're out of the aircraft. Any moment now, you'll hear them go.
Ready, set, go!
And they're out into free fall at 120 miles an hour. And they're now pulling their parachutes. They're looking round. They're looking for their colleagues. They're getting their left and their right toggles. They're making sure that they can actually steer those parachutes to the ground. They're looking for the team coach. He has the white smoke, and he's at the very bottom of the stack. That's Flight Sergeant Harry Marshman, and he's from South Wales. He's on his 2nd tour of duty with the team. He was on the team from 2006 to 2009, and he returned to us this year as the team coach. So they're all looking for him. I'll now put my microphone to the radio, and you'll hear him talking to the team. Turn left, turn right, and so on. So this is with the white smoke at the bottom.
Keep following me. Looks nice and steady.
So they're just saying, just follow me. Now, the one you'll see right at in the middle, shall we say, and he's fallen back a bit, he's the cameraman. And he's actually taking shots of the team. On their next turn, he will slot back in to his slot. See, very simply, back in there. That is professionalism at its very best, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that stack. Let's give them an applause. They can hear you from here. I mean, they are fighting. They're fighting winds of about 35 knots up there. And you can't see it from the ground, but their parachutes are bouncing all over the place. And they have to make sure that they stay very, very close indeed to one another. As they make the turns now, as Sherry brings them in, okay, to this small arena. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, these are the parachute jump instructors of the #1 parachute training school, the world's best. They send people from around the world to be taught here in Great Britain. Doesn't that make you proud to be British? Ladies and gentlemen, as they land, Flight Sergeant Terry Marshman from South Wales, Sergeant Chris Williams from South Wales, Corporal Neil Connell from Stamford in Rutland, Corporal Ryan Norris from Tredegar in South Wales, Sergeant Sean Bawley from Colchester in Essex, Corporal Mark O'Brien from Bury in Greater Manchester, Corporal Alex Williams, the baby of our team, from Stoke-on-Trent in Staffordshire. Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that fantastic? From 4,000 feet up, way over there, about a mile away, that they make this arena. This is an absolute demonstration of their motto. Their motto is knowledge dispels fear. Knowledge dispels fear. Think about that. And what a true example that they've shown on that motto today here at this wonderful setting here at the Royal Cornwall Show. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what have we got here? We've got tea being brought on. Okay, what on earth is going on? Well, I'll tell you what's going on. Okay. This is Tregothian, the company. Okay, it makes English tea, grown here in Cornwall. And now this is the first time, this is the only tea ever to be grown in Great Britain. Okay, Churchill in 1939 ordered that we were to grow tea for the war effort. But of course, it couldn't happen because, well, it just couldn't happen because we never had the right weather or anything. So anyway, they, I've just trodden in something. Anyway, anyway, so they couldn't grow it. But anyway, in 1999, they started growing the tea. It takes about 5 years to actually grow the plants. Now this, okay, is English tea, okay, and it's called, hang on, get it out of my pocket. It's Churchill's Finest. Now, 10 pence from every single purchase actually goes to the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. So, ladies and gentlemen, the team now are going forward to the lineup. Called to attention by the officer commanding, who now gives the salute to Wing Commander Guy Bazalgette, the station commander at RAF St Morgan. I mean, isn't it absolutely wonderful? I mean, these young parachute jump instructors, all between 25 years old and 29 years old. When you see a display of professionalism that you have just seen, as I said before, it truly makes you proud to be British. When they send people from all around the world here to Great Britain, certainly throughout the Commonwealth, to be taught how to parachute, it really does make you proud to be British. So as the station commander goes along to meet each of the team, I'll come back to the tea. So, it's Churchill's Best, okay? If you look over there, okay, when you've got time, okay, you'll see some huge tea chests. These are the biggest tea chests in the world. Now, just one of those tea chests, when it's full, okay, is what Great Britain need for 1 day's drinking of tea. There's 3 of them over there. Just 1 day in one of those things is 1 day's supply. So, ladies and gentlemen, please go across to the stand and remember that 10 pence for every single packet that you buy will go to the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. And they're waiting in the back here with this wonderful teapot that they're going to serve tea to the team as they land. Wonderful. Can I have a cup? Oh, wonderful, yeah, good. I can't wait. I've actually had a cup. It's really, really nice, honestly. I've got a packet in my pocket. Hang on. I'm going to take it home to the wife. Hang on. But look at it. It's got a Spitfire on the front, and it really, really is. You've got to buy this British tea. Okay. Churchill's Finest tea. There's the tea chest. Go across there and have a cuppa afterwards. Now, I like to embarrass the team now. Okay, I love doing this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'll use the American pun. Okay, these truly are the top guns of their trade. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the very best of the best. Do you agree with me? The OS commander now, saluting the station commander, and ask permission to fall out. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a wonderful, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Air Force Falcons. And remember, we are back here tomorrow. Don't forget the tea. Boys, the tea is here for you. So it's all good news, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? All the things that are going on at St Morgan, all the things, the support that's going to be. You've had an awful time down here in Cornwall over the last winter. And it's nice to get some good news that things are going to be building up in the area, supporting the local people. There's going to be UK troops and NATO troops coming in there, doing all different types of exercises, all looking to get a permanent base here in Cornwall. So they're all now having their tea. Hey Mike, do you want a cup of tea? Anyway, don't forget, go over there and get some tea. Remember, 10 pence for every single packet, okay, will go to the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for listening to me for so long and for giving us such a wonderful reception here. Thank you very much indeed. And please come back again tomorrow.
Thank you to the Department of State, but above all, thank you to the Royal Cornwall Showground. We very shortly will be welcoming our friends from the Devon and Cornwall Police Dog Display Team, and then the wonderful Birds of Prey, Ben Potter and his Eagles and his Vultures, and following that, Jason Smythe and his Adrenaline Tour, and then the Interhunt Team Relay. Slight change of plan. It has been one of those days, changeable in the weather, changeable on the timetable, with the Interhunt Team Relay at, we think, at around about 5:45, and show jumping, the NSR Communications Accumulator at around about 6:35. There'll be plenty of gin drunk tonight watching the NSR Communications Accumulator.
And now for a story that Natalie filed earlier today. She went to meet cattle farmers, Ross and Sarah Withers, who had a little help from their daughter Miley.
Okay, thanks. I'm joined now by Ross and Sarah Withers from Probus, and I've heard about it being a family affair down here at the Royal Cornwall Show, but this is taking it a bit too far, maybe?
Yeah.
This is daughter Miley?
Miley Rose, yeah.
Oh, Miley Rose. Do you enjoy looking after the cattle? Yeah, you're doing a really good job with the hairstyles there. Do you get involved in looking after them all the time?
Yeah, you've got your own at home, haven't you, darling? Yeah.
You got to brush upwards, darling. That's it, good girl.
And I suppose, obviously, Miley's taking care of some of the grooming now,
Yeah.
but this is a full-time thing when it comes to the show,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And
So,
how many cattle are you showing today?
just the 2 this year. Brought them up yesterday to get them settled in, so like to come up a day earlier than everyone else, really, just to... I have trouble getting them to drink the water.
Right.
Because it's got chlorine in and we're on a borehole at home.
Oh, I see.
They won't drink the water until they get thirsty enough to do so. So it takes me a day to fill them up, really. So no,
And these
stand
are
up.
British limousines?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
So what's category you're hoping for tomorrow?
What is in placing?
Well, in terms of the events, what's the categories?
Maiden heifer.
lovely.
So I think there's 14 in our group. So probably 13th and 14th.
Well, let's hope not, especially if Miley's not got anything.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Well, she'll be at nursery tomorrow, so she won't see it tomorrow.
Oh,
so
well, she'll have to watch this anyway and
Yeah.
watch it back.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
definitely.
Well, look, best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, we think we may have seen them earlier on in the ring here at the parade of cattle. However, next live in the main arena here will be the Devon and Cornwall Police Dog Display Team, and there indeed they are, running around the arena. They can all get a good look at it. I'll hand over to our commentator, Nick Brooksward.
Practice has been tricky, as they still have to work their operational shifts 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've got 33 general purpose police dogs that cover Cornwall, Devon and Cornwall, and we breed our own puppies also in force. For over 20 years we've been obtaining pups from select breeders. We place these pups with dedicated families. These families do an amazing job for us, and without their time or dedication we wouldn't have such a successful operational dog team, so it's a massive thank you to them. The first exercise you're going to see today is the heel work, or obedience. Heel work takes a lot of training and patience, and it's an ongoing process where the handlers do a little practice every day, and as a result you get some cracking results with the dogs. And as the dogs walk forward, you'll see that they're looking at their handlers and they're looking for that cue. There's 3 static positions I'm going to show you today. The first one there is the sit. We'll also be doing the down and the stand. The thing about heel work is it builds up a bond between the handler and the dog, and it should be a fun exercise, and this ultimately helps with overall control throughout their operational career. We always train our dogs through repetition and reward. We don't use compulsion. So whenever the dogs do something right, they'll either have a toy or they'll get a piece of food to mark that they've done the right behavior. The next position they're going to show you is the down. The down forms a large part of all the operational work that we do, as this forms part of when the dogs are out searching the suspects. Then we need to have that control so that the handlers can leave their dog to go and deal with the members of the public or what's going on in front of them. To become a dog handler is quite a difficult role, and it's a cherished role in the dogs and the police service, as the handlers have to go through an application process, an interview, and then they spend a week at headquarters dog training school with a young dog, and they're assessed on their dog handling abilities and their empathy that they can show with the dog. Once the dog and handler have successfully passed through, they then go to headquarters and they do a 3-month training course, and those 3 months just get them to the basic standard to get out and work in the streets. Training is an ongoing thing that happens throughout their career, and twice a year they get assessed on their safety, control, and efficiency. Okay, so we seem to have a suspicious-looking person coming out onto the field here. I think he's been to the gym a lot because he's looking really buff. He's got some muscles going on there. Either that or there's a couple of carpets stuck under his arms. We're going to get Police Dog Bo to find out what he's doing. But he's not that hard. Look, he's running off. A police dog there can run at 25 miles an hour, so there's no way he's going to outrun it. He's given up, and the dog is stopping and barking. However, that looks simple. Everything in the dog's nature is to go and attack. So to get the dog to stop and bark takes a lot of time and effort. So there, as you can see there, he's using the toy reward to mark that the dog's done well. And the down stays in place here as the handler is going to go up and search the suspect to make sure he's got nothing on him he shouldn't have. So the dog keeps surveillance both on the handler and on the suspect. So as Andy clips up Bo, he's just going to chase the suspect away. Big round of applause, please, for Andy and Bo. Ash, who's part of the dog team, she's from our force-bred litter, the A litter. And you might have seen her on TV, or perhaps you follow us on the Devon and Cornwall website. Well, as Andy runs off, it looks like our suspect here, he's not given up, and he's got himself armed with a weapon. So we'll call in Starsky and Hutch, our A team. Here they come in their marked focus. That will strike fear in any criminal. Ben's going to get his dog out, Ash, and we're going to deal with this violent, armed individual. You can see the dog's not fazed by the noise or the gunfire, and the dog will hold on to the suspect there. A police dog has got 42 teeth, and we teach them to do a full mouth bite. So you imagine what it's like having 42 teeth biting your arm. The dog will stay on there no matter what the criminal does until Ben asks Ash to leave. A big round of applause now for Ben and Ash. The suspect, he's still lying there, so we're going to call out our next handler, Scott. Okay, there's a delay. Could be that he's still drinking his coffee and eating his donut. Oh no, it's a McDonald's. He's having his late big breakfast. Come on, Scott. Scott's going to get Max out now and deal with the offender to make sure he isn't armed still. Oh, he doesn't give up this one. He's on his toes. Bang, there he is. He's been taken out by the police dog. Again, those padded sleeves protect the suspect there, who's also a police dog handler. So again, Max will stay on there until Scott gets the dog off. Now, it might look like an optical illusion, but Scott is really that short against that suspect. Max enjoys this part of the thing, so it's a little bit harder to get him to leave. A big round of applause for Max and Scott. Okay, so the suspect still needs to be searched, so Scott will put Max in the down, that control position again, and he's going to go up. Speak to the idiot to find out what the heck he's doing. Twice he's been bitten, he's been chased, he's had a gun. I don't know what it takes to sort of get some people off. There you go, he bent down nicely for little Scott. Oh no, he's running. Oh, I can't believe it. Some people are glutton for punishment. Max there was protecting his handler because the suspect ran towards him, so the dog will break and run forward. Once again, good luck in getting them off. Hey, a big round of applause again, please. Could also have a big round of applause for our suspect, our criminal, dog handler, Phil Nankivel. With everything in the time changing, this was just a speedy run through for you, so thank you for watching and listening. And we're here again tomorrow for another 2 displays if you're around. Thanks and goodbye.
Well, wonderful stuff. Thank you very much indeed to Sergeant Colin Harper and the Devon and Cornwall Police Dogs. Great stuff, as always. It's entertainment. It really is wall-to-wall entertainment with the Birds of Prey, then Jason Smythe and the Adrenaline Tour, and then the Roger Young Land Rover Interhunt Team Ready, and then the NSR, the big jumping competition of the day. They call it the NSR, the Accumulator. Ben Potter is with us. I don't know what he's going to bring out of the cage tonight. Out of the boxes. Could it be the Vulture or either of the Eagles? He's running.
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gents. In a moment or two's time, we're going to get cracking. We're on quite a tight schedule today, so bear with us. We're going to try and rattle through as many birds as we can in the time we're given. Before we get started, as kindly introduced, my name is Ben. Rebecca behind me, who helps me run the show. My beautiful German Shepherd Luke in the front, and the Eagles and Vultures in the vehicle in the boxes. Before we free fly any Eagle and Vulture at an event, we have to quickly run through a little bit of health and safety. I'm sure you appreciate that in this day and age. If at any one point today, while flying an Eagle or a Vulture, looks like it's going to crash into you, it probably is. Get out the way quick. They're a long way from where they are naturally found in the wild, and occasionally the odd mistake may creep in. Having said that, they're very well tuned, they're working brilliant this time of year. We do an awful lot of displays with them. If you are eating today, be sensible with your food. We expect food a big part of an event, but just don't stand there waving your hot dog or your hamburger at your wife while a hungry vulture circles overhead. If you have a small child or animal, it is important they are out the arena and nowhere near us while we're flying the birds. We need to have this arena free of people at all times for the safety of themselves and also the birds that we're working and flying. We're going to start this display today with a fantastic creature called Arthur, a white-headed vulture all the way from Tanzania in Africa. I begin every single event I do with this vulture. He's a beautiful thing to watch and enormous in size. He weighs just over 12 pounds, has a 6-foot wingspan, and is now nearly 13 years old. To watch him at his best, he needs a little bit of space to work with, and we've definitely got that today. Give him a great big clap, guys. Get him in a good mood for me. We'll try today and get some beautiful flying for you. One or two we've got to keep quite tight, but a couple of them we can really push them on with it. Quick story with each one, and it makes it all a bit more exciting for you to understand how we get the work we get from them and where they've come from. Arthur, originally a wild-taken vulture, brought in from Tanzania in Africa to go into a breeding project to ensure the survival of the bird in the wild. It just never worked out for Arthur, though. Unfortunately, Arthur here doesn't like girls. Somewhat tricky to explain to an audience of people, so I would generally avoid it, skirt around it, and talk about the good work conservation and falconry does worldwide. But now and again, while doing this job, you'll be heckled. And a lady in the audience shouted out to me, "How do you know he doesn't like girls?" To which I replied, "I was there at the start, madam. I was involved in the project. But how do you know? I want to know." I thought, you're not going to shut up. I'll tell you. I know Arthur here doesn't like female vultures because he unfortunately ate the first one, 6 months later tried to eat the second, and 18 months later tried to eat the third.
and our apologies for just now leaving Ben Potter and his display, because I have with me Debbie Holden, who has become a fan of Shelterbox, which is one of the great charities here in Cornwall. Debbie, tell us, what made you a fan?
Well, it all began when I got back after my trip to Nepal recently. So yes, obviously everybody's very aware that there was a huge earthquake out there. And on my return, I realised what great work Shelterbox was doing. I was very familiar with them anyway, being from Cornwall.
Yeah.
And just wanted to support them as much as I can when I've got home now. So.
I see. I understand your sister Amanda, who's quite well known, was went on the television on this morning.
Yes.
She was very concerned about you.
Yes, yeah. She obviously, after the news broke that there'd been an earthquake, she realised, oh my goodness, my sister's out there. Yes, so I thought we could put the media to good use.
Absolutely.
And help Shelterbox.
Yes, all publicity is good.
Absolutely.
So, how much do you know about the Shelterbox charity itself and the strategic side of it?
Well, with the Nepal disaster, I've been very aware of what's going on out there.
Yeah.
I know that not just for Nepal, but for all of their work, they are constantly needing funding. Volunteers also very
Absolutely,
important.
Yep.
The volunteers that are still out there at the moment are very, very brave. Just normal people like you and I out there doing really good work. And it's ongoing. It's not just when the disaster actually happens. It's all the rebuilding that they need to help with, and getting these wonderful school boxes. They've got these great school boxes.
Oh, now the school boxes I haven't heard about.
Oh,
yet.
they're fantastic.
Tell me about those.
It's just helping the kids get back to school. So there's chalk, and there's even blackboard paint, so they can just get an old bit of wood and paint that.
Great.
And there's little teddy bears which are made locally as well.
So do these go out with the shelter boxes?
Yeah, they're going out at the same time. So
we should point out actually that a shelter box is a big box, and it contains shelter and first line survival for 10 people, or even more than that. So the school boxes are kind of second echelon. Once you've got water to drink and shelter, you want to get back to school.
It's very important for the children, because they've even though my experience after the earthquake, the children were still playing in the streets and laughing, but you don't know what this is really doing inside. And I think to get them back to some kind of normality quite quickly, I think this is very important.
It is that feeling that,
And they've
normal.
managed to get these boxes to several orphanages in and around the Kathmandu area already, so that's good news.
Debbie, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, if you're in your local high street and you see anybody from Rotary out there waving a bucket, shove money in it, because it's going to a really, really good cause. Now let's rejoin the vulture demonstration with Ben. Are you there, Ben?
Through the shows. We don't mind that he maybe isn't the superstar in the arena, because he's got a job away from this. You see, back at home on the farm in Yorkshire, every eagle that we can breathe from, we are slowly starting to pair up. We've built 90-foot long aviaries that are 30 foot wide, and in the winter time, the birds that work the summer go into these aviaries, they spend the winter together, and when the spring arrives, we have the possibility to breed a young eagle or two. And that's what it's about. It's a full working life, but it's one that you get to witness as well. We can breed a few of these eagles in captivity, and then they are able to be used throughout the world in zoos and programs such as this. Give him a great big clap, guys. What a lovely bit of quick work today. Each year I always think to myself, I probably could set him off. He'd probably get it right. Let's see what he does on his own. And every year, after the first time he's landed in the car park nearby, I think, no, let's just stick to what we do. It seems to work better. The vultures are very forgiving. The eagles are not quite so forgiving. We'll go one more to me, Becky. He's doing real well today. He flew him this morning. We worked him like a dog this morning. So we'll do one more in this one. This time when he comes across right into the breeze, a lovely finish. Give him a clap, guys. What a cracking little bit of work there. Real privilege to have this Royal Cornwall show for us, when we try our best to show you the best we can get. With a great big wide arena like this, it's fantastic fun. The next one's a little bit smaller, in fact the smallest member of our team, and we call her Little Thelma. Little Thelma is a 4-pound hooded vulture with a wingspan of about 4.5 to 5 feet. A bird also from Africa. All the vulture we fly are African, and Thelma, like Arthur, was also a wild-taken bird, brought into the UK to go and join 5 other vultures in a large northern zoo. The idea being that would make potentially 3 good breeding pairs, as vultures worldwide are really struggling and they need a helping hand. Thelma unfortunately had other plans. She does not mix well with others. This bad-tempered little vulture was having none of it in the zoo, and the zoo was having a nightmare getting them to settle and accept each other. In the end, the decision was made to rehome the troublesome Thelma. She arrived with me, and we noticed there was a slight problem. 2 toes on Thelma's right foot were badly bruised and pink in colour, and nobody seemed to know what on earth had gone on. On discussing with the vet after a day or two, we discovered it was not actually bruising, but the start of frostbite. And frostbite very serious for any animal that uses its feet daily. We had to quickly get this sorted out. For over 6 weeks, this vulture had all sorts of medications thrown at it, but in the end to no avail, and the decision was made for an operation. The operation lasted 45 minutes, resulted in poor old Thelma losing 2 toes, and it cost £1,700. And I felt terrible. Every day I fly and work my birds, and every day this bird would look at its foot and look at me and go, that's your fault. Now I know you don't really, but you sort of think that, don't you? So I've put hours and hours into getting her on track, and it's a diamond of a creature. In a wind that's pushing and not lifting today, she's flying beautifully well. Now we'll try and keep up with that. She's always been reliable, but 18 months ago, we had the incident. Halfway through a flying display similar to this, Thelma takes off, begins to do a beautiful big circuit, and on the way back to me, drops out the sky, having spied the medieval barbecue catering for the event. Thelma knocks the grid from the barbecue and begins to quickly eat the half-cooked food at a rate like you and I have never seen. I've ran out the arena now, not prepared for this at all. I've had all sorts in arenas, escaped cows, chickens, ferrets, a lot, but I was not ready for the vulture and the barbecue. I've now grabbed the very angry vulture, took it back to the car, put it inside, and thought that there's not a prayer I will ever work that in a show again. It has just worked out there are many other options. For 8 months, she was on behaviour report, not allowed to venture past the crowd, and she must stay within the grassed area. Eventually, back on track as you can see, and flying brilliantly well. We can chuck her off into a strong breeze, some days she'll stay tight, and some days she'll work further away. But don't think for 1 minute this little vulture likes me. It's a bought love. And those watching now will see I can feed her out my fingers. She will eat it quite happily. The minute that food has gone, she will leave me quicker than a stab rat. You can't get near it, watch. Open the bag though, and you quickly see where the love lies. We're going to keep on going. We've got 2 belting eagles to show you, and if anything's going to cause problems today, it's these last 2 eagles. Give Thelma a great big clap, guys. Working very well today. This is what we were after. The next eagle is really quite an unusual one, and without the story, it won't make too much sense, so bear with me on this. When I turned 30 a few years ago, to get through this difficult time in my life, I needed to have a Stella's sea eagle, the world's largest eagle. And when I was 8 years old, I opened a book and I saw a picture of a Stella's sea eagle, and I thought, I wouldn't mind one of them. I've now got a chance to get one. But unfortunately, at that time, I was saving to buy a house with the lady I was living with, and she was not feeling the vibe of me buying another eagle. They're so expensive, you don't need another eagle. I thought, not to do with you. You've got 6 already, we're saving for the house. Think of the financial side of things. I thought, get on. It's the eagle or me. Well, the eagle's here. I bought this male Stella's sea eagle. He was imported from Estonia. When he arrived in the UK in a huge, great big wooden crate, I could not believe I've actually got the world's largest type of eagle. This male Stella's sea eagle was 5 years old at that time. And at 5 years old, he was still very young and still quite excitable. But he'd never ever been handled before. So to get him working in an arena situation was going to be hard. I won't lie to you. It's going to be simple today and basic, but with a bit of luck, it should be kind of exciting. Because when he's good, he's very good. But when he's not, he's a blooming nightmare. In the first season of working this eagle, I lost him 18 times. I don't mean he sat up a tree, I mean lost him, gone, vaporized, miles away. I managed to get him under some sort of control though, and this year was the year we were going to work him together in shows, flying between myself and Rebecca and give him a job. Because if I don't give him the job and just allow him to fly off, this great big 15-pound bird loses its nerve when it sees large crowds of people. And we need to keep our eagles behaving sensibly well. It's a tricky job that we do, and it's an ever-changing environment. So we have to be sensible with him. He's the best flyer we've got, but we have to hold him back. Because if he gets up at a show and loses his nerve, he will stay soaring for many hours. And it's not what we're here to show you. So we keep it simple. We work him backwards and forwards. He's got a busy little quick routine. And we don't mind that. Because in a minute or two's time, you're going to meet his girlfriend. And his girlfriend is an absolute monster. We can relax a bit more with a female bird. Because right now, that eagle there knocked its bit of food to the floor. And there it is, look. His eyes aren't on the job today. He's looking everywhere else bar than at me. And he's just getting the food into him quickly because he's got a lot on his plate. These great big wild Russian eagles at times are great fun to work with, but they can be an absolute handful when things don't go well. If I'm lucky now and again, he will fly to my hand, but you can see now, there we go. We've got to get this right. I've got to use the breeze to help me, because at 15 pound, it's a big chunky thing. Give him a great big clap, guys. It's working very well for us this today. If you knew the nightmare this thing had been to get to this point, you wouldn't believe us even letting it go. And if you knew how much it cost, you'd think, why dare you let it go? But we need to have him working well. We have a female back in the van. At home, we're going to pair the two up together, and with a bit of luck, manage to breed some young Stellar sea eagles in captivity. It's only been done a few times before in the world, and it'll be a real great achievement. One more back to me. We'll land him here, because we wanted to save the last few minutes on a tight slot today to show you something really quite special. So give him a great big round of applause, guys. Let's get Rupert, our Stellars, out the way. We can then take a deep breath, slow it down a minute or two, and show you something really quite special. Because after I bought Rupert and realised that he might not make the grade for working in shows, I thought I'd best get him a girlfriend, so at least we've got a good job for him. The female Stellar sea eagle is massive compared to that male. She weighs 18 pounds with a 9-foot wingspan. And this thing can fly like you've never seen. We've got to get it out into the arena, get it away from me, and see what we can do. We've got a few issues at the moment with aggression, and we're trying to work through them. There will be a point today when you will probably see that enormous eagle there attack me, I'm pretty sure of it. But with a bit of luck, we can get some flying out of it in between, and it can fly like you've never seen. Designed to deal with what Eastern Russia throws at you, this enormous bird can survive in -30 and below for many weeks on end. It can endure winds of 50 and 60 miles an hour. And right now, with a bit of luck, it will come and join me in the arena, and we can get a little bit of flying out of it. Right now, she's seeing everything like you and I see at eye level, and she's watching around the show. In a second or two's time, we'll get her up for a fly about and see what we can really get her to do. Rupert, the male bird there, was a nightmare to get going. This female Camilla, well, it was a little bit quicker to get online. In fact, believe it or not, it took only 11 days to get flying. I've never had anything train as nice and as quick as this bird in all the time I've done this. The wind is the important thing when flying birds of this size. The takeoff must go well. If we don't get the initial takeoff well, nothing else happens. She'll just ground it. So we put her in an area facing the stand just here. The breeze is coming across the shore, a little bit more to the roadside, and we'll see what happens. I'm going to hold my hands wide open. There's no food on view. She can go wherever she wants and do what she wants now. There was a time when we used to use radio tracking devices, but they've eaten them now. In fact, they've eaten 11 in 8 years. So now I just think, get on with it. If I get it right, it will look beautiful. If I get it wrong, I've got a busy afternoon finding it. That's the sort of size she needs to use. Look at this now. This enormous thing is spectacular to watch. As it goes to the wing around now, it'll make its way back to me, drop its legs as air brakes, and land on the grass just there. Give it a great big clap, guys. What a good bit of flying. Might go wrong now. This bit now it goes. Right, that's me done. I'm going to get you, Ben. In the wild, should this eagle find another eagle with an enormous big salmon, it will not fly past and go, well done, haven't you caught a large fish? It will go, I'm going to take that off you right now, sunshine. And it sometimes looks at me with this bag like that eagle with a great big salmon. That enormous beak designed to chomp its way through fish effortlessly. She can be a bit of a handful, and it usually is about this point in the flying. So I've got to be kind of still. Calm, but not look like I'm intimidated by it. But really I might be. At this point now then, we need to set her off towards that area, try and get that breeze to swing around and let her find her way up and out. There should be a bit of lift out there, watch this. And when she turns back round to me, that's what I was hoping for, look at that. The seagull's not quite so confident there, is it? We'll swing her in, drop her there, and we're going to go for one more in a second or two's time. Last one can be the best, but give her a clap, guys, let her know she's doing well. She is 3 years old and the male is 8. An eagle of her size in captivity could live to be anywhere in the region of 40 to 50 years, even slightly more. We have a long time to try and get these birds to pair up and breed, and we are not rushing them. I got asked before, why do you work her from the grass and not the perches? The minute I put her onto a perch lately, she will turn back around and look at me like I'm a meal. It sits her too high up and it makes her a little bit grumpy. On the floor right now, this seems to work better. The last one is the trickiest one for myself. This is the one I have to bring the eagle to my hand, take her under control, and get her back in the vehicle. We had a shortened time for this arena, and I've got to make sure things run well. So the last flight now, there's a little bit of pressure, I will not lie. Yesterday, this is where it went difficult for me. The minute she realised we were stopping is the minute she got incredibly grisly to handle. So, young lady, it's your last chance to wow us today. We've had a couple of smashing days. Let's finish it on a good note. You can see her looking left to right. She must catch that breeze correct. Power her way up. Keep going. Big effort now. And go right out the bottom corner. Duck and dive is going to skim your heads. I think you'll be all right. A little bit of breeze there. Look at that. And we should be able to land it. Bit tricky, this. Like that. Give it a clap. Well done. Not quite over and done yet, though. Got to get it back in there now. And this is the bit where it can go, look at it. You're coming in this box with me, Ben. I've got to sort of angle myself quite carefully after placing a small bit of food at the back of the box, flick the box open and jump her in, like that. Thanks very much for your time, ladies and gents. Come and see us at the stand. Once again, take care and have a safe journey home. Thank you.
Cornwall Air Ambulance, saving time, saving lives. Okay, so we're at the Cornwall Air Ambulance stand, and Natalie and myself are going. Well, we wanted to go up in the helicopter, but we've been told we can't. Never mind. But it looks brilliant here. We've got Tom Matthews, a PR officer, and Paula Martin, the CEO. It's great to have the helicopter back here, isn't it?
It's fantastic. We've had a couple of years break of bringing the helicopter in, and we're back now, obviously, with the new Cornwall Air Ambulance helicopter, one of the 2 new aircraft. The other one is obviously still on duty, could get called at any time. And this one's in the showgrounds for people to have a look at.
You said earlier it was quite impressive to see it land here.
I didn't actually see it. You did, I think, Paula. It was.
Well, I saw it by watching it online because somebody filmed it and very quickly put it out there on the internet. I think it's had over 5,000 views so far. So, but yeah, pretty neat work by the pilot to get it in here. But we did bring it in several days ago before all of this infrastructure around us arrived. So at that time, it was an empty field.
Now, also, you've been running a campaign since the last Royal Cornwall show about nighttime landings. Just tell me about that.
Yeah, well, this time last year, on the morning of the very first day of the show, we launched an appeal with BBC Radio Cornwall to ask the community to help us for new community landing sites that the pilot could have in his little black book in the door pocket of the helicopter. And these are really important sites for us, especially as we move into next winter and we start flying at night. And it was really Tom who has been instrumental over the last year in getting the response from the community and dealing with the landing sites.
It was just an incredible response. You know, we sort of thought we might get a handful of people coming over to the stand on the first day of Royal Cornwall Show offering fields or, you know, village greens or whatever. We had about 100 inquiries within the first week of the campaign.
Wow.
We had some fantastic coverage from the media and loads of people coming over to the stand. So it really, you know, what a perfect place to launch it, Royal Cornwall Show.
Okay, so I'll just hand over to Natalie now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Paula, really, I'm just interested in plans for the future.
Yes, lots of plans for the future. I mean, we've got this nice new helicopter. We've got it for 5 years, and by 2019 we'll need to have a plan about what comes next. there are some really exciting new helicopters emerging into the HEMS or air ambulance marketplace, and we hope to be in a position as a charity to bring one of those to Cornwall in future years. So at the moment we're raising about £3.5 million a year. We're able to save in our savings kitty towards that target in 2019. We've also got plans to try and increase the number of times that we have doctors flying with us. They fly with us at the moment on a voluntary basis, but we haven't got every shift every day covered, and we'd really like to be able to achieve that over the next 2.5 years. I'm sure if anyone watches these rescue programmes and programmes on the television about the work of the major trauma hospitals and things like that, they'll realise that many very seriously injured people arrive in hospital by air ambulance, treated by critical care paramedics and treated by doctors. So that's certainly something that we need to be looking at. And we've got lots of other exciting things in the pipeline as well, and that's why we're here at Royal Cornwall Show.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
I've just got to say, well done, Tom Matthews, for being Young Business Person of the Year. Where's your medal?
But it's actually sat in the helicopter with the other two, which was fantastic. The whole team, we won Best Employer and then Winner of Winners, which was fantastic. So really great for the whole team.
Oh yeah, but he's a rising star. He is a rising star. We're really proud of him. It's just my problem now is how do we hang on to him?
I hope you didn't partake in some bevies too much on that night.
We were very sensible. We were back in the office next morning. In fact, I was recording a voiceover the next morning. So I had to be sensible.
Well, well done, and thank you for talking about Cornwall Air Ambulance at the Royal Cornwall Show this year.
Great. Can I just add on that we are on stand 449, and the reason that we come here to Royal Cornwall Show with the helicopter is because it allows us to really connect with the community. On a good show you can have up to 130,000 people passing through the show gates. That's a massive shop window on Cornwall for us as a charity. And we get to meet farmers, people from the agriculture sector, horse riders from the equestrian sector, and ordinary families with children. These are all people who may have need of this, and in fact some patients that we've airlifted from the past come and say hi to us and stuff like that. So it's absolutely great, and I would estimate that of the almost £3.5–4 million that we raise every year, about £1 million of it originates here at Royal Cornwall Show. It's all about those connections that we make with people and businesses, and that's why we're here. It's really important to us.
Have a great time engaging with all those people. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
So a lot of people will go to the Royal Cornwall Show and think, well, it's about agriculture, it's about getting that food and that drink and having a look at those sort of things. But you can actually think about solving those bigger problems in life, such as getting a roof over your head. And I'm here at Pathfinder Homes. I've got Oscar Absalom with me here.
Hello.
Just tell me about the sort of people you get having a look around these homes.
Well, we have quite a range of people coming to have a look around. There are people who are looking to put property on their own land if they've got own land. They also come to us if they have got own land to talk about planning permission and planning permission advice, and we've got a scheme that people can join to come to seminars to talk about planning and get planning help and that sort of thing. But then we have the people who are looking to go onto a park all over the UK, and we can help them find that park. But really to see what sort of what other options that they can use instead of just the bricks and mortar house.
Because it does solve a problem in life, doesn't it? It's very expensive getting a roof over your head these days.
Yeah, no, it is, and it's another viable option if you haven't got enough money to. Or possibly haven't got enough money to afford a proper bricks and mortar house, which I know the prices are skyrocketing. This is another option to use to sort of free up some equity, if you will, also to downsize, or it's a cheaper viable option to use rather than going for the bricks and mortar house.
Okay, so how much would you pay for something like this?
So this one ranges from 90,000. But you spec it out. They're all bespokely built, so they range from 90,000.
Okay, well let's go and have a look to see what people get for that 90,000. Okay, so what can we see in this this room here?
So this is a twin unit, which is a double unit, so it's a normal sized house. They come in two halves and put together. But it's your standard sitting room with the fully glazed end, just to give all the natural light, your TVs, your fires. It's really your own home.
And I'm amazed by how much room there is.
Yes, yeah. That's one of the keys, to make it as much as a home as possible. Gone are the days of the old static caravans, really. People are looking at this as another option, like we were saying, for your own home.
Okay, let's have a look at some more facilities. Okay, so we've got the bedrooms. So how many?
Yes, so in this one there is a 2-bed. This is the twin room, so if you've got children or guests, it's quite a nice size, and if people pop down for a holiday, that sort of thing, it's quite nice, and it's refurbished quite nicely.
And you have all the things, you have PowerPoints, and it's all got the mod cons in here.
Yes, yeah.
Heated and...
Yeah, central heated. It's got your built-in wardrobes, all your electrical points, TV points, that sort of thing. They are bespokely built, so if you wanted TVs on the walls, on the ceilings if you wanted, then we can do that.
Brilliant. Oh, this is lovely. So it's really well kitted out.
Yeah. In a bathroom, you want sort of luxury, bit of personal space. So we've got the shower here and the toilets and sinks, and we want it as special as possible and as luxurious as possible, but obviously within a person's budget.
And how does the hot water work in one of these?
It can be electric, it can be mains, depending on what your budget is, what you want. Here it's electric, but yeah, it can all be bespoke to what you want, your needs, your budget, your requirements, that sort of thing.
And there is another bathroom we'll see when we go into the main bedroom.
Yes.
So let's go and have a look at that then.
Yeah, I like it.
And so we get to the master bedroom now.
Yes, this is the master bedroom. It's quite a compact, quite intimate bedroom. I mean, again, it can be as big as you want. I've seen ones that are huge and gives you a bit more space because you spend a lot of time in here, or maybe you don't and you like it just...
Well, I suppose actually there is plenty of room up here to put extra storage in if you wanted to build extra shelves and cupboards in.
Yes, yeah. The vaulted ceilings with the V-group board give it a bit of a fresher feel, but also you can put ceiling cupboards up and bridging units and that sort of thing.
And it has got that other ensuite bathroom as well.
It has indeed. So you got the walk-through wardrobe, which gives you another sort of feel to the room as well, and you go through to the ensuite with the shower and toilet and sink as well. So it's quite a nice room.
Well, thank you, Oscar, for giving us a quick guided tour around Pathfinder Homes.
No worries. Thank you.
When I woke up this morning, I didn't envisage I'd be doing this. I'm just fulfilling a lifelong dream, but enough of the lifelong dreams, back to work. Okay, I'm here at stand 454 with Flight Sergeant Simon Dams of the Royal Air Force. Could you just tell us a little bit about what you've got going on here today?
Sure, stand 454 is about displaying Royal Air Force St Morgan's capability and also the wider Air Force, and offering opportunities for careers incentively. The stand itself, we've got the Orif Regiment Experience Trailer, which is located on the far side there, predominantly to engage with the public. We've got a climbing wall. We've got, as you can see here, we've got the Hawk facsimile, which again the general public will be free to get in, have a look around and interact with all the service personnel here. We've got the band, the Central Band of the Royal Air Force, which will be here all 3 days, playing a mixture of jazz and military music, a military ensemble. And also within the large marquee there, we've got a series of static displays. They show the main activities that RAF St Morgan deliver. So that's the Defence Series Training Organisation, the Survival School, survival equipment. We've got the physical training instructors in there. And we've also got the nurses from MDHU in Derryford who are showing their medical capability as well, to sort of interaction with the general public.
Right, fantastic. So lots going on. Tell us about the flight displays as well.
Okay, the Falcons, the Royal Air Force Falcons, are jumping all 3 days. They're jumping at 16:20 on the first day on Thursday, jumping at 13:10 on the Friday, and 1300 on the Saturday. Of particular note, on the Saturday there will be a formal handover for the new 505 Auxiliary Squadron, which has been formed at St Morgan. There will be a formal ceremony with the station commander and the new OC 505 squadron leader David Mann, where his squadron commander's pennant will be presented by the team lead from the Falcons, and that'll be all conducted in the arena.
Exciting stuff, brilliant. And just how important are shows like this for the Royal Air Force?
I mean, I'm reliably informed that the footfall for the show itself is somewhere in the area of about 200,000 people over the 3 days, subject clearly to weather. For us to interact with the public, offer or show to the public, that we have the career opportunity in the Air Force, the diversity of trades and employment, it's a great opportunity for us to meet people and show them our capability.
Brilliant. Well, I know you're a busy man. I'll let you get back to it. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome, thank you.
All right, the boy's getting a little bit squirrely that time. Do you want to see one more? Okay, well, what do you think? Dare I ask? Shall we make that jump even bigger? Well, it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it? Okay, let's gap it out one more time for you. Now I'm going to pull up next to Rich. Going to take it out just another metre or so. Bit of twist around because we always like to jump facing the same way as the wind. So it's made it a little bit shorter, going crossways on the arena. Stop it there. What do you reckon? Is that okay? Just a little bit more. All right, just a tad more. Keep it going, keep it going. Just a tad more. Just a tad more. Hold it right about there. Let's see how that looks. Now I'm just going to ask Rich to come out here. We're going to have a little chat with Rich. Health and safety in that corner over there, if you can. Cool. Okie dokie, folks. Right, I'm going to check this out. I always like to look at a jump on the side-on view. Wow, looks a little bit bigger over here. Okay, now this time I reckon that's around about 68 feet. Take off to the landing zone. Gonna hit this flat out in second gear to get to where we want to be. Probably doing only around about 42, 43 miles an hour, so it's not as fast as some people might think. Okay, dokie, folks. Last gap of the session then for you. This is as big as we're going to go on this bike this afternoon with the conditions as they are. So let's get the bike in a nice solid second gear. One more time then around the arena. Do you want to see us get this thing up and over this ramp? It's hopefully safely down onto the bottom side. So one more time, let me hear you. Are you ready? There you go, all the way up and down the other side. If we can really make sure that everyone's out of the way, this is very, very dangerous. Okay, do you want to see one more? All right, we can keep it going and make it a little bit more interesting for you next time. Okay, right now, I think I've got just enough time to show you one more trick, so let me get up here on top of the big landing ramp. Just pull up the bike for a second now. Rich is going to come up and hold this one for us. Now bear with us, because what we're going to do next is a little bit of fun, but also at the same time it's pretty technical, and I think you're going to enjoy it. It's worth the wait. Now, as you can see, struggling actually. High up in the sky there, doing that gently because with the wind as strong as it is, it's probably going to rip those t-shirts off, but let's see if we can do this for you anyway. Now, this is the whole reason, folks, why I was trying to get you to interact with me. Cheer a little bit, make a little bit of noise, because what I'm going to try and do next, if I can, when I fly by, I'm going to try and catch hold of one of those t-shirts, and if I could do that, I'm going to give it away to the loudest cheering person in the crowd, okay? So if you want one of our freebies, that's our own brand of tees in association with Yamaha from America. And they're not bad quality, you can take them out the wash and they're not gonna fit your little sister. And I'm sure, folks, you know the drill by now. If you want the giveaway, you gotta make some. Actually, you know what, that was pretty good. But part of the routine, I've got to ask you twice, and I know you could do better for me, so one more time. If you want the giveaway, you're gonna make some. Well, that's more like it. Okay, I'm going to back the quad bike off of the ramps, do a little bit of lining up, and I'll be straight back with you. Okay, right now, if we're going to try and get hold of one of these t-shirts, if everyone in this area could be extra vigilant, please, especially with the young child there. We're going to be possibly landing a bike one-handed. If we can get hold of the t-shirt, it's kind of a victim of my own success because you can't land a bike holding on. Just got to hold it on to one handlebar. Okay, folks, let's see what we can do with this. Now, this is the part of the show where we need a bit of crowd interaction because I'm going to give one of these t-shirts away to a very loud, wild, extrovert person around the arena, just like the person down there on the left-hand side. So this is the time, folks, to get into it. Last stunt of the session for you. So one more time around the arena. Let me hear you. Are you ready? Okay, let's see if we get that a little bit closer next time. Oh, there you go, I know, handed landing. We managed to get hold of one of those t-shirts. Okay, we pulled the pull card off. I think let's get this untied as quickly as we can. All the good things are worth waiting for, they say. All right, folks, here we go. We got one T. It's going to go to somebody over this side. Who's it going to go to? Oh, I'm not too sure. Is it going to go over this way? Is it going to go over this way? I think it's got to go to this little girl here. There you go. It's all yours. What's your name? Brooke. Give her a big round of applause. Well done. Okay, we got one more T-shirt to go. Let's see if we can get hold of this last one for you. I'm not sure if we have enough time, but we're going to certainly try. All right, one last T-shirt. Let's see if we can get this one out of the sky. All right, this time I think we're going to hand it back to Rich. He's going to untie it from from the rain because it's a little bit difficult for us to do with these gloves on. I'm going to check out over this side of the arena who might just want one of these tees. You're going to go to this side. Actually, this is a good side. I like this side. He's going to go to the bottom. Not so sure yet. Okay. We're going to do this one way and one way only. Right around the arena, you got to get my attention by making as much noise as you can. So let's hear you, Royal Cornwall. All right, I think I know exactly where it's going to go to, and it's going to be down the bottom end of the arena. One last time. There we go, buddy. It's all yours. The dude right there. Give him a round of applause, everyone. He was making a lot of noise. Okay, folks, that's it. I've got to get out of the arena. We're on a tight schedule. For everything's coming in from myself, Jason Smythe. I hope you enjoyed the show as much as we did performing it for you. We're back again tomorrow.
Thanks a million, Jason Smythe. Give it up for Jason Smythe. Brilliant stuff. And he's been a superstar today, he really has. So 2 more items left on the agenda. Don't go away. The roads will be busy, and it'll be busy in this main ring in a moment or two's time, because it is the second heat. 8 teams go forward for the Roger Young Land Rover Interhunt Team Relay. And then the competition that they all want to win. It is the NSR Communications, the NSR Accumulator.
Okay, thanks. We're down here at the Bees and Honey tent, and I'm joined now by Colin Rees, who is president of the Cornwall Bee Association. Thanks for talking to us, Colin. Tell us about your presence here at the show.
Well, this year we have got a new presence. The last, 43 years, I think, we were further down the hill next to the rabbits and the poultry. And we have a new committee organising the show, so it's a totally different approach to the bees and honey section. What we're trying to do now is promote beekeeping to the public, as opposed to just displaying jars and jars of honey and tables of cakes and what have you, which it has been for a while. We're trying to show the different aspects of beekeeping through hive construction, through apiary layouts, through beekeeping supplies, and every aspect of beekeeping is covered on one or other of these tables. We've even got a display of flowers over here, which is showing the kind of forage that the bees find useful for their nectar and pollen needs, especially during June, which is generally a fairly quiet month in terms of the plants that are available for bees. Right. Bees generally like to forage efficiently. So they're looking for large fields of crops rather than what you and I have in our back gardens. But when the crops are over and waiting for the autumn crops to come through, they are quite glad and appreciative of what we put in our garden. So that's becoming ever more important because of habitat loss.
Exactly. I was just going to come on to that. Obviously, it's been big news that yes. Bee numbers are in dangerous decline. Yeah. What are you seeing? What's the picture as far as you're concerned?
Well, I teach beekeeping courses, and I see every year, I run 2 courses in the spring and 2 courses in the autumn, and there are always students wanting to become beekeepers. So we're not seeing any loss in terms of beekeepers. I think in Cornwall we're very lucky. We have got good climate, we have got good forage, and if you've got the right kind of bees, they will come out in all weathers. And I think that's the secret, is to have local bees as opposed to imported or crossbred bees from abroad.
And in terms of numbers, I mean, is that a worry for you at the moment?
I don't think it's a worry, no. No, I think we're doing all right. As I say, I think it's other parts of the country, of the UK, which are having a problem, because if you go up to the east coast or even going through Herefordshire, going north, you will see acres and acres and acres of monoculture, of rape, and nothing else. And like us, spinach is good for us, but if we had spinach for breakfast, lunch and dinner, then we wouldn't be very healthy, and that's a problem I think with the bees. They're losing their diversity of crops that they need for their range of pollen to give them the different minerals and vitamins that keep them going.
Right, well, I mean, it's great to hear it's such a positive picture down here in Cornwall.
Oh,
thank
we're very
you.
lucky.
Yes,
Yeah.
well, thank you very much for taking time to talk to us.
Not at all.
Thank
Nice
you,
to talk
Colin.
to you.
Lovely.
To the Royal Cornwall Show, and you find out bits of information and news which make you feel really good. Now, you might have noticed in the news the other day that a guy from Truro won £13.5 million on the lottery. Now, you might have also wondered, where's that money all going? Is he keeping it to himself? Well, no, he isn't. Well, I'm here with the Merlin MS Centre and Sarah Snell, who's the PR manager. You've got some great news about this money, haven't you?
Absolutely fantastic news. So Peter, that won the money, who's a great community stalwart, and he's actually been supportive of Merlin for many years. He is going to fund the building of a new hydrotherapy facility for the Merlin MS Centre. So it was something that we always wanted to do. We've never really had the money to be able to do it. So it'll be a separate unit next to where we are at the moment. It'll have a hydrotherapy pool, also a sensory facility, and something that a lot of people who have disabilities aren't able to do is to have a bath, but that can be wheelchair accessible.
Just say what the hydrotherapy pool actually achieves.
Well, yeah, well, it's a natural therapy for people, so it can help improve things like circulation, relaxation, because people aren't having to actually use too many muscles. They can still do exercise in it, so someone that's perhaps limited mobility can get benefit from that. But we'd like it to be available for the wider community as well. So although we see people now with MS, with Parkinson's, with stroke, with ME, we actually know that there's a need for this facility in Cornwall. So it might be that physiotherapists would want to hire it out, for instance, if somebody had an injury, a sports injury, or an accident, so that would improve their health and well-being. So we already have things like oxygen therapy at the Merlin MS Centre. We have physio and OT, and this will be a completely new facility. So Peter's wife had MS, and in fact, sadly, she passed away, not of MS, but something else, before she could use the Merlin MS Centre. And he was very keen that the money should be spent on something that was tangible, something that would be beneficial to Cornwall, to the wider community, because we do cover the whole of the county and have people from Penzance, Truro, Bude, Launceston, across the whole of the county.
Well, thank you very much, Sarah. It's a great bit of news, and thank you for telling us here at the Royal Cornwall Show.
We're absolutely delighted. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm joined now by David Kernow from Penzance. Hello, David.
Hello, nice to see you.
And you too. And this beautiful creature, tell us a bit about it.
This is from, well, my first show on him. He belongs to a friend of mine who's very kindly given me the opportunity to ride him. My horse has gone not right this year for the show, and he said I can have this one, so I'm delighted.
Brilliant. So you're actually going to be taking part in some events?
Yes, middleweight hunter class tomorrow, which will be about 11:30.
And what's the competition level like?
Very, very good. We've got some real big producers coming down from, we call up the line, a lot of the big professionals. So as amateurs down in this part of the country, we've got to work our socks off to try and keep up with them.
And what are the judges going to be looking for?
Basically, they're looking for manners of the horse. As you can see, this horse here, he's a lovely mannered horse. Conformation, which is the way the horse is put together. The way the horse goes. Its walk, its trot, its canter, and most importantly, its gallop. If they can't gallop, they don't want to know. And the way the horse moves. They want to see it moving nice and straight and nice and flowing movement. And so that the judge rides tomorrow, and he wants to be able to imagine he's out in a hunting field all day having a nice comfortable ride.
And what do you think your chances are, David?
Ask me this time tomorrow and I'll be able to tell you. I never ever say I'm hoping to be here. We wouldn't be in it if we didn't want to win.
Sure.
But I would be delighted to be in the ribbons.
Well, beautiful animal. What's
Thank
his
you very
name?
much. is called Bertie.
Oh, Bertie. Well, thank you. Lovely to speak to you,
And
David,
you.
and good luck to you and Bertie. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, here they come. The cast of thousands for the Roger Young Land Rover Inter Hunt Team Relay. Run number 2. The 2 through last night, the Fawborough Flyers and the Lamerton Leapers. Top 2 teams go through tonight. The judges are poised. This is the moment that they've been waiting for all day long. It's the moment we've been waiting for 20 minutes. It is the Roger Young Land Rover Inter Hunt Team Relay. The East Cornwall have one. The Dartmoor Vale have another one. The Lizard have one. North Cornwall have 2. Western have 2. In fact, and the Curie have 2. So those are the teams. It's 4 seconds to add for a knockdown. And the best 2 teams go to the final. Doesn't matter. It's not knockout. It's 4 seconds to add. And that's all that really counts. Bye-bye. Out you go now. Thank you. Walkie, walkie over. It's time to get jumping in the Roger Young Land Rover Inter Hunt Team Relay. Thank you, Mr. Roskilly. Out you go. Goodbye. Ring the bell, please, judges. Give them a long bell. East Cornwall in the green coats of the Bolvender Harriers. Thank you, goodbye. All done. Here we go. The Roger Young Land Rover in Hunt Team Relay. 4 seconds to add for any knockdown. The judges are sharper than a sharp Sabatier knife. They have been waiting all day long for this moment. Especially the greatest judge in the world of show jumping. We've got him here in Royal Cornwall, Mr. John Doney, MBE. But we are missing one thing. We're missing a starter. Where is the man who farms in northern France? Mr. Paul Richards, where are you? From the Western. Paul Richards, we can't see you anywhere. Do you know what's happening tomorrow? The senior steward of the main ring isn't at the Royal Cornwall Show tomorrow. He's going to a wedding. Unbelievable. But never. Oh, there you are, Paul. You're in your camouflage tonight. Nice to see you. Hunts with the Western. No favouritism tonight. East Cornwall go first. Darren Beckerleg, Jade Couch, Kiana James Thomas and Emma Warren. And for the Dart Vale and the Southpool Harriers, the ladies A-team, Sarah Phillips, the Hunt Servant, Anna Highlands, Jordan Harvey and Amber Wooten. Dartmoor, Vale and the Southpool Harriers will be in the commentary box side. The East Cornwall will be on the grandstand side. 4 seconds to add for any knockdown. We'll ring Uncle Ernie and see where they are. Hold on. Away we go. And remember, it's not a knockout. It's the best two scores, and we have one that broke the 300-second barrier last night. Dartmoor Vale and the Southpool Harriers are on the commentary box side, and the East Cornwall are on the grandstand side. Down they come. The nerves are jangling. The pressure is building. The tension is rising. And the chaos will ensue. Jade Couch, Darren Beckerleg, Kiana James Thomas, Emma Warren for the East Cornwall. So, excuse me, out you go. You don't look at the bullfinches when you're jumping them. Bye-bye. Come on, we're going hunting. Thank you. Paul, you'll call them under orders. When the hat goes down, they're off and running. Stevie, Sean, you ready? Good boys. Our Arena 2 crew, our crash crew. Grandstands open, free of charge. Anybody who wants to go in there, you're more than welcome. Off we go. On the grandstand side is Darren Beckerleg, the farrier from St Austell. He's been riding, he hunted with my father when he had the South Cornwall. The East Cornwall are going well. Darren over the bridge, great shot. Now the gate, the Hunt Servant for the East Cornwall, and Sarah Phillips, the master. The master, she whips into her husband Andrew, master of the Dartmoor Vale and the Southpool Harriers. Over the bridge, Darren's got to the gate. Sarah, you just need to get 1 foot on. 1 foot on. That's all you need to do. Well done, Darren. Sarah's over the bridge. Beckerleg takes the turn. Back to the Oxer over the bridge. Could this be the first home for the East Cornwall? Oh, takes the tumble. He won't have this one down. Sarah's at the gate. Here comes Darren Beckerleg to the bullfinch. And he pops that with consummate ease. He's going to hand over to Jade Couch. Jade's away. Freestyle Frankie, local rider from St Austell. Loves her jumping in British show jumping. Meanwhile, Sarah's still at the gate. Jade's away for the East Cornwall. The grandstand's free of charge. If anybody wants to go and sit in there, Jade is going well on the grandstand side. Now to the bridge. East Cornwall took over the Bull Vendor Harriers. Graham Higgins, the master of the East Cornwall. Oh, brilliantly over. Oh, is that other judges going to give that a fault? No. Oh, it's generosity from JD. Sarah's off the horse. Get the gate done up. The gate is the all-important catch-all. Up you get, Sarah. Up you get. Yes. Now, round we go. But meanwhile, down on the grandstand side, the East Cornwall still having problems. Jade. Done it all, point to point. She's riding freestyle Frankie. Jumps in the 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. Here we go. Jade's away. Got the gate closed. Second one out there in the country for the East Cornwall. First one home for the Dartvale and South Pool Harriers. Handing over to Anna Highlands. Jasper. Lady Rider. The flying pasty from Anna Highlands. And Jade and Frankie jump the bullfinch brilliantly. Handing over to Kiana James Thomas, the junior. 16 years of age from Bodmin, and it's hands and heels with Sir Jasper James. Oh! Here we go. Another 4 to add. James, Kiana's on her way. Anna Highlands is at the bridge, and the third one, but I don't think Kiana's got much control. Sit deep, over 3. Is that just a refusal, judges? Go on, Kiana. Yes! Anna shut the gate. Anna shut the gate for the Dartvale and the South Pool Harriers. Now Sir Jasper James is getting a bit of a wiggle on. Up to the bridge. Lovely shot over the bridge. Little bomb-proof pony. Gates are shut. Gates are shut for Anna. For the Dartvale and the South Pool Harriers. Kiana's still at the gate. Number 2 out for the Dartvale. Number 3 out for the East Cornwall. 4 to add there for the Dartvale. Kiana's through the gate. Kiana, who's studying veterinary nursing at Touchy College. Anna's home and hose through the bullfinch. Kiana's got to get her foot in the plate. Have they missed the changeover, the Dartvale? Yes, they have. Now they haven't. Amber Wood. Jordan Harvey. The 14. Oh, that's the second one. Come on, Jordan, kick on. The 2 juniors are out on course. Yes, well done, Jordan. Oh my word, Kiana, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Meanwhile, Jordan is still going. Go, Kiana. Second one, rescue. Rescue relay. Meanwhile, Jordan, it's all happening tonight. Here we go, it'll be Emma Warren. The relief milker from St Austell. Could it be well done, Emma, over the bullfinch. So now the 4th one is away for the East Cornwall. Jordan's over the bridge. Oh, Emma. Change over. Who's going? Darren? Jade? Darren steps up. Change over. Darren Beckerleg. The farrier from St Austell. He started whipping in for the East Cornwall back in 2011. Jasper's over that to Jordan Harvey. Darren, where are you going? Oh my word! He's lost his stirrup and everything. Meanwhile, Darren's out there for the grandstand. Have we had another changeover? What's going on here? We've had another changeover for the East Cornwall. We're back with Emma Warren. How did that happen? I don't know. Meanwhile, here comes Jordan Harvey. Here comes Jordan Harvey. He's home. Amber Wood comes up and steps up to the plate. Amber has hunted with the Dartmoor Vale and the South Pool Harriers since her primary school days. Pony Club member, and Amber's over that. Who's out there for the East Cornwall? Is it Emma? It is Emma. Emma Warren. Darren would love to thank Darren's mum, Jill Beckerlegg, on behalf of the team. Works the endless hours preparing the horses. And recently imported 2 well-bred youngsters from Holland who she's currently producing. But meanwhile, here goes the East. Here went the East Cornwall. Here we go! Here we go for the East Cornwall! Coming home! Yes! Meanwhile, the Dart Vale and the South Pool Harriers, it's not a knockout. Is the gate shut? We haven't got the rope over, now we have. It's a long old time. It's a lonely old journey home. We take the left-hand turn. Mind out, Roger! Mind out, Sean! Oh! Keep going! Don't stop! Jump it! Come on, Amber! Yes! Come on, everybody! Let's cheer the Dart Vale and South Pool Harriers! Let's hope that they get home! Let's hope that they get home! Uh-oh. We've had a little look at it. That's just a little practice. Come on, Amber. Come on, Amber. Yay! Home and hosed. Two scores coming in, they're not world beaters. Oh, there's a surprise. East Cornwall, to give you some indication, they're exactly double the Laverton last night, 462.26, and the Dart Vale and the South Pool Harriers, 517.81. But give them a big round of applause. Well done. Home and host, 462.26. 517.81. Who have we got now? On the grandstand side, it is the Lizard Leapers from the Curie. On the commentary box side, it's the first team from the North Cornwall, the North Cornwall Devils. So the Lizard Leapers, Mike Stevens, Helen Gorman, Hannah Saul and Richard Turan. And for the North Cornwall, the Devils, the first of their 2 teams, C.B. Richards, Lizanne Corney, Abby Diamond and Amanda Carpenter. Richards calls them under starters' orders. Mike Stevens will step up on the grandstand side for the Lizard Leapers. C.B. Richards is away for the North Cornwall. The 2 hunt staff are away, but the Lizard Leapers are away first. Mike Stevens, he's Britain's most southerly farrier. Well sat for C.B. Richards. The hunt servant. Hunted last season for the first time and absolutely loved it. Mike's at the bridge already. You've got a bit of catching up to do, C.B. 4 to 1 there for the North Cornwall. The North Cornwall Devils. Mike's off for the Lizard Leapers from the Curie. Through the gate. CB's taking every plank down, but it doesn't matter. She's caught them up nearly. They're at the bridge for the North Cornwall. Mike's got the gate shut, brilliantly shut. CB's got to get a bit of a wiggle on. She's at the gate, she's carrying 8. Mike's had the first refusal of the night. For the Lizard Leapers. Been a farrier for 36 years. Coast Guard Cliff Rescue Team for the last 29. Here we go. First one over the Oxer for the Lizard Leapers. CB shut the gate. The North Cornwall versus the Curie. Here goes Mike. He's heading up to the Bullfinch. He jumps the Bullfinch. CB over 7. Round the corner, handing over for the Lizard Leapers to Henny Gorman. Their first season out with the Curie. Last season, 4 to out for CB, another 4. Henny's away. Henny's going into a 3rd year of degree in the BA Human Behaviour. Oh! CB. It's a rescue. Fact is the Curie Crackers. Well, in fact, I've got the wrong team. It's Kim Courtauld, Tabitha Lawyer, Hannah Julian and Leslie Rose for the Curie. It's the Curie Crackers, apparently. I was given the wrong team. Never mind, I don't know who's out there at the moment. I don't know. I'm being asked who's on which side. I think it could be Abby with Hugo. Meanwhile, on the commentary box side is the North Cornwall Devil Riders. The Curie Crackers are on the commentary box side, I think. They're at the gate. It's Tabitha Lawyer, Tabba with Austin. Hunted 1 full season with the Curie. Here we go for the North Cornwall. Get it over. One to hand over, Amanda Carpenter. Tabitha's on the far side and going well. 3rd team out for the Curie Crackers. 3rd team member out. Last team member out for the North Cornwall. Well, there's another one to go. Well done, Tabitha. Curie Crackers are in the lead. Now off goes Tabitha. Brilliant shot. Over the bridge. What a superb pony. Up to the gate. Go on, Tabitha. The fan club are here. Brilliant. Having a clue who's out there at the moment. Now, up to the bridge. And look at this, look at this, look at this. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Off the lovely pony junior, 13 years old. Tabitha and riding her 5-year-old pony Austin. And it's, come on Tabby! Curie Crackers, 3rd team member out. Abby can't do the gate up. Here goes Tabby. Here goes Tabitha. Cheer them on. Oh! Put one in there. Oh, the changeover's been missed. They've dropped the whip. It's vital seconds. It's on the ground. They've handed it over. It's gonna be Hannah Julian. And there's a refusal out there. Meanwhile, the North Cornwall still can't shut the gate. Second refusal could be a rescue. Tabby, stand by. Over that. Last team member out there for the Curie Crackers. Wait, North Cornwall has shut the gate. There's another refusal down there for the... hello, where are you going? That's another stop. Come on, hands and heels, kick and go. Hands and heels, kick and stop. Rescue. Kim Coldhall steps up to the plate. Is that the right one, Stevie? Is this Kim? Oh my word. Ouch. Rescue, please. Rescue. Thank you. Put us out of this misery. I don't know who this is. Kim's at the gate. Stevie, is that Kim? Yes, thank you. First whip, chairman of the Curie. Runs a mixed livestock farm in the former country. Hooray for the North Cornwall. Now this is Amanda Carpenter for the North Cornwall. Formerly a National League Division 1 basketball player for Plymouth Racers. Now loves hunting with the North Cornwall. So I think we've got the last for both teams out there. Here goes Kim. Oh my word! The Curie are home. Curie Crackers are home. Now steady. Here goes Amanda Carpenter. 1 foot on, Amanda. Well done, Amanda. Brilliantly over that. Now the gate. Right, Mandy. Mandy runs an organic livery yard and an organic bed and breakfast at Trenetic Farmhouse near Chulford. Board in foal to King's Composer. Oh, this is bred for hunting, bred for eventing. Have we got the gate shut? Still got the big jumping class of the night to come, the big one. It is the NSR. It's the one that they all want. Meanwhile, Amanda, who became a grandmother 2 times over last year. Here's the gate. What time does it get dark? About 9. The judges feel that she should need to be rescued or... Oh, she's done it! She's done it! Miracles do happen. Stevie Williams, get out of the way, you clown. Hello? Hello, we haven't finished yet. Good turn back. Long turn back. Everybody, we're going to cheer, aren't we? We are going to cheer. We are going to cheer. Steady, 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 steady. Oh my word! It's a new world record. It is a new world record. What? They have the ignominy of scoring the world record, 600 seconds, .12, the North Cornwall Devils. What were the Curie Crackers? 4:42.79. Sadly, they don't join us. 4:42.79. Yes, they do at the moment. That's the fastest time at the moment, the Curie Crackers. North Cornwall Devils on a time of 600.12. So we have the Western A team on the grandstand side. And we have the Lizard Leapers on the commentary box side. Mike Stevens, Harry Gorman, Hannah Saul and Richard Truern for the Lizard Leapers from the Curie. Tristram Alford, Georgina Abercrombie, Tom Tregan and Lucy Hardy. The Western A. Richards is going to set his hunt away. Off we go. Tristan Alford's going away. Whipped in for the past 4 seasons for the Western. And he's already 2 lengths up front from Mike Stevens. The hunt servant comes from the Lizard. He's hunted for the last 36 seasons. Round the corner, both the whips are against each other. The Curie versus the Western. Up to the bridge. Tristram's at the bridge. Tristram's over the bridge. Mike's on the bridge. Is he going over the bridge? Not yet. Tristram's at the gate. Sensible riding. Get one leg on there, Mike. Get one leg on there, Mike. That's the way to do it. Leg over the bridge. Oh dear. He has to be rescued, I'm afraid, because he went the wrong way. You jumped the wrong fence. Oh well. Meanwhile, Tristram's doing a few circles and bumps on the grandstand side. What's happening here, judges? Decision, please. Rescued. So it's Georgina Abercrombie that's had to rescue. Georgina comes back. Mike, get out of the way. Second one away. Second one away, and it's Helly Gorman. Helly Gorman's away for the Curie, the Lizard Leapers. Meanwhile, here comes Georgina Abercrombie. Off we go. Stevie leaps into action like a coiled spring to repair the bullfinch. Up to the bridge for Helly Gorman on the grandstand side and brilliantly over the bridge. Now they're at the gate. Round the corner. Michaela, get out of the way. It's coming your way. Up to the bridge. Helly's at the bridge. Helly's at the gate, rather. Georgina's at the bridge, both at the gate. Helly's going to get in the plate. Is she? Is she? No, she's not. Yes, she is. They're off. So, Helly's back at the plate. First season with the Curie. Off we go. They're neck and neck. They are literally neck and neck. Georgina's got in front. The Lizard Leapers are in front. The Curie are just a length behind now from the Western. Oh, oh no! Oh no! Oh! So, here goes the third one away for all the teams. This is a very fast round. Juniors are up. Hannah Sauls away for the Lizard. Oh, hold on. Well sacked. Over we go. Hannah Saul. They're both at the gate. One's off. Go on, Hannah. Hannah is going well. The Western A, they're neck and neck. Oh, Tom! Tom's over that. Tom Tregan on the grandstand side. Hannah's kicked the hayrick, it doesn't matter. Get out of the way, Hannah. Go, Tom. Tom's over. Hunt's Tregan in with the Western. On the BSJ Junior Academy, you're going to need rope to keep your feet in the plate, Hannah. Kick and go, and hold on, please hold on, please hold on, yes! Last one away for the Western, Lucy Hardy. Lucy, the farmer, trainee accountant, combines hunting with the Western alongside eventing. And the Western are going brilliantly. Richards will be happy with this one, the starter. They're over the bridge. Here goes Richard Juan. Mr. Bojangles, local builder and farmer in the Curie country. He's hunted with the Curie since he was 7 years of age. But meanwhile, the Western are well out in front. They're about 30 lengths in front. Because the bogey's done, it's the gate's been done. 4 to out here. for the Curie. Here goes the Western. They're on their way home. Oh my word, Western get home. Good time coming in for the Western. The Western are home and host. Meanwhile, on the commentary box side, it's the Lizard Leapers from the Curie. Have we got the gate shut? Last one for the Lizard Leapers. He's hopped off, Richard Truan. He's hunted with the Curie since he was 7 years old, now 25. He's got the gate shut, the ropes on. It's a very good time in for the Western A. And one more heat left to go. It's on the clock. Here we go. Here goes the Western A team. The Lizard Leapers, they're home. Through the finish. Well done, Richard. Would you believe it? The leaderboard changes again. The Western A team, 300.14. The Lizard Leapers from the Curie, 382.48. Both those teams are looking at the final at the moment with the Roger Young Land Rover in on team relay. One more heat to go. Lizard Leapers, 382.48. Western A team, 300.14. Those are the two best scores so far. Now, it's the final heat. The final heat. On the commentary box side, it is the Western B team. On the grandstand side, the Galloping Ninjas from the North Cornwall, Ryan Chapman, Shaylee Fletcher, Selina Wolf and Sally Rowe. Brian Roskilly is over the first for the Western. New mastership, hunted and whipped him for the Western for over 120 years. Ryan Chapman is away for the North Cornwall, the Galloping Ninjas. Brian Roskilly's catching him up. Chapman, the master versus the whip. The whip should never be in front of the master. Brian gets over the bridge. Ryan Chapman's shut the gate. Now he's got to get in the plate. Can he do it? Can he do it? Ryan, who loves his show jumping, brilliant. Into the plate. Loves his pointer pointing even more. Round the corner. This is the final running. The North Cornwall are on the grandstand. The Western are on the commentary box side. Chapman's away over the Oxer. Chapman's got the bullfinch to jump. Roskilly hops off. Here goes Chapman. He won the members' race this year. He won the members' race this year. Oh, Roskilly. That wasn't elegant and that wasn't pretty. And it wasn't very effective. Gather up the knitting. Who's this out for the North Cornwall? Sheila Fletcher? No? It looks to me like... Roskilly hasn't got his stirrup out. Oh, it's 4-2 out there. The Western are losing at the moment. Out there on the grandstand. Could be Selina. There's no stirrup, Roskilly. Lunatic. Handing over to Linda Matthews. Selina Wolf. Claire Moyles is away for the Western. The lady subscriber, hunted with the Western for the past 12 seasons, takes the turn back. The North Cornwall have shut the gate. Selina Wolf riding instructor at St Leonard's Centre Pony Club. Claire Moyles is at the bridge. Second one out over the bridge for the Western. Second one jumping the Oxer for the North Cornwall. Heading down to the Bullfinch. Second one coming home for the North Cornwall. Second one not coming home for the North Cornwall. Second one coming home for the North Cornwall. The juniors are out. Shaylee Fletcher riding Cashel Diamond. Quite the pair. Last year at the show, they've been hunting for the North Cornwall for the last 4 years. Shayla's just finishing her level 2 equine at Touchy College. Oh my word. And she's going on to her apprenticeship with Sammy Jo Coffin in the Forborough. Ooh, grudge match. Clear 4 for Shayla Fletcher, riding Cashel Diamond. Meanwhile, Claire Moyles has still got to get in the plate. In goes the leg, up goes the grip. 1, 2. Oh, brilliant. Sheila shut the gate. Claire's still at the gate. Sheila's going well. Third one away. Is this a rescue? Oh no. Get back there. Rosie Tuckett. Your turn will come. Here goes Sheila Fletcher. Where are you going, Claire? Here goes Shaylee Fletcher for the North Cornwall. This is a really good run. Remember the 2 times 300.14, 382.46. And away we go, full team member away for the North Cornwall. Out of the way, Stevie, Roger, Sean, whatever you do, you're too valuable. Round the corner, come on, Claire Moyles. Oh, brilliant pull. Looks to me like it's Sally Rowe for the North Cornwall over the bridge. Here goes Claire. She's got home, give her a round of applause. And guess what? That's only the second for the Western. Here goes Rosie Tuckett, the little pocket rocket. Come on, says Rosie. Round the corner. Last one out in the course for the North Cornwall. Good little pop at the chair. The gate is shut for the North Cornwall. They take the right-hand turn. Here we go. Rosie Tuckett. Oh, this is the North Cornwall. Look at this. Could they get a team through to the final? Could they get a team through to the final? Oh, brilliant. The Galloping Ninjas are home for the North Cornwall. It's a good time. Good times being posted tonight. Remember that the Western B team, this is Rosie Tuckett. The Ninjas have posted a good time. They've got one team member left to go, and it'll be Linda Matthews who steps up to the plate. Here we go. Over the Oxer. Let's cheer Rosie Tuckett home. Lively. Come on, Lively. Come on, Lively. Look sharply, Lively. Over the Bullfinch. Proper little hunting pony. Last one out for the Western. Last one for the final heats before we decide the 2 finalists for tomorrow night. And it's Linda Matthews, point-to-point secretary for the 2 meetings held here at the Royal Cornwall Showground. Riding Noble Charlie, hunted with the Western for the last 8 seasons, was an art teacher. Her last job was at Truro School. Don't know what we need to read into that one. On to the bridge. Over the bridge. Oh, well done, Linda.
Which will give us how long?
Through you come, Noble Charlie.
Okay, that gives us all the time in the world, doesn't it?
Now, put your feet in. It's Friday night at Royal Cornwall. What a wonderful night. We've had a superb day. We've still got the NSR communicators accumulator left to go tonight. Up you get, Linda! Oh! Now we're supposed to canter. Thank you. Now remember, this is the last one tonight. Are we gonna cheer? Oh, no, not yet. Are we gonna cheer? Linda, come on, Linda. Right, everybody, put your hands together and start cheering. Linda's home. 475.89. Plus 8, 483.89. But I can tell you that the North Cornwall Ninjas will be in tomorrow night's final.
Well, the Interhunt Relay, what glorious fun that is. Well, a special day today at the Royal Cornwall with the visit of HRH Princess Alexandra. There she is. 6 times she's been before, so she must like it here. Something about the show, isn't there? That will be Sir Charles Edward Collins, the President of the Royal Cornwall Agricultural Association. That's Chris Riddle. Oh, she's got round quickly there. And that's Thelma, I believe. Right, a special day, as I said, for day 2 here. Right, well, Natalie, tell me what you enjoyed most today.
Well, another incredible day, Martin, absolutely, but standout for me has got to be the livestock presentations. Seeing this whole ring full of such incredible animals.
That was a lot of livestock.
It was, and some really, really proud people as well. It was quite an emotional experience, I thought, so standout for me.
And for you, Matthew?
Oh, dear Martha Splanel, it's an amazing day, and I actually thought once again the RAF Falcons, a wonderful jump there, but actually it was the crowds that came to the show today which made it so brilliant. A wonderful day for everyone.
Despite the cold, very,
Indeed,
very enthusiastic.
indeed.
Yes, indeed. Well, there you are. That was day 2 of the Royal Cornwall Show. We'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow to bring you day 3. But until then, a very good night to you.